Tales of Herding Gods audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1601. Chapter 1595 was finished translator. 549,690,339 Primordial Emperor Sword moved in heavenly venerate Yun's hand, and surging Tao might burst forth from it. His sword skills were different from Qin Mu's and Founding Emperor's sword skills. Founding Emperor's sword path was unparalleled, and his sword skills followed his path. The moment he made his move, he unleashed 36 heavens that were majestic and majestic. The heavens of his sword path caused even the former eternal peace sword god, village chief, to fall in love with him, causing him to become village chief's inner devil. Qin Mu's sword skills were even more changeable. He was known as the #1 sword skill in 1,000,000 years, and he had even used divine arts to enter the path. Sword skills were divine arts, and their sword skills were filled with tribulations. Heavenly Venerate Yun's sword skills walked on a different path. His sword skills were simple and majestic, and the changes weren't as agile as Qin Mu's. They weren't as majestic as Founding Emperor's, but they carried Supreme Emperor's might. This Emperor's might came from the era of Long Han. He had been the human celestial emperor of heavenly heavens for hundreds of thousands of years, and the time he had been in power was even longer than absolute beginning. Not only that, during his reign, he had killed the Supreme Emperor in absolute beginning. He had killed the Supreme Emperor, the ruler of the ancient gods in the Great Void. He had killed the ruler of the ancient gods, the Heavenly Emperor, absolute beginning, in the Yuan capital. He had ended the rule of the ancient gods. His sword technique contained the might of killing two great existences. It gave his sword technique a Supreme Emperor's might that could flatten everything. The might of his sword technique was even greater than that of absolute beginning, the ancient god Heavenly Emperor. This was his might, his momentum. Absolute Beginning's expression was solemn as he took out the Emperor sword that he had refined to meet his sword attack. The moment the two of them clashed, Absolute Beginning immediately felt that his Emperor's might could not contend with it and was suppressed by him. However, Heavenly Venerate Yun's weakness was also extremely obvious, which was that his mana was much inferior to his. A large heavenly court appeared behind Absolute Beginning's head. The skyscraping hall that the third young master had given him shone brightly, causing his mana to soar. He used unrivaled power to crush it forcefully. In the ultimate void, the two great all-heaven collided. In the sky above the ancestral court, two great all-heaven were entangled with each other. In the two great all-heaven worlds, Heavenly Venerate Hao and the Founding Emperor sat opposite each other on the stage. Neither of them stood up. The two of them sat on the ground. The Founding Emperor drew his sword and stabbed it at Heavenly Venerate Hao. The 10,000 heavenly wheels behind Heavenly Venerate Hao's head passed him and stood between them. The 10,000 heavenly wheels spun. The 58 treasured palaces and the 36 heavenly palaces kept spinning in the heavenly wheels, stirring up the great Tao contained in the Founding Emperor's sword. Clang, clang, clang. The Founding Emperor's sword vibrated 36 times. The first sword chime burst out the Emperor Tai Ping heavenly sword, which transformed into the Emperor Tai heaven. The second sword burst out the Taming Equal Heaven sword, which burst out the Taming Equal Heaven sword. After the 36 sword chimes, a great overarching heaven of sword Tao pierced through the 10,000 heavenly wheels. At the same time, the 10,000 heavenly wheels spun. Every time they spun, they would burst forth with incomparably thick Tao sounds, and 10,000 heavenly wheels would appear in front of them. The 10,000 heavenly wheels spun 28 times, and the 28 heavenly wheels surged forward in layers, pulling the Founding Emperor into the heavenly wheels. The 28 heavens of the Tao realm. His Tao realm was inferior to the Founding Emperor's, and the 10,000 heavenly wheels were also of the Khanate One Qi. They had yet to reach the limit of the Khanate One Qi, But this heavenly wheel was formed by his great heavenly court. The power contained within the perfect heavenly court was simply too strong. Just the 28 heavens alone were enough to brand the ultimate void. The two of them completed their ultimate skill at almost the same time, but they were also hit by the other party's ultimate skill at the same time. Founding Emperor stood up and saw the heavenly palaces revolving around him. They turned into a huge round wheel that spun wildly and crushed him. Heavenly Venerate Hao saw a Tao tree appear in front of him, and his expression changed slightly. If it wasn't for the fourth young master's purple clouds hall, I definitely wouldn't have been able to block your sword. What a pity. Behind his head, the illusory image of Purple Cloud's Hall appeared and met the Tao tree that was formed by Founding Emperor's last sword, Hades. Without the support of Lang here, Yue Tianzun's body was immediately exposed to the 35th level of void space. The power of the void space attacked and turned her physical body into an illusory immortal soul. Her physical body became extremely flat and stretched in all directions. However, Yue Tianzun activated the ultimate void scripture, and her physical body and immortal soul immediately recovered. Her cultivation method was called ultimate void space. Ultimate and ultimate were two extremes. One was extremely large and the other was extremely small. The void space represented another characteristic of her cultivation method. She had already learned about the void from the Creator when she was dealing with Emperor Tai during the Long Han era. The void bridge of the Great Void Land was built in the 35th layer of void. The 3 rooms at the end of the void bridge were designed and built by her. She had perfectly fused the Tao of space and the Tao of void, turning them into an insurmountable barrier that blocked the intruders. The fact that the 3 rooms were not destroyed by the 35th void was the effect of her ultimate void scripture. At that time, Heavenly Venerate Yue was already able to enter the 35th void. Now, she was naturally able to send Heavenly Venerate Ling into the ultimate void with her divine sense during the battle of the Great All-Heaven. However, just as she stabilized herself in the 35th void, the void from the 1st to the 35th void suddenly distorted violently, turning into a huge wheel of fire. Heavenly Venerate Fire's corporeal body slowly rose, becoming bigger and bigger. The 35th layer of void wrapped around Heavenly Venerate Moon, turning into a ring of Tao fire void behind his head. Without Lang Er's help, she immediately fell into Heavenly Venerate Fire's control. At the same time, the 2 ancient gods of Taiji raised their palms, and Taiji Star Field spun and took shape, trapping Lang within. Lang Bao immediately executed his divine consciousness, and it changed inscrutably. He visualized all kinds of divine arts and forms, even Qin Mu's divine arts and Founding Emperor's sword path. He visualized them all and attacked the 2 ancient gods outside Taiji Star Field. God King, there's no need to struggle. The 2 ancient gods said in unison, your path of divine consciousness has yet to reach its peak, so it can't threaten us. The Tai Kai Tao can create all kinds of things and all kinds of Tao. It's the nemesis of your soul consciousness visualization. If you struggle, you will suffer a little. The 2 ancient gods sighed. Their bodies suddenly expanded, revealing the Creator's true body. Standing in the Tai Kai star area, she looked like a giant who was fiddling with the stars and holding the galaxy in her hand. When she revealed her true body, her soul consciousness became even more profound. She even visualized the stars and disturbed the Tai Kai star area. The 2 ancient gods sighed and urged the star area. Wherever the Tai Kai Tao passed, all the divine sense and divine abilities of godly King Lang Bao solidified, turning into a sky full of star sand that floated in the star area. Her attack method of the Tao of divine sense mainly relied on visualizing matter. However, the Tao of Tai Kai gave birth to all things and changed the structure of matter. Therefore, there was no room for her divine sense to be used. It was directly broken. The Tai Kai star field shrank, suppressing the female creator and shrinking her body. God King, sorry to offend you. Heavenly Lord Hao wants us to take you back. The two Tai Kai ancient gods waved their four arms like weaving cloth. They urged their magic power and entangled Lang tightly. The Tai Kai star field gradually turned into a Tai Kai sand table and bound Lang. The two ancient gods waved their hands, and the Tai Kai sand table flew up and fell to the back of their heads. At that moment, a golden ship crashed into it, and with a loud rumble, it shattered the Taiji sand table into pieces. Countless stardust flew into the sky. The two ancient gods were astonished, and they hurriedly executed their magic power to close the sand table. They cried out involuntarily, "Heavenly Venerate Mu." After the golden ship shattered the sand table, it flew out while carrying the Langzi. However, there was no trace of Qin Mu on the golden ship. The two ancient gods looked at each other and said, "If Heavenly Venerate Mu was on the ship, it would be difficult for us to deal with him. We promised him that we wouldn't be enemies with him, but since he's not on the ship, we can't be blamed." The Taiji sand table condensed once more and spread out with a whistle, turning into Taiji star field, making it difficult for the golden ship to move forward. The two ancient gods swam with their snake tails and chased after the golden ship. Suddenly, they saw a huge, round thing rolling down from the ship and smashing into Taiji star field. The round object was a huge egg of chaos origin. It was perfectly spherical, and all kinds of complicated Tao patterns appeared on the surface of the egg. With a hum, the Tao patterns appeared, and the stars that came from all directions were immediately sent flying. The golden ship received this opportunity and immediately carried Lang Bao out of the Taiji star area. The two ancient gods of Taiji angrily shouted. Just as they were about to chase after it, a heavy voice came from the round egg. "Fellow Taoists, Tai Shi is too polite." The two ancient gods of Taiyin and Taiyang hurriedly stopped, and Empress Taiyin probed, "Could it be that the one in the shell is Taoist brother Tai Shi?" The voice of Tai Shi came from the egg. "It is Tai Shi. Fellow Taoists, you were born early and I have yet to be born. Logically speaking, I should call you fellow Taoists. However, I was born earlier than you, so I am a bit more thick-skinned and call you fellow Taoists." Ancient God Taiyang said, "The 5 innate grandmasters are judged by birth, not by birth. Tai Yi is the earliest, Tai Chu is the second, Tai Shi is the third, and Tai Su is the fourth. We are the youngest of the 5 grandmasters, so we should naturally call you fellow Taoists. Why are you stopping us, fellow Taoists?" Tai Shi in the egg said, "I am trying to save you. I have been cultivating with Heavenly Venerate Mu, and my horizons have become wider and wider. Not only do I know about Mu Hao's battle, but I also know about the scheme of the prehistoric universe. It's one thing for you to help Absolute Beginning, but why are you willing to fall and help Celestial Master Hao? What good could Celestial Master Hao be? He colluded with the young masters of the prehistoric universe and planned to let them descend. When that time comes, all living beings will be enslaved. You guys won't be any better." Empress Tai Yin frowned and said, "Don't stop us, Taoist brother. We only want to achieve the Tao, not for anything else. If you stop us, you're stopping us from achieving the Tao. The hatred of stopping me from achieving the Tao is irreconcilable. Bullsh-t, Taoist brother Tai Yin, you are sticking out your buttocks and spouting nonsense." Tai Shi was so angry that he laughed. "We, the 5 grandmasters, were born in the universe, not to achieve the Tao, but to protect the growth of this universe. You should go to the Black Mountain Holy Land and take a look. Which of the mineral veins there aren't hidden prehistoric powerhouses who are preparing to smuggle in? When those guys descend, do you think you can be alone? Even if you achieve the Tao, they will dig you out from the great Luo heaven. Queen Tai Yin could not help but blush. She said coldly, Tai Shi, we respect that you were born early, so we call you Dao Brother. Otherwise, you should call us Dao Brother according to your early birth. Don't take advantage of your seniority. Are you going to give in or not? Tai Shi in the egg was furious. Dao friend Tai Yang, control your sister. Tai Shi was easily possessed by the fifth master of the innate realm. Tai Chu became the lackey of the prehistoric child, and Tai Su was killed by Heavenly Lord Hayashin. We are the only ones left in the fifth master. If you collude with Heavenly Lord Hayashin and Tai Chu again, I will be the only one left in the fifth master of the innate realm who is above board. Boom. The Queen of Grand Moon couldn't take it anymore. The Tai Jai galaxy turned into a galaxy and rolled up the egg and smashed it down heavily. You haven't even been born yet, and you're already here to teach us a lesson. Tai Shi was dizzy from the impact. All kinds of Tao patterns appeared on the egg and shook the surrounding river of stars loose. He said angrily, Tai Jai, I respect your great determination. I thought you were reasonable people who would rather break out of your shell and go through the mortal world to achieve the Tao. I didn't expect you to be so terrible. You can't even save your lives, let alone achieve the Tao. The Grand Moon Goddess said angrily, Brother, Tai Shi is an idiot. We can't explain ourselves to Heavenly Venerate Hayashin and Tao Brother Tai Chu if he blocks us here. Since he is so obsessed, the ancient god of sun hesitated and said politely, Tao Brother Tai Shi, the five taunts are united. You are our elder brother, but Tai Chu is also our elder brother. Please give way, Tao Brother. Tai Shi in the egg said angrily, if I don't give way, can you still cross over my corpse? Then we can only cross over your corpse. Ancient god Tai Shi and Empress Tai Yin joined hands. Their snake tails intertwined and they urged the Tai Kai sand table, causing the entire star area to boil. Tai Shi in the egg felt his hair stand on end. He quickly rushed out of the egg and said angrily, you even killed my elder brother. You are ruthless. Celestial Master Mu, you didn't tell me these two are ruthless. He screamed and suddenly felt a chill on his legs. His legs had passed through the eggshell and he was running with the divine egg. The attack from Goddess Tai Yin had cracked his eggshell. In his panic, his legs had kicked two big holes in his eggshell. I'm done for, Tai Shi was confused. While he was running, he saw the eggshells around him crack. Then the light from the Taiji star field shone in from the outside. Happy birthday, Boss Beiying. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1602, Chapter 1602. Chapter 1596 was as clear as the palm of his hand. Translator. 549,690,339 Tai. Shi's sobbing voice came from inside the egg. He continued to run with the eggshell while trying to repair it. However, the energy from the Taiji star area outside was getting more and more powerful, causing more and more cracks to appear on the egg. It was too late to repair it. My egg fluid is going to flow out, he cried. As the eggshell broke, the primordial fluid in the egg started to flow out through the cracks in his legs. Tai Shi wanted to cry, but he had no tears. He took a long breath and sucked up all the primordial fluid in the eggshell in one breath. I can't waste a single drop. With tears in his eyes, he licked the egg fluid at the corner of his mouth, grabbed a piece of the eggshell that had fallen off, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed it a few times and swallowed it with his head up. Celestial Master Mu, that bad egg, has been thinking about my eggshell for a long time. I can't leave a single piece for him. Crash, the eggshell shattered. Tai Shi hurriedly grabbed all the eggshells in his arms and kept stuffing them into his mouth. The two Tai Kai ancient gods rushed over aggressively. As soon as they caught up to him, they saw a fat man with green hair and green clothes. His hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. There was a circle of eggshells around his waist that had not fallen off. He was holding a pile of eggshells in his arms and munching on them. Because he had swallowed the essence liquid in the egg, The energy accumulated in the essence liquid could not be completely refined. It could only be stored in his body. Moreover, he had eaten so many eggshells that his body had become fat. Moreover, he was still getting fatter. At a speed visible to the naked eye, he had become round and round. However, from his appearance, if he could slim down a few times, he could be considered a handsome man. However, he could not bear to part with his Taishi essence liquid and Taishi eggshell. Even if he could not digest them, he had to eat them with all his might. Tai, she has followed Celestial Master Mu for too long. He has indeed gone mad. He even ate his own eggshell. Goddess Tai Yin sneered and attacked the fat man in the eggshell dress. I heard you say a lot of things just now, and I thought you were a hypocrite. I didn't expect you to be so wretched. Ancient God Tai Kai hesitated for a moment. If I do it, I can only do it to the end. Taoist brother Tai, she was so stubborn that he had no choice but to kill him. Back then, we brother and sister wanted to assist Celestial Master Mu, but he rejected us. He said that the two of us weren't good enough, and that we were more than capable of ruining the situation. Since there's no possibility of becoming fellow Taoists, we can only be opponents. He activated the Tai Kai sand table, and the two ancient god snake tails tangled together to push the Tai Kai sand table to its limit. The sand table formed a balance of yin and yang, like two thick snake tails entangling and twisting each other, crushing everything. The fatty holding the eggshell was flustered, and the eggshell in his arms flew up. He rummaged through the eggshells, then suddenly took out a bronze mirror and put it behind his head. Boom! The Taiji sand table submerged the fatty, and the two ancient gods could clearly see it. The bronze mirror behind Taishi's head emitted a hazy light, shining on his body. The power of the Tai Kai sand table actually whistled through his body, not harming him in the slightest. The two Tai Kai ancient gods were shocked. This is Taishi's companion treasure. Why is it so strange? The mirror wasn't made of bronze, but it was green in color. There seemed to be many strange patterns on the back of the mirror. When the mirror light shone on it, their divine abilities lost their power. Taishi hurriedly put away the other eggshells and held them in his arms. He was still trying his best to stuff them into his mouth. The two ancient gods of Taiji felt both angry and amused. They thought to themselves, who else can take your eggshells? They charged forward. All of a sudden, ancient god Taishi rolled around and charged at them. The two of them attacked at the same time. One was a pure yin divine ability, and the other was a pure yang divine ability. They blocked the fatty from both sides. However, Taishi passed through the two's techniques. How shocking was the power of their techniques. However, it was as if they didn't touch him at all. Boom, boom. Empress Yin's left face was punched while ancient god Tai Yang's right face was punched. The two were both shocked and angry. Taishi's two hands, one on the left and the other on the right, formed a pulling force that pulled the two together. The technique he used was a technique he had comprehended from the Tao of Tai Kai. Using our abilities to deal with us. The two ancient gods couldn't help becoming furious. You have only learned the basics, yet you dare to show off in front of us. You are underestimating us too much. Taishi suddenly changed his moves, and Yin-Yang Tai Kai transformed into the path of Tai Su, catching the two ancient gods off guard. He clasped his hands together, and chaos chi spread out, surrounding the two ancient gods and forming a huge flower bud. Tai Su suddenly opened the flower bud of chaos. This was Qin Mu's divine art, yet it was actually executed by this fatty without any hindrance. It was as if he had practiced it thousands of times. The two ancient gods shouted and executed Taiji sand table to destroy the chaos. The round young man then bowed and gave them a push. One chi primordial path traveling together. It was also Qin Mu's divine art. Boom! Sun and moon vomited blood and flew backward. The two ancient gods were almost separated, and they knew that something was wrong. They immediately entangled their tails in the process of flying backward to avoid being forced to separate. If they separated, they would be destroyed by Taishi one by one. They finally stabilized their bodies, and they saw Taishi rolling forward rapidly. He shouted loudly, "Do you think I've only eaten primordial liquid in the eggs all these years? To be honest, none of Celestial Master Mu's divine abilities can escape my perception. I will learn his abilities if I can, but I won't care if I can't." He's going to gnaw on Founding Emperor, Moon knowing Celestial Master, Langzi, and Void Celestial Master. All I need to do is to hug him and gnaw on him. The half-life mirror hung high in the sky behind them. The light from the mirror prevented any of their divine abilities from hitting the body of Taishi and passed through it. The two ancient gods were tied up. They were fighting while retreating. They hated Taishi's fighting style, but they couldn't do anything about it. Taishi was rolling around them. I was planning to gnaw on him until I reached the Tao realm. When I was born, I was an expert who reached the Tao realm, but you guys ruined my plan. Now that I'm born, how can I go back to his divine treasure and gnaw on him? I can't bring myself to do that. Taishi said angrily, "Let's deal with his companion treasure first. It's his mirror. As long as the mirror light shines on him, it can't attack him. We have to take down his treasure first before we can attack his real body." The two immediately worked together to activate the Taiji sand table. Their bodies rotated in the sand table and combined into a bull-headed earth count with a human body. Their three eyes spewed out intense Yaodu demonic fire as they punched at the bronze mirror. The Taishi had just been born, so he did not know what use his mirror had. All he could do was activate it and activate its power. Now that he saw ancient god Taiji transform into a earth count, he was somewhat flustered. The two ancient gods punched the green mirror. Their fists passed through the mirror as if they did not touch anything. Suddenly, the mirror rumbled and the mirror flipped over. A fist suffused the Tao of Yaodu. It crashed into the face of the earth count that the two ancient gods had transformed into. The earth count fell backward, and his corporeal body collapsed. Star sand scattered in all directions, and blood seeped out from the corners of the mouths of Grand Moon and Grand Sun. He revealed a puzzled expression. Taishi's courage instantly surged, and he executed all of Qin Mu's divine arts to perfection. His body was slippery, and he didn't hold back. The two ancient gods of Taiji dodged repeatedly, and the injuries on their bodies grew more and more. They cried out in their hearts, "This Taishi is a scoundrel fighting style, so how can there be such a scoundrel innate fifth supreme? He shouldn't be a scoundrel." The two couldn't bear it any longer. They looked at each other and suddenly let out a long cry in unison. They activated the Tao realm divine abilities of the Tai Kai Tao that they had comprehended. Immediately, the Tai Kai sand table transformed into the primal universe. It was like when heaven and earth were created. The primal universe had yet to be created, and the four extremities had yet to be established. It was a vast expanse. This scene was extremely terrifying. As many as 26 layers of the primal universe overlapped, forming 26 layers of Tai Kai patterns. The Tai Kai universe overlapped together. Taishi fell into the divine ability. Just as he was about to use the same trick again, he sensed danger and immediately changed his move. A roar came from his round body. The green destiny mirror behind his head spun and rose. When the mirror light shone, as many as 26 levels of the green destiny universe overlapped together. Both sides roared and collided. Lang-Er flew up from the crossing world's golden ship and immediately went to rescue Heavenly Venerate Moon. Heavenly Venerate Fire was about to kill Heavenly Venerate Moon when he suddenly felt muddle-headed. He knew that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. He spread his right hand and grabbed forward with force. Lang-Er almost fell into his palm. He hid in the void, and 5 flame-like hands pierced through the layers of void and grabbed around her, leaving burn marks in the void. Yue Tianzan took this opportunity to escape from Fire Tianzan. Lang-Er waved her hand, and the ribbon flew out. turning into a rainbow bridge that brought her over. Heavenly Venerate of Fire stopped. His gaze passed through the void and landed on the two of them. Heavenly Venerate of Moon recovered from his shock and asked in a low voice, "How did you escape?" "The golden boat of the sage infant saved me." Lang Bao looked at the golden boat and saw that the golden boat passed through Yaodu and crashed into Heavenly Venerate of Void, who was attacking Qin Fengking. Heavenly Venerate of Void raised his hand to block. He immediately felt that the golden boat was unstoppable and hurriedly dodged. The golden boat whizzed past, and a streak of golden light fell from the boat and swept up Qin Fengking. In the next moment, Qin Fengking landed on the bow of the ship. Heavenly Venerate Su attacked the ship, but the golden light blocked her attacks one after another. However, the golden light could not hold her back for long, and she was afraid that it would be broken by her. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Ling walked over. The golden light scattered down, and Heavenly Venerate Ling landed on the bow of the ship. Heavenly Venerate Su's heart jumped, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Even if she attacked the golden ship now, she was afraid that she would have to face the attacks of Heavenly Venerate Ling and Qin Fengking. "If that's the case, then I'll take Earth Count's body first. Divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal." She abandoned the golden ship, and her primordial spirit flew up, grabbing towards Earth Count's body. At the same time, in the depths of Yaodu, in the boundless darkness, a fire suddenly lit up, and the raging demonic fire spread rapidly, illuminating a divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, whose entire body was black. The divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal's forehead was blazing with flames, turning into two long horns that soared into the sky, pressing towards the golden ship. At this moment, the head of Tubo's body had already collapsed to his forehead. In the great hall between his brows, a divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, suddenly soared into the sky and flew out from the crack between Heavenly Venerate Void's primordial spirit fingers. Heavenly Venerate Royal, Heavenly Venerate Divine Weapon of Heavenly Venerate Zio. Heavenly Venerate Void was shocked and immediately recognized that divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, was Heavenly Venerate Divine Weapon of Heavenly Venerate Zio. Back when Heavenly Venerate Zio had been exiled by Heavenly Venerate Moon, Heavenly Venerate Royal's divine weapon had been tattered and taken away by Heavenly Venerate Yu. The divine weapon had originally been unusable, but Qin Mu had made a deal with Madame Yuan Mu and allowed her to repair it. This is bad. This divine weapon was taken by Heavenly Venerate Yu and used to deal with the ancestor god King. Heavenly Venerate Yu's corporeal body is weak, but the divine weapon's corporeal body is strong. This divine weapon is enough to make up for his weakness and give his strongest primordial spirit a place to use. Although Heavenly Venerate Void had guessed the purpose of Heavenly Venerate Nether taking this divine artifact, she had no intention of going to the ancestor god King's aid. She thought to herself, "The Earth Count's body is more important." Her primordial spirit grabbed at the Earth Count's head. Just as it touched it, the Earth Count's head suddenly collapsed, and pieces the size of the heavenly world fell off. Heavenly Venerate Void was stunned and revealed a look of disbelief. The body of the Earth Count was actually an empty shell. She looked down and saw that the enormous body of the Earth Count was empty inside. There was only a layer of shell. Where did the flesh and blood of the Earth Count go? She could not help but go crazy. Then she saw the countless flames of karma burning inside the body of the Earth Count and gathering into a huge golden ball of karmic fire. In the karmic fire, a figure was burning. She was slightly stunned and looked at the man in the fire of karma. It was Earth Count Ah Chu. Her gaze moved away and landed at Earth Count's feet. That was Jade Lock Pass. Ah Chu in Jade Lock Pass was the same person as the one in Earth Count's body. It was just that the space in Yaodu had been distorted by the great magic power, making it look like there were two of them. On the other side, Qin Mu had already arrived at Earth Count's feet and walked into Jade Lock Pass. In Jade Lock Pass, God Emperor Lang Xuan sat on a karmic fire merit monument. His hands were placed under his buttocks as he propped himself up. He shook his legs and watched him walk into the pass leisurely. Heavenly Venerate Mu, are you here to find Earth Count Ah Chu or to find the reincarnation of Heavenly Duke? God Emperor Lang Xuan smiled and said leisurely, "You're late. My brother Heavenly Venerate Hao had already predicted that you would come here, and had also predicted Earth Count's plan, Heavenly Duke's plan. He knows everything about you like the back of his hand. Night Cat has been urging me to ask for the monthly ticket for the past few days. I always forget that there are only 12 hours left for the double monthly ticket. I am crying for the monthly ticket. Brothers, don't stay. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Volume 17, Chapter 1603, Chapter 1603. Chapter 1597, Victory or Defeat was only an instant translator. 549,690,339 Qin Mu came to the forest of karmic fire tablets, and his gaze flickered. He asked in a deep voice, "Where is Earth Count Ah Chu?" Divine Emperor Lang Xuan was still sitting on the karmic fire tablets, swinging his legs. "You only ask Ah Chu and not the Heavenly Duke. Heavenly Venerable Mu, Earth Count Ah Chu has fallen into my hands, and the Heavenly Duke who has reincarnated has also fallen into my hands. If the Heavenly Duke hears your words, he will be sad." Qin Mu smiled slightly and asked, "Then, where is the Heavenly Duke?" Divine Emperor Lang Xuan waved his hand and suddenly saw a golden rope hanging down from the sky. The Heavenly Duke was tied behind his back and tied up with his legs, hanging in midair by the golden rope. Below was the karmic fire in the forest of steels. It burned continuously, just enough to reach the Heavenly Duke. Qin Mu raised his head to look. Even though the Heavenly Duke had been burned beyond recognition, he was still alive, so he continued to ask, "Then what about Earth Count Ah Chu?" Divine Emperor Lang Xuan clapped his hands again and another golden rope hung down from the sky. Earth Count Ah Chu was tied up in the same way as Heavenly Duke. Qin Mu couldn't help laughing. "Serves you right." Divine Emperor Lang Xuan asked curiously. Heavenly Venerate Mu doesn't seem to be worried about them at all. "Worried," Qin Mu said leisurely. "Back then, they took the initiative to seek death and sought death in every way possible. They never asked for my opinion, causing me to not only risk my life for them, but also my friend's life. If it was my life, it would be fine, but if I wanted my friends to risk their lives for those two old bastards, I wouldn't be happy. Does the Divine Emperor have a whip? Whip them a few times for me." Divine Emperor Lang Xuan stared at him and a divine whip slid out from his sleeve. Without turning his head back, it lashed out at the Heavenly Duke's body. "Well done," Qin Mu cheered. Divine Emperor Lang Xuan released his palm and the divine whip flew up automatically. It lashed out incessantly at the Heavenly Duke and Ah Chu who were hanging up. Qin Mu's 3 eyes lit up and he cheered again and again. He only felt a wave of joy in his heart. When Divine Emperor Lang Xuan saw that he didn't seem to be faking it, he asked doubtfully, "Heavenly Emperor Mu, you don't seem to feel sorry for them." "Feel sorry for them? Pui." Qin Mu said angrily, "These two old geezers are courting death. It's fine if they die, but after you resurrected, your abilities were about the same as before. However, after they resurrected, they were also captured by you in one move. They have truly disappointed me greatly." The Heavenly Duke felt ashamed. His current abilities were indeed far from the era of his previous life. As for Earth Count Ah Chu, his 3 souls had dispersed, so he hadn't been resurrected by Qin Mu. There was no consciousness in his body, so he didn't feel anything Qin Mu said. God Emperor Lang Xuan's gaze flickered and he smiled. "Why don't we kill them?" Qin Mu didn't mind, he waved his hand. "God Emperor, go ahead and kill them. I'm revered by ancient God as eternal great mage of 10,000 tribulations. If you kill them, I can also resurrect them. You just destroyed their corporeal bodies and their cultivation. We can just start from the beginning." God Emperor Lang Xuan raised his eyebrows. It seemed to be a little difficult to use such a method to force Qin Mu to submit. "Then I'll kill them." God Emperor Lang Xuan smiled. "I really want to test whether my absolute beginning divine art can break your myth of eternal disaster." "Oh." Qin Mu's right hand landed on the hilt of Calamity's sword, and he crouched down slightly. His body leaned forward slightly, and he said with a smile, "God Emperor can kill them, but the instant God Emperor kills them, God Emperor will also die." Divine Emperor Lang Xuan's swaying legs stopped trembling, and his body couldn't help tensing up as he stared at his every move. He smiled. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, are they the hostages I used to threaten you, or are they the hostages you used to threaten me? I feel like I'm being coerced by you now." Qin Mu's expression was calm. "Perhaps both are possible. Lang Xuan, with your intelligence, you should be able to guess that Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven sent you to stop me, to use you as an excuse to kill me. He's not killing me, but you. Because you are his brother, you are the most threatening to his throne." A heavenly court appeared behind Divine Emperor Lang Xuan's head, and Tao fruit floated on the hall of soaring heavens. He smiled. "Heavenly Venerate Mu wants to sow discord between us. Do you think you can kill me with your abilities? Not sow discord, but the truth." Qin Mu's Tao heart was empty. "Since you guys tried to refine me in the celestial heavens, I have 70 to 80% confidence in how to kill all of you," he said calmly. "Any Heavenly Venerate in the celestial heavens, other than Absolute Beginning and Heavenly Venerate Vast who had attained Tao, I have the confidence to kill anyone. Heavenly Venerate Gong died in my hands, so Divine Emperor should know this." Divine Emperor Lang Xuan narrowed his eyes and stared at him. "I only need one move to kill Heavenly Duke and Earth Count. I only need one move to kill you," Qin Mu said indifferently. "Furthermore, you can kill Heavenly Duke in one move, but if you want to kill Earth Count Ah Chu, one move is impossible." Earth Count had prepared for this day for countless years. Perhaps he had started planning from the day Earth Count Ah Chu attacked the Heaven Court. During these 800,000 years, he used the karmic fire to forge Earth Count Ah Chu's golden body, and it was indestructible. Not to mention you, even if your father, Absolute Beginning, came personally, he might not be able to destroy his karmic fire golden body in one move. Divine Emperor Langxuan's palms were full of sweat. He laughed. "You only need one move to kill me. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you are putting too much gold on your face." His heaven court rumbled. The 28 palaces guarded the heaven court, making his combat strength and aura stronger and stronger. The karmic fire virtue monument that he was sitting on couldn't withstand his pressure either. It shattered bit by bit, and the parts that were shattered directly turned into dust. They were even assimilated into the chi of Absolute Beginning. Wang Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure domain spread out, and the world tree behind him appeared. His aura also rose abruptly. God Emperor Lang Xuan executed the Tao fruit, and it spun in the sky above his heaven-soaring heaven's hall. His primordial spirit sat on the emperor's throne, and his voice was loud and clear. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you're too arrogant. After I obtained the Tao fruit, my cultivation improved in a straight line. My comprehension of the path of Absolute Beginning is far above yours, even above that of my father, Absolute Beginning. I've already cultivated to the 35th heavens of Absolute Beginning Tao realm." His aura trembled and crushed over. Just his aura alone caused the forest of karmic fire monuments around Qin Mu to collapse and disintegrate. At the same time, the divine whip that was whipping the Heavenly Duke suddenly coiled around the Heavenly Duke's throat and tightened it tightly. The Heavenly Duke didn't say a word, and his face turned red from being strangled. The divine whip was like a python, tightening tighter and tighter, strangling the Heavenly Duke's neck even thinner and thinner. Qin Mu ignored it, and the surrounding forest of monuments collapsed. leaving only the ground under his feet unmoving. Lang Chuan, back then, when you and I were exploring the dangers under the ancestral quartz jade lake, we met the owner of your Tao fruit. I admire your domineering spirit. Qin Mu said unhurriedly, you rejected the temptation of the owner of the Tao fruit and knocked him down into the destruction of the prehistoric universe. At that time, you were in high spirits. How high and mighty were you? Why did you lose that kind of spirit today and become Heavenly Venerate Hayashan's dog? And Heavenly Venerate Hayashan became the dog of the young master of the Miluo Palace. You are even worse than him. What is the reason that makes you so depressed? Heavenly Venerate Mu, you still can't become the 10th Heavenly Venerate. Lang Chuan tightened his whip. He sneered and said, if you become the 10th Heavenly Venerate, you can understand my choice. For us, the 10th Heavenly Venerate, there are no ideals, only interests. For my own benefits, I suppressed the master of the Tao fruit and forcefully swallowed his Tao fruit. I can also rely on Heavenly Venerate Vast for my own benefits. Similarly, Heavenly Venerate Vast will also rely on young master of Miluo Palace for his own benefits. Qin Mu's expression turned gloomy. I understand. Before he could finish his words, 49 heavenly Tao supreme treasures fell from his spirit embryo divine treasure domain. Along with them were the God execution stage of the ancestral court and the 2 God execution mysterious knives. The appearance of God execution mysterious knives caused the other 49 heavenly Tao supreme treasures to rumble and shake the heavenly Tao. God execution mysterious knives was the 50th heavenly Tao, heavenly fiend. When the mysterious knives appeared, they completed the 50th heavenly Tao. Heavenly Duke immediately sensed the 50 heavenly Tao supreme treasures and focused his mind. The 50 heavenly Tao supreme treasures immediately flew out from Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure and slashed at the golden rope above his head and the divine whip that was wrapped around his neck. The karmic fire virtue monument under divine emperor Lang Chuan's butt instantly collapsed. His feet landed on the ground, and his primordial spirit turned around to attack Heavenly Duke and Earth Count Ah Chu at the same time. This strike was majestic, unleashing the divine arts of Tao realm of path of absolute beginning to the extreme. At the same time, his great heavenly court spun with a whistle, and incomparably terrifying energy surged into his corporeal body. He mobilized all of his cultivation to attack Qin Mu. Not only did he want to kill Heavenly Duke and Ah Chu, he also wanted to kill Qin Mu. However, the instant he made his move, the spinning Tao fruit suddenly stopped. Divine Emperor Langshuan instantly felt that his comprehension of the path of absolute beginning had vanished without a trace. Only the divine origin finger that he had comprehended from the path of absolute beginning was still there. However, the path realm divine art of the path of absolute beginning executed by his primordial spirit, and the 35th heavenly Tao realm divine art executed by his corporeal body had lost all of their power. Divine origin finger was the first heaven of his Tao realm, and he had comprehended the great divine art of absolute beginning himself. After that, he hadn't comprehended the second heaven for a long time. That was until he and Qin Mu entered the fragment of great overarching heaven underground of Jade Lake and obtained the Tao fruit. After he obtained the Tao fruit, he comprehended absolute beginning Tao realm. It was as if he had God's help, and he comprehended layer after layer of Tao realm, pushing the path of absolute beginning to the 35th heaven of Tao realm. This degree far surpassed that of his father, absolute beginning, and his younger brother, heavenly venerate Hao. He could be said to be the number one in the world and was only one step away from absolute beginning becoming Tao. But now, everything was like a flower in a mirror, disappearing without a trace. He was about to change his move in his desperation when Qin Mu's calamity sword had already left its sheath and came to the heart of his brows. With a slight tremble, a sword light stabbed into his brain. The sword light split into 5 and turned into 5 red ropes. However, Calamity Sword's main body didn't pierce through his brain. Instead, it turned around and went straight through the south heaven gate of his heavenly court. Along the way, it destroyed all the buildings of the heavenly court and shook the heavenly river in the heavenly court until it turned into 2 huge waves. It split Jade Lake into 2 sides. This sword cut Jade Capital City in half, and in the next moment it came to the treasured hall of Ling Xiao. Inside the Ling Xiao Palace, Divine Emperor Langxuan's primordial spirit turned around. Divine Origin Finger. His finger met the sword light, and its power exploded. It was indeed worthy of being the #1 divine ability among the 10 heavenly venerates. Although it was simple, its power was terrifying. However, the sword light met the power of the Divine Origin Finger, and it broke through the power of this attack like a hot knife through butter. Kai Calamity's sword stabbed into the tip of his primordial spirit and shot out from the last part of his thumb, turning into a beam of light that pierced into the brain of his primordial spirit. Divine Emperor Lang Xuan's primordial spirit froze, and so did his corporeal body. At the same time, the Tao fruit smashed through Ling Xiao's treasure hall and landed in the brain of Divine Emperor Lang Xuan's primordial spirit with a bang. It spun rapidly, and Calamity's sword pierced through it. At the same time, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven appeared behind Qin Mu, and the 35 heavenly palaces behind his head turned into 10,000 heavenly wheels that crashed down, crushing Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure domain. They sucked Qin Mu and his spirit embryo divine treasure domain into the 10,000 heavenly wheels. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. Qin Mu's astonished voice came from the 10,000 heavenly wheels, and his body passed through them, wanting to break free. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you are still lacking in skill. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven pressed down his palm, forcefully suppressing him into the heavenly wheels. In front of the 10,000 heavenly wheels in Lang Xuan's heavenly court, the Tao fruit in Lang Xuan's primordial spirit spun crazily, completely wiping out Lang Xuan's consciousness and controlling his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit and heavenly court's heavenly palace whizzed down, preparing to possess Lang Xuan's corporeal body. Just as the Tao fruit controlled its Yuan Shen to enter Lang Xuan's divine emperor's body and enter his glabella, it suddenly saw 5 red ropes hidden in the middle of Lang Xuan's glabella. His Yuan Shen fell right into the red ropes. The red ropes quickly knotted and tied a knot around Lang Xuan's Yuan Shen and the Tao fruit. 7th Young Master. An angry roar came from the Tao fruit. Heavenly Duke broke free and grabbed the heavenly Tao soldier. He controlled the 50 heavenly Tao supreme treasures, and the power of the 50 heavenly Tao supreme treasures immediately boiled. A strike struck Lang Xuan's divine emperor's back, and Lang Xuan's body shattered. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1604, Chapter 1604. Chapter 1598 had no choice but to die translator. 549,690,339. The heavenly Duke's strength had yet to reach the level of a heavenly venerate. His dharmic powers were far weaker than in his previous life, but what made him stronger than the heavenly Duke in his previous life was that he had a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao, even deeper than his son, the ancestor God King. After getting rid of the heavenly Duke's physical body and the restraints of the heavenly Tao, he was able to comprehend the meaning of the heavenly Tao even more, and he was able to get closer to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly fate Tao weapon of the 50 heavenly Tao supreme treasures landed in his hands. The 49 supreme treasures, including the heavenly order, heavenly Qi, heavenly seal, heavenly Qin, and heavenly secrets, kept changing and advancing layer by layer, shattering divine Emperor Langxuan's physical body. When Langxuan's physical body was shattered, the heavenly court in the center of his brows suddenly expanded and expanded. 5 red ropes pierced through the heavenly court in all directions and passed through the Tao fruit. The heavenly duke held the heavenly axiom Tao weapon in his hand and charged forward. The 49 heavenly Tao treasures flew up and down, constantly combining together to kill. They destroyed the buildings in Langxuan's heavenly court and went straight for the Tao fruit. The Tao fruit was caught in the red knot. It did not dare to struggle and could only watch as he closed in. If the heavenly duke touched the red knot, his Tao fruit might not be able to survive. At this moment, heavenly venerate Hao appeared in front of the Tao fruit. He waved his hand and a sinkhole appeared. The Duke of Heaven fell into the sinkhole along with the treasure. The sinkhole shook violently. The 50 heavenly Tao treasures spun and charged out with the Duke of Heaven. The Duke of Heaven flew out of divine Emperor Langxuan's heavenly court and landed on the ground. His heavenly sword slashed at Earth Count Ah Chu. The golden rope that bound Earth Count Ah Chu fell off and he smashed into the forest of stone tablets. Not bad. Heavenly venerate Hao praised him. His eyes were like 2 invincible black holes. He gave off an extremely uneasy feeling. Heavenly Duke, after you were resurrected by Heavenly Venerate Mu, your abilities have become much more handsome than before. When you were still Heavenly Venerate Hong, although your dharmic powers were the best, your cultivation of Tao heart was too poor. After Heavenly Venerate Qin opened the Tao realm, Heavenly Venerate Hong fell behind and was schemed against by Heavenly Venerate Mu. Heavenly Duke, if you are willing to return to 10th Heavenly Venerate, I will welcome you. Heavenly Duke raised his heavenly principal Tao weapon, and heavenly Tao supreme treasures danced around him. He chuckled and said, Hong's death has nothing to do with Heavenly Venerate Mu. I brought it upon myself. Furthermore, the one who killed Hong wasn't Heavenly Venerate Mu, but the evil sun ancestor God King. Behind Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's head, 35 heavenly palaces formed 10,000 heavenly wheels. Qin Mu tried to break the formation and escape, but Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's 35 heavenly palaces kept on changing and blocking him. High Venerate Spirit Jade, now you know that cooperating with Heavenly Venerate Mu is asking for the skin of a tiger, right? Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven suddenly said, Heavenly Venerate Mu is unscrupulous. Even if you make an alliance of Tao fruits with him, he will still break it at any time. Heavenly Duke is also very clear on this point. Qin Mu no longer tried to escape. He laughed loudly. High Venerate Spirit Jade, have I broken the alliance of Tao fruits with you? When you and I established the Tao Fruit Alliance in the heavenly wheel of 10,000 Taos, we were talking about me helping you possess divine Emperor Langxuan. Just now, I did help you possess Langxuan, and I did not break my oath. See chapter 1558 for details. The thought of exalted spirit Jade in the Tao fruit spread out. He sneered. The 7th young master of the Myro Palace indeed lives up to his reputation. You did indeed help me possess Langxuan, but at the same time, you also left behind the strange seal in Langxuan's body. Not only that, you even took the opportunity to pierce through my Tao fruit in an attempt to kill me. Inside the 10,000 Paths heavenly wheel, Qin Mu's face was full of glory. That sword was an accident, and I didn't know that you were so anxious, which was why you missed. However, the red rope knot was something that I had been scheming for a long time. Your Excellency is a prehistoric Tao practitioner, so if I let you descend into this universe, there would be no way for anyone else to survive. Therefore, I had no choice but to kill you. However, what I didn't expect was that after you formed an alliance with me, you would actually form an alliance with Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. Your ability to be two-faced and three knives isn't bad either. Seventh young master, it wasn't me who found heavenly venerate vast heaven. It was heavenly venerate vast heaven who found me. Qin Mu was astonished. Brother vast heaven, it was you who found him. Heavenly venerate vast heaven had a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist Mu, if you could find him, why couldn't I find him? That day when you were suppressed by me in 10,000 paths heavenly wheel, you took the opportunity to observe the paths, skills, and divine arts of the few heavenly venerates. I was also taking the opportunity to observe their paths, skills, and divine arts. The smile on Qin Mu's face gradually faded away. Heavenly venerate vast heaven continued. The secrets in Lang Xuan Dao fruit couldn't be hidden from me either. When you communicated with Supremacy Ling Yu, you also didn't hide it from me. You can come to an agreement with High Venerate Spirit Jade, so I naturally can as well. Cooperating with me means cooperating with the third and fourth young masters of Miluo Palace. No matter what, it's much better than cooperating with a seventh young master of Miluo Palace who doesn't keep his word, right? Qin Mu's expression turned gloomy as he asked, "Then how did you get rid of founding emperor and come here?" Heavenly venerate vast heaven said leisurely, "Who said I got rid of founding emperor? Heavenly venerate Mu, for me to be able to live from Dragon Han until now, I have so many methods that you can't imagine. Third young master and fourth young master supporting me is also not something you can imagine. I have two sides. Founding emperor was hindered by my body that had attained Tao, while my body of returning ruins went to Yaodu to take charge of the overall situation. Since third young master and fourth young master are supporting me and have their power, why don't I use them?" he said indifferently. "You seem to have the upper hand in the battle of Yaodu, but in truth, everything is still under my control." Heavenly Duke picked up Earth Count Achu and retreated silently. He sensed that the situation wasn't good. The current situation had clearly exceeded Qin Mu's calculations, and Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse's trump card had also exceeded Qin Mu's calculations. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven turned a blind eye to him. He smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, you are indeed the most troublesome person I've met. Regardless of whether it's your strategy or your plan, you have astonished me. However, your time is too short. If I give you another 300 to 500 years, you can really turn the tables. It's just that you haven't succeeded yet. In the battle between us, you have always fallen behind by a line. This line is the difference between victory and defeat." He raised his hand, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire Hades city, spreading to every corner of the city. Su, Ling, Yu, Zhu, Huo, Yue, Lang, Tai Kai, Tai Shi, and the others who were fighting could clearly hear him. "Use it wisely. Since I have the support of the Miluo Palace, I must make good use of it. The Miluo Palace is my power. My power is so great that it has already made my father Tai Chu despair. He has no choice but to submit to me." Rumble Yaodu split open and a fragment of great overarching heaven flew out. It pressed down from the sky, and wherever it passed, cold and silent winds blew. It forced Su, Ling, Yu, Ancestor, Fire, Moon, Lang here, Tai Kai, Tai Shi, and the rest to avoid it. Suddenly, another fragment of great overarching heaven flew out toward Yaodu, followed by the third and fourth. The 16 great overarching heaven fragments were like transparent mirrors, and each of them had a huge hexagonal prism. Qin Mu looked into the distance and saw that the hexagonal prism had a strange Tao rhythm. His heart couldn't help jumping. Could the hexagonal prism in great overarching heaven have been sculpted from a Tao tree? Even though he was trapped in heavenly venerate clear heaven's 10,000 paths heavenly wheel, he could still use the vertical eye in the center of his brows to see everything in the outside world. The hexagonal prism in the fragments of Daluo heaven was carved with all kinds of strange patterns. The prism stood still in the cold wind. As the fragments of Daluo heaven rotated, a Dao fruit appeared at the top of each of the strange patterns on the prism. The Dao fruit cracked and blood flowed out of the Dao fruit like an earthworm flowing along the patterns. The patterns immediately seemed to come to life. They twisted and rotated, emitting dazzling Dao light. The Dao light passed through the refraction of the great overarching heaven fragment and shone in all directions. Countless strange Dao patterns instantly appeared in the void of Yaodu. It was as if gunpowder had been ignited and was running wildly in Yaodu. The people who were fighting felt a strange contract being connected to their physical bodies and primordial spirits. This is the blood sacrifice array that was imprinted in the ancestral court. This contract is the blood sacrifice contract. Heavenly Venerate Vast said, "The content of the contract is very simple. It is the exchange of flesh and blood between two universes. The living beings of the other universe will be exchanged for the living beings of this universe." This blood sacrifice contract was created by the fourth young master at the expense of 16 Tao practitioners from the past universe epochs. Therefore, there is no room for you to resist. You are also powerless to resist. As long as you die, the blood sacrifice contract will be activated. The Duke of Heaven carried Ugly and Earth Count on his back as fast as lightning, intending to escape from Yaodu. Hearing his words, he couldn't help but feel despair in his heart and stop in his tracks. Now, even if he carried Ugly and escaped from Yaodu, he would still carry this blood sacrifice contract. The Duke of Heaven put Ugly down and chuckled. "Old friend, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect your physical body. If I can survive, we'll meet again in the future." He raised his head and looked up in Yaodu. He saw what the Earth Count saw when he looked up in Yaodu. It was the myriad of lives in the universe. In each world, countless lives, their joys and sorrows, all of them were reflected in his eyes. In the past, the Duke of Heaven did not understand why the Earth Count did not want to achieve Tao and why he only wanted to become a human. Now he somewhat understood. If one had to give up the happiness of the world to become a Tao, then what was the point of becoming a Tao? It was better to be someone who had joy, anger, sorrow, joy, separation, and joy. Heavenly Duke spread his sleeves and grabbed the most precious treasure of Heavenly Tao, intending to return to save Qin Mu. At that moment, the sky of Yaodu split open, and a heavenly palace shone with intense divine light as it descended from the sky. It was the heavenly palace of the Creator. The heavenly palace of the Creator had no owner, and without Madame Yuan Mu's control, no one could use the divine weapon of creation in the heavenly palace of the Creator. Heavenly Venerate Hao smiled slightly, and the heavenly wheels behind his head spun. Goddess Tai Su's companion treasure flew out and landed in the heavenly palace of the Creator. The divine weapon of creation in the heavenly palace of the Creator was instantly activated. The path of creation was almost boiling in that heavenly palace. The divine weapon of creation that Heavenly Venerate Ling had created in the past revolved at an unimaginable speed, and rays of light shot out from the incomparably complicated divine weapon. In the spinning ring, a majestic body was gradually created. Suddenly, divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal took a huge step forward. Heavenly Duke sucked in a cold breath and couldn't be bothered to save Qin Mu. He immediately rushed in the direction of world-crossing golden ship. "Heavenly Grandmaster Ling, I'll deal with Heavenly Grandmaster Su," he shouted out loudly. "Divine weapon of creation was created by you. You deal with it." Heavenly Grandmaster Hao didn't mind and walked towards Father Creator's heavenly palace. Divine weapon of creation. It is fused with the Tao of Tai Su to grant all requests. Aunt Tai Su's companion treasure is no longer Heavenly Grandmaster Ling's divine weapon. Heavenly Duke thought that Heavenly Grandmaster Ling could destroy divine weapon of creation, but he was overestimating her. Qin Mu asked, "Heavenly Venerate Hayashin, Could it be that you plan to let Supremacy Ling Yu stay in the body of divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal? Heavenly Venerate Hayashin smiled. Heavenly Venerate Mu is indeed smart, but he's not smart enough. I killed Aunt Tai Su, which is the most crucial step for me to unify the world. After obtaining the Tao of Tai Su and the supreme treasure of Tai Su, I can control the divine weapon of creation. I can create as many divine weapons as I want. As for the materials needed to create the divine weapon, Earth Count's corporeal body is my material. The agreement that Supremacy Spirit Jade made with me is to bring him back to life. I'm not like you. I will keep my promise and let him use the divine weapon to resurrect himself. He brought Qin Mu and Supremacy Spirit Jade's Tao fruits to Creator's heavenly palace. These divine weapons are the capital to kill you, Yue, and the rest, he said. However, my goal isn't that simple. I still need to lure Heavenly Venerate Ling over and use the treasures of the fourth young master of Miluo Palace to kill her. Heavenly, Duke has already gone to replace her and let her come over. Qin Mu suddenly smiled. You said that you can resurrect High Venerate Spirit Jade, so can you undo the red knot I left behind? If you can't undo the red knot, High Venerate Spirit Jade can only die. Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven's pupils shrunk slightly, and his gaze fell on the red knot that pierced through Lang Chuan's primordial spirit and supreme spirit Jade's Tao fruit. I really can't undo it. After a moment, Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven said apologetically, Supreme Spirit Jade, I'm sorry, but I can't fulfill our agreement. You can only die. Happy birthday to Lifestyle and Begu. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1605 Chapter 1605 Chapter 1599 The Death of the Exalted One Translator 549,690,339 Does this mean that Heavenly Venerate Hayashin is not willing to fulfill his promise? In the Tao fruit, the consciousness of the exalted Lord Lingyu was transmitted over. He said coldly, You said it so well just now. So you and the seventh young master are birds of a feather. He. The servants of the third and fourth young masters are the same as them. This is the reason why I rejected the master of the Myro Palace when he invited me to join the Myro Palace. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven couldn't be bothered to say anything to him and directly covered the red rope knot with his palm. The red rope knot didn't have any power. In the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel, Qin Mu said lazily, Brother Vast Heaven wants to borrow my hand to kill someone. Have you asked me? Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven gave a light laugh, and his divine art of returning ruins burst forth, swallowing Supreme Emperor Ling Yu's Tao fruit along with Divine Emperor Lang Chuan's primordial spirit and the Heaven Court. After a moment, his expression turned solemn. The divine art of returning ruins dispersed, but Supreme Master Spirit Jade and Divine Emperor Lang Chuan's primordial spirit and the Heavenly Court were still there. Even Qin Mu's red knot hadn't been refined by his great abyss divine art of returning ruins. Supreme Master Spirit Jade said indifferently, I survived the great calamity of destruction, so what can you do? Can you compare to the great calamity of the universe? Heavenly Venerate Clear's expression was solemn. Supremacy Ling Yu had possessed Lang Chuan's primordial spirit, and the power in the Tao fruit was too strong, making him unable to even refine Lang Chuan's primordial spirit. Qin Mu's voice traveled over, and he said faintly, Supremacy Ling Yu, the reason why you aren't destroyed is because of my divine arts. If I hadn't suppressed that calamity-cleaving sword hidden in your Tao fruit, you would have already died. Supremacy Ling Yu snorted coldly. Seventh young master, do you think you can kill me? Qin Mu sneered. You are only left with a Tao fruit, how can I not kill you? Supremacy Ling Yu laughed loudly. I survived the great calamity of the universe destruction, so what ability do you have to kill me? Qin Mu laughed loudly. A mere Tao fruit, what right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? As the seventh young master of Miluo Palace, I have plenty of methods. In Myro Palace, only the master of Myro Palace can be considered to be on the surface. Other than him, they are all a bunch of trash. Supreme Heavenly Venerate Spirit Jade said furiously. What bullshit, young master? They are just a bunch of trash who only dare to rely on Myro Palace to transcend their tribulations. Those who are truly capable are all relying on their own abilities to transcend the tribulations. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven blinked and waited quietly, looking forward to them fighting to the death. The two of them found it hard to suppress their anger, and the more they talked, the harder it became to restrain themselves. Suddenly, Qin Mu smiled coldly. High Venerate Spirit Jade, I can undo the knot of the red rope or erase calamity-cleaving sword from the Tao fruit. Do you want to join hands with me? Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven laughed out loud. All right. Let's join hands then, High Venerate Spirit Jade said happily. The smile on Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's face instantly froze. Do you need me to swear an oath? Supremacy Ling Yu asked. No need. Qin Mu's voice came from the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel. If you are treacherous, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. All right, Supremacy Ling Yu said resolutely. When do we make our move? Heavenly Venerate Clear was on alert and immediately executed the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel. However, at this moment, Qin Mu suddenly raised his index finger and stabbed forward. Boom! The center of the 10,000 heavenly wheels exploded with a loud bang, and a beam of purple light rushed forward with overwhelming might. Wherever it passed, everything turned into dust. Primordial Chaos Finger. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven flipped his body and retreated, dodging the attack. However, Qin Mu's finger was no longer the primordial chaos finger of the past. It was just a simple finger in the past, and there were no changes to its power. And now, it was Heavenly Venerate Ling who had imparted his 40,000 years of comprehension to Qin Mu. Qin Mu had comprehended the countless changes of the Tao markings of Mycroft Palace, and not only was its power stronger, it was also unpredictable. When Heavenly Venerate Vast dodged, he saw the finger actually turn into a purple sword that slashed at his waist. He fell on his back, and the purple sword slashed past his upper body, cutting open his clothes before coming to a stop. Cold sweat broke out on Heavenly Venerate Vast's forehead. His feet moved, and he shot backward while sticking close to the ground. The purple sword slashed down from the center of his legs, and a purple light chased after his body. At that moment, a divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal was created, and Heavenly Venerate Vast immediately controlled it to charge toward 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel. In the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel, Qin Mu resisted the slaughter of the Heavenly Wheel and raised his cultivation to the limit. Under his magic power and divine arts, the 35 heavenly palaces of Heavenly Venerate Vast almost stopped operating. He squeezed out with all his might, but divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal had already rushed in front of him. Heavenly Venerate Royal, divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal roared, and his two hands slammed down on his head. Just as Heavenly Venerate Royal was about to smash his head to pieces, Supreme Master Spirit Jade controlled Divine Emperor Lang Xuan's primordial spirit and crashed into the body of the divine weapon Heavenly Venerate. The god tumbled and tumbled, finding it difficult to stabilize his body. Heavenly Venerate Royal had just gotten up when Supreme Ling Yu controlled Langxuan's primordial spirit to come in front of him again. The primordial spirit clasped its hands together and shot toward him. Heavenly Venerate Hao raised his hand to block, but it was too late. Langxuan's primordial spirit's hands drilled into the divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal's forehead. Inside the divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal's spiritual sense exploded and blocked Langxuan's primordial spirit. Heavenly Venerate Royal reached out his hands and grabbed Lang Xuan's legs, pulling them out forcefully. The Tao fruit in Lang Xuan's primordial spirit spun, and his spiritual sense exploded. Lang Xuan's spiritual sense was much stronger than Heavenly Lord Haitian's, and he could be said to be the strongest person below Lang Xuan. Lang Xuan was dead, but Supreme Lingyu possessed Lang Xuan, and his control over his spiritual sense was even greater than Lang Xuan's. In his previous life, he had once possessed Absolute Beginning, one of the 5 Grandmasters of the 16th universe, and he could easily control Lang Xuan's spiritual sense. After this spiritual sense attack, Heavenly Lord Haitian's spiritual sense inside the divine weapon, Heavenly Lord Royal's body was completely wiped out, and it was completely wiped out. Exalted Heavenly Venerate Spirit Jade immediately took over the corporeal body of divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal and let out a long sigh of relief. His heart was filled with boundless joy. He had finally passed through the great calamity of destruction and gained a firm foothold in the future universe. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's body flew up and down to avoid the power of Qin Mu's finger. All kinds of divine arts were unleashed continuously, weakening the power of one finger of primordial chaos layer by layer. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, he shouted out sternly. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, you let a prehistoric Tao practitioner descend into this universe alive to be punished by the heavens. Qin Mu laughed loudly and rushed out of the 10,000 heavenly wheels. Just as he broke free, the 10,000 heavenly wheels spun rapidly and whizzed past, landing behind Heavenly Venerate Haitian. Heavenly Venerate Haitian raised his hand and slapped forward heavily. Boom, boom, boom. Layers of 10,000 heavenly wheels of darkness spread out in layers. Qin Mu's Hong Meng finger arrived and pierced through the layers of heavenly wheels' divine arts. Even after passing through the 28 layers of heavenly wheels, the power was still not completely obliterated. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven roared, and his hands clenched into fists as he punched forward crazily. He didn't know how many fists he had punched out in an instant. By the time the power of Qin Mu's finger was completely obliterated, his hands were already dripping with blood and trembling in pain. Qin Mu raised his hand to summon Calamity's sword and stood not far away from him. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Spirit Jade, who was already familiar with divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal, also walked over. The heavenly wheel behind Heavenly Venerate Hao's head spun slowly. His eyes flashed. Supreme Lingyu, if I die, I will be devoured by the Hades blood sacrifice formation. The 3rd and 4th young masters of Mycroft Palace have already accumulated enough power. Although it is not enough to support their descent, it is not difficult for a Tao practitioner to descend. Supreme Lingyu stopped, and Heavenly Venerate Hao retreated step by step. He revealed a smile. Supreme Master Lingyu, you are the same type of person as our 10 heavenly venerates. You have great ambitions. You didn't seek refuge with Miluo Palace not because you don't trust the young masters of Miluo Palace, but because you don't want to be a servant. Your goal is to surpass the young masters of Miluo Palace and become the ruler of this universe, right? Qin Mu's heart trembled and he turned his head to look at Supreme Master Lingyu. Supreme Master, don't tell me you are also such a layman, Supremacy Lingyu sighed. I really want to deny it, but I just happen to be such a layman. What's the point of just living? As a Tao practitioner, I should have more pursuits to pass the time in the future and make life more interesting. Qin Mu said in disappointment, so you are also unreliable. Heavenly Venerate Clear stopped, and the sound of footsteps came from behind him. It was Heavenly Venerate Ling's footsteps. Heavenly Venerate Ling arrived at the heavenly palace of Father Creation. Supreme Lingyu's gaze landed on Heavenly Venerate Ling. He immediately realized that her cultivation level was not high, so he did not mind. He smiled and said, This body is not suitable for me. It can only be barely usable. However, it cannot guarantee that it will bring me into the ultimate void and place the Tao fruit in it. He looked around and looked at the hexagonal pillars in the fragments of the great firmament. The fourth young master of the Miluo Palace is really talented. He can actually design such an exquisite blood sacrifice method. I only need to make a few changes to make the blood sacrifice work for me. He opened his arms and laughed. As long as the absolute beginning physical body arrives, it can rule this universe forever. No one can match you. His gaze fell on heavenly venerate clear. You and your heavenly court forces will submit and live. Cold sweat broke out on heavenly venerate clear's forehead. He immediately sensed that he was being locked onto by Supreme Lingyu. It was the pure aura of the absolute beginning Tao. The absolute beginning Tao of the 36th level Tao realm was the Tao realm that even his father, absolute beginning, had dreamed of. This power was so strong that not only did it threaten his body, but even if his Tao-achieving body arrived, he would not be a match for Supreme Lingyu. Not only that, he also heard heavenly venerate Ling's footsteps approaching him. Supremacy, Lingyu turned his head to look at Qin Mu and smiled. Seventh young master of Miluo Palace. Seventh young master can be loyal to Miluo Palace master or to me. I'm not inferior to Miluo Palace master in any way. Qin Mu smiled. The previous fifth young master who spoke like that has already been beaten down to the fourth universe epic by Miluo Palace master. Supreme heavenly venerate spirit Jade didn't mind. Mediocre. The pressure on heavenly venerate vast heaven became greater and greater, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He suddenly shouted out and forcefully withstood the pressure from Supreme heavenly venerate spirit Jade before leaving. His body moved, and Supreme heavenly venerate spirit Jade struck out with his palm. Heavenly venerate vast heaven suddenly split apart the sky of Yaodu, and a great abyss of returning ruins appeared in front of him. He entered it in a flash. Supreme heavenly venerate spirit Jade's palm force followed closely behind and slammed into the great abyss. The void shook continuously and blood flowed out. Blood seeped out from the void, reaching 10,000 miles in length. It was as if Yaodu was bleeding. You escaped to the sinkhole below Yaodu. You have some ability to not die. Supreme Master Ling Yu's gaze landed on heavenly venerate Ling, who was walking over, and he smiled. Are you here to seek refuge with me? No. Qin Mu shook his head. Supreme Master Ling Yu, she's here to send you on your way. I told you before that you are a traitor and I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Do you still remember? High Priestess Ling Yu frowned, and Qin Mu's divine art suddenly burst forth. The moment he made his move, it was no easy divine art that attacked him. High Priestess Ling Yu raised her hand to block it, and absolute beginning divine art burst forth. A vast and mighty power attacked Qin Mu and said coldly, Seventh young master, you've disappointed me. His magic power overflowed into the sky and directly suppressed no easy divine art to the point that it couldn't unleash its power. This vast and mighty power could even crush Qin Mu into dust, making his no easy divine art completely ineffective. The power of the 36th heavenly Tao realm of the path of absolute beginning was terrifying and unimaginable. Qin Mu didn't dodge or dodge. He grabbed Great Change walking stick to block in front of him and waved his other hand as though he was playing a zither. Even though his 5 fingers touched the air, the sound of a zither could be heard. Heavenly venerate Moon's ultimate bearing void was pushed to the extreme by him. Boom! Supremacy Ling Yu's 36th heaven absolute beginning divine art came crashing over and destroyed Qin Mu's divine treasures. Only the world tree was left, and his corporeal body was almost completely destroyed. Only the palm that held Great Change walking stick was still there. Heavenly venerate Ling Yu's figure appeared in front of Supreme Master Ling Yu, and he pointed his finger at the heart of his brows. What are you doing? Supreme Master Ling Yu frowned and lowered his head to look at the woman. He suddenly seemed to have come to a realization, and he asked with a solemn expression, "What divine art is this?" Heavenly Venerate Ling said, "It's a divine art that cannot be easily comprehended from the Tao markings of the Miluo Palace Master." Ling Yu Shangzhen frowned. He turned around and took 2 steps. Suddenly, his knees gave way and his body fell down. His body collapsed and his Tao fruit disintegrated. "So I can't be compared to him," he said in a low voice. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1606 Chapter 1606. Zither music came from the past in Chapter 1600 Translator. 549,690,339. Who is this person? Heavenly Venerate Ling asked in bewilderment. Why would he attack you after attacking Heavenly Venerate Clear? High Venerate Spirit Jade, a person who achieved Tao in prehistoric times. Qin Mu tried to recover his corporeal body, but High Venerate Spirit Jade's path of absolute beginning still caused him great harm, making it difficult for his corporeal body to recover for a while. Supremacy Spirit Jade had possessed absolute beginning of the previous universe epoch, and comprehended the path of absolute beginning to the 36th heavens of Tao realm. Even though he didn't have the time to entrust his Tao fruit to the ultimate void of this universe. His abilities were also unusually powerful. Earlier, Qin Mu had tried to execute the divine art of no easy to make the matter flow back and revive Lang Chuan to fight with him for primordial spirit to disrupt his cultivation and abilities. However, no easy divine art didn't have the chance to be used in front of such a powerful existence. High Venerate Ling Yu could directly suppress the divine art of Heavenly Venerate Ling Yu. It could be seen just how profound his path and skills were. If Qin Mu hadn't used Heavenly Venerate Moon's ultimate void divine art to send Heavenly Venerate Ling to his side, no one would have been able to do anything to him. Heavenly Venerate Ling made an O sound and walked towards the divine weapon of creation. It was a little too difficult for her to figure out why High Venerate Ling Yu wanted to kill Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse and Qin Mu. Since she had already killed him, she might as well not think about the reason behind it. She was indeed incomparably smart, but she knew nothing about the ways of the world. The divine weapon of creation of Father Heavenly Palace was still operating on its own, while the other divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, was taking shape. The divine weapon of creation was activated by the companion treasure of Goddess Ether element. The Tao of Ether was always responsive to every request. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven killed Tai Su and seized his Tao skills and companion treasure. At that moment, the companion treasure controlled the divine weapon of creation, and Earth Count's corporeal body was sucked in endlessly, falling into the divine weapon of creation, divine weapon Royal Heavenly Venerate. As soon as this divine weapon Royal Heavenly Venerate was created, it immediately soared into the sky and flew toward Heavenly Venerate Void. Heavenly Venerate Ling chased after it, but she couldn't catch up. She had to stop. She came to the side of the divine weapon of creation. This divine weapon was a heavy weapon that she created. It was used to create Ju Wuchen. Later on, when the Heavenly Hand Heavenly Court was destroyed, the divine weapon of creation was taken away by the Heavenly Court. However, no one was able to understand the marvel of divine weapon of creation. It was only when Madame Yuan Mu had turned into Shikiluo and entered Father Heavenly Palace that the divine weapon of creation came into use to create the divine weapon for the Heavenly Court, Heavenly Venerate Royal. From Heavenly Venerate Ling creating the divine weapon of creation, to Shikiluo controlling the divine weapon of creation for hundreds of thousands of years. This divine weapon had always represented the supreme path of creation, and no one could solve it. Heavenly Venerate Ling looked up at the divine weapon of creation and was about to destroy it when Qin Mu's voice suddenly sounded out. "Ling, stop!" Heavenly Venerate Ling stopped and turned back to look. Qin Mu executed Overlord Body 3 elixir technique and used the paths, skills, and divine arts of innate fifth supreme to refine the remnant divine arts of supreme spirit jade to barely suppress his injuries. He said solemnly, "Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven told me earlier that the third and fourth young masters of Miluo Palace had given him a treasure that has the ability to kill you. If you get close to the divine weapon of creation, you might fall for it." Heavenly Venerate Ling sized up the divine weapon of creation and only saw Goddess Teisu's companion treasure. He didn't see any other treasures. Qin Mu leaned on Tei's walking stick and walked forward with difficulty. The vertical eye at the center of his brows opened and sized up the divine weapon of creation, trying to find the treasure that came from fourth young master. It's not easy for you to be proficient in quality. There's no one in the world who can kill you, but the path, skills, and divine arts of Miluo Palace are truly unfathomable. Perhaps fourth young master really has this ability. We must guard against it. The vertical eye in the heart of his brows could see through the chaos, but when his gaze swept past divine weapon of creation, he couldn't see where the treasure was. He couldn't help frowning. Divine weapon of creation was still creating divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal, and another divine weapon was about to take shape. Qin Mu gritted his teeth and executed Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to suppress his injuries. He walked around the incomparably huge divine weapon of creation. Maybe it's not a treasure, maybe it's just a divine art, or maybe it's a rune mark. Heavenly Venerate Vast is so confident, he must have something to rely on. He muttered whoosh, another divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, flew out from the divine weapon of creation. The giant soared into the sky and flew towards the ancestor god king. Heavenly Venerate Ling couldn't stop him in time and could only watch him fly away. Now, the situation had been reversed. After Heavenly Venerate Fire obtained the divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Moon and Lang Bao found it difficult to suppress him. They were in danger. Heavenly Duke and Qin Fengking were standing on the golden ship. Heavenly Venerate Royal, the divine weapon controlled by Heavenly Venerate Void, attacked the golden ship. They were in danger. Heavenly Venerate U's primordial spirit took over another divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal. He was only able to tie with the ancestral god king, who controlled Heavenly Duke's body. Now that the ancestor god king had obtained another divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, the balance of the situation was crushed. Heavenly Venerate Royal, who flew out of the creation divine weapon, was different from the previous divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal. These new divine weapons were refined from the creation divine weapon controlled by the Tao of Teisu. Heavenly Venerate Royal had one or more heavenly palaces in his body. It was just enough to complete the missing heavenly palaces of Heavenly Venerate Fire, Heavenly Venerate Void, and the ancestor god king, and merge them into a complete heavenly court. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven had refined Goddess Taisu and obtained the Tao of Taisu, so the impact on the battle was truly immeasurable. Cold sweat rolled down Qin Mu's forehead, and Earth Count's corporeal body continued to decompose into torrents. One of them surged toward Qin Fengking, one toward Heavenly Venerate Void, and the other toward the divine weapon of creation in Creator's heavenly palace. Heavenly Venerate Royal continued to create the divine weapon. The other divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, was still taking shape. What will the fourth young master of Miluo Palace give Heavenly Venerate Vast? Where will he hide it? He was getting more and more anxious when Heavenly Venerate Ling suddenly said, "Mu, there's no need to look for it. If this drags on, Yuer will die. Give me some more time. Qin Mu's voice was hoarse as he mobilized all his strength to gather in the vertical eye in the heart of his brows to look at the divine weapon of creation. Finally, he saw a thread hidden in divine weapon of creation. It was an incomparably slender string. One end of the string was connected to divine weapon of creation, but he didn't know where the other end was. The string was hidden in the void, but when Qin Mu's gaze followed the string, he didn't find its end point. The zither string stretched out endlessly, passing through Yaodu and coming to the ancestral court. When he followed the string, he could only see chaos. This string is connected to the prehistoric universe, so it should be held in the hands of fourth young master. He was in Jade, capital city of the previous universe epoch, and his fingers were pulling this string. Qin Mu's eyeballs spun around as he thought of a countermeasure. As long as Heavenly Venerate Ling touched the divine weapon of creation, fourth young master would release the zither string, and his divine arts would burst forth. He remembered the situation when he had met fourth young master twice. During those 2 times, fourth young master had sat under the Tao tree and played the zither, playing a tune that he couldn't complete no matter how hard he tried. This thin string should have come from that zither of his. Qin Mu clenched his fists and recalled the zither music he had heard. If I block it, I definitely won't be able to block fourth young master's divine art. If his divine art comes, Heavenly Venerate Ling will die without a doubt. He had immersed himself in the paths, skills, and divine arts of the master of Mycroft Palace for too long, so there was no chance for Heavenly Venerate Ling to survive. Thus, only I could play that tune and let him hear the zither music. He misses his dead wife and listens to the tune, so there's a chance for him to take advantage of it. Qin Mu clenched his fists and stretched out his 10 fingers. He clenched his fists again, and his 10 fingers stretched out once more. He was incomparably nervous. He had never seen the music score before, but he had heard fourth young master play it twice. However, the tune was simply too difficult to play. Heavenly Venerate Ling turned back and saw Heavenly Venerate Yue and Lang Bao separated by divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal and Heavenly Venerate Fire. The 2 of them were struggling against Heavenly Venerate Fire, but they couldn't block Heavenly Venerate Fire's divine arts at all. I can't wait any longer. Heavenly Venerate Ling took a step forward. If this drags on, Yue will die in Heavenly Venerate Fire's hands. She pointed at divine weapon of creation, wanting to destroy the treasure she had refined back then. Qin Mu gritted his teeth and clasped his fingers together, separating them to the sides. 49 zither strings spread out and connected with the string that was connected to divine weapon of creation. Qin Mu sat in the air and arms drilled out from under his armpits. His 6 arms and 30 fingers danced on the 50 strings, playing the tune he had heard before. As the zither strings vibrated, Heavenly Venerate Ling's fingers tapped on the divine weapon of creation. The music sounded out. The music sounded out in Yaodu at the same time, and Heavenly Venerate, who was fighting, could clearly hear the beautiful and enchanting tune. At that moment, the melodious zither melody also came from the ancestral court. The 2 great all-heaven clashed, but it could not hide the beautiful melody. The battle between the founding emperor and Heavenly Venerate Vast was intense. The founding emperor used his left hand to form a sword finger, and the sword Tao Great All-Heaven Middle Tao flower bloomed and spun. At that moment, the sword Tao spread out, covering the starlight. He heard the melody of the zither and was slightly stunned. This sword did not stab at Heavenly Venerate Vast. Instead, it split the ancestral court open, revealing Hades, and entered Hades in a flash. Heavenly Venerate Hao chased after him. The 2 of them collided in the darkness of Yaodu and then separated. The 2 great overarching heavens world and the Tao tree swayed. Countless spells and divine abilities collided and shook Yaodu. The founding emperor was in front and headed straight for Father creating Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Venerate Hao followed closely behind. In the ancestral court of Yujing City, chaos was boundless. Above the torrential river of chaos, a zither string passed through the catastrophe of destruction and entered the 16th epoch. In the great apocalypse, a Tao tree hung 7 Tao fruits which rippled in the river of chaos, protecting a pure land. The 4th young master sat under the tree with a zither on his knee. This zither was different from the others with 50 strings. He was originally in the 10th epoch, but now he was in the 16th epoch. His little finger hooked one of the strings and pulled it open. At this moment, the strings vibrated, and a familiar melody came from it. The 4th young master was stunned as he listened to the melody. His eyes were filled with longing. He couldn't help but close his eyes and listen to the melody that made him yearn for it. 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of his eyes. It was as if he had returned to the days when he was with his beloved wife. The melody coming from the strings made him intoxicated. The longing in his Tao heart grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the melody of the zither changed. 7th brother, you are amazing. You almost succeeded. 4th young master suddenly opened his eyes and woke up from his intoxication. He let go of his pinky. In Father Creation Heavenly Palace, with Heavenly Venerate Ling's finger pointing out, the divine weapon of creation suddenly distorted and collapsed inward. In the blink of an eye, it was distorted by his own power into a huge golden ball and was completely destroyed. At the same time, Qin Mu's melody went wrong. Even though it was just a small mistake, it made his hair stand on end. Without any explanation, he rose into the air and pounced toward Heavenly Venerate Ling. Before Heavenly Venerate Ling could regain her senses, she was already in his arms. Qin Mu carried her and rushed out frantically. The zither strings that were wrapped around divine weapon of creation trembled, and the supreme power from the previous universe erupted to catch up to them. That power made people despair and made them unable to resist. At that moment, founding Emperor and great overarching heaven of Sword Path descended and blocked between them and the supreme divine art. Sword Path burst forth with the most dazzling light. Qin Yi. Qin Mu's eyes were on the verge of splitting open as he threw Heavenly Venerate Ling at founding Emperor. All his magic power transformed into a divine art that wasn't easy to use and surged toward founding Emperor. 4th young master's divine art was to completely destroy Heavenly Venerate Ling. It wasn't easy for Heavenly Venerate Ling to cultivate quality, so it was almost impossible for her to be destroyed. This also meant that the power of 4th young master's strike was so strong. It could even easily kill Tao practitioners. Founding Emperor seemed to have heard his voice, so he turned his head around and smiled at him. Behind him, Sword Path Great Overarching Heaven was shattered into dust by 4th young master's divine art. We'll meet again in Hall of Chaos. Founding Emperor smiled. Qin Mu's divine art of not easy was pushed forward, but before it could reach his side, founding Emperor was completely annihilated by the terrifying divine art. Qin Mu's body stiffened and he saw a Tao flower floating around. It spun and flew past his ear, toward the golden ship that was in the distance. On the golden ship, a hazy shadow raised his hand to pinch the withered Tao flower. In the Tao flower, Sword Path was crumbling, but it stopped the moment it fell into his hand. The figure pinched the Tao flower and sighed faintly. He turned around and walked into the ship. His figure gradually turned from illusory to real, with a sword at his waist, and his figure was aloof and aloof. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1607, Chapter 1607, Chapter 1601, Tao Heart That Had Been Torn Apart Translator. 549,690,339 Qin Mu's mind was muddle-headed, and all he could think about was founding Emperor going to his death. He could hardly gather his spirit, and he could hardly mobilize his scattered vital qi. It was hard for him to focus his gaze, and he had no focus. It was as if lightning had gathered his Tao heart, and all his strength had been sucked out in an instant. He raised his hand to grab forward, but he couldn't catch anything. Sword Path, Great Overarching Heaven, Tao Tree, and Founding Emperor were all turned into nothingness. The strike of the fourth young master of Mycroft Palace wasn't aimed at Founding Emperor, but at Heavenly Venerate Ling, who was the hardest to kill. Founding Emperor had died for Heavenly Venerate Ling, so if he could kill Heavenly Venerate Ling, there was naturally no chance of Founding Emperor surviving. But Qin Mu suddenly felt a pain as if his heart was being torn apart. But why Founding Emperor? Founding Emperor should have been in the ancestral court to block Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's body that had attained Tao. So why would he suddenly appear here to block the death tribulation for Heavenly Venerate Ling? Qin Yi, the first page of the Qin clan's genealogy, was this name, and Qin Mu couldn't forget it. When he flipped open the Qin clan's genealogy when he was young, he was very proud that his name could be listed on the genealogy. He was filled with reverence for Founding Emperor Qin Yi, and felt that he was an incomparably majestic and incomparably tenacious existence. Later on, he knew what Carefree Village was, and the Founding Emperor Qin Yi in his heart collapsed on its own. In his heart, Qin Yi had become a mercenary, a muddle-headed monarch, and a scum who had single-handedly destroyed Founding Emperor era. He was a scum who had abandoned the people as if they were his shoes. Later on, he met Qin Yi when he was young in the early years of Dragon Han. They had a fight, but Qin Mu also met a Qin Yi that didn't match his guess. Qin Yi was steady and shrewd. He didn't show his face, and he had an imposing manner. It was as if no setback or blow would be able to knock him down. However, Qin Mu's heart was still filled with prejudice against him. He felt that he was still responsible for the sufferings of the future generations. He felt that he had changed his original heart over the long period of time, becoming a foolish king who only knew how to enjoy himself in Carefree Village. Later, Qin Mu finally found Carefree Village and entered it. What he saw was the depressed wills of the older generation, while the younger generation indulged in debauchery. Only Qin Yi still maintained his Tao heart, and was like the sea-pacifying divine needle of Carefree Village. However, even he was unable to change the current situation of Carefree Village. That was until Qin Mu arrived. Qin Mu had already complained about him, and Qin Yi wanted to use this battle with him to reignite the fighting spirit of Carefree Village. During their battle in Carefree Village, the two people with different personalities saw their own shadows in each other. After that battle, Qin Mu was removed from the Qin clan's genealogy and became the Heavenly Venerate Mu that Founding Emperor had mentioned. After that, they had met many times and would occasionally fight, but Qin Mu had long since lost his resentment toward him. In fact, in Qin Mu's heart, he still treated himself as a member of Qin family and the descendant of Qin Yi. However, he had to protect eternal peace. Eternal Peace's Heavenly Venerate Mu couldn't be the descendant of Founding Emperor. Eternal Peace had to draw a clear line with Carefree Village, or else it would be extremely disadvantageous to Eternal Peace's development. This involved not only the struggle for power, the struggle for the livelihood of the people, the support of the people, and the attitude of the heavenly court. If Eternal Peace could be preserved, it had to not be related to Carefree Village. Founding Emperor and Qin Mu maintained their relationship like fellow Taoists. There was no difference in seniority, no kinship. However, at that moment, Qin Mu could still feel the sentimental feeling in his Tao heart, the pain of his loved ones being torn apart when they passed away. "Why did you suddenly appear?" Heavenly Venerate Clear's figure suddenly appeared in his sight. Qin Mu turned around and moved the space with his 5 fingers as if he was plucking a zither string that had no traces in the air. The zither music sounded out, and Heavenly Venerate Clear's figure disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Heavenly Venerate Clear. Heavenly Venerate Vast was astonished, and he hurriedly retreated. Qin Mu turned around and rushed toward the golden ship without any expression. On the deck of the golden ship, Heavenly Venerate Void controlled the divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal, and 36 heavenly palaces appeared behind his head, forming a complete heavenly court. The power of the heavenly court was too strong, and it suppressed the divine weapon so that it couldn't last for too long. However, it was enough for Heavenly Venerate Void. In this short period of time, she could kill Qin Fengking and the Heavenly Duke who had reincarnated, and take control of Yaodu. At this moment, Qin Fengking's magic power had increased in a straight line, and she could be considered a little heavenly master. Her magic power was almost equivalent to a heavenly master who had cultivated 18 heavenly palaces and was in the throne realm. However, Qin Fengking was too immature. Whether it was her combat methods or battle experience, she was much inferior to her. The only threat to her was Heavenly Duke. However, the threat of Heavenly Duke came from the power of 50 Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasures. So if she wanted to fight against the divine weapon Celestial Venerable Royal of the perfect heavenly heavens, she would be slightly inferior. Just as Celestial Venerable Su was about to kill the two of them, the golden ship suddenly changed direction and gradually accelerated. Celestial Venerable Su looked over in a hurry and saw the golden ship sailing toward Qin Mu. At the same time, Qin Mu was also rushing toward the golden ship. Heavenly Venerate Void didn't think twice and immediately jumped up from the golden ship. The light from the golden ship scattered down in an attempt to keep her on the ship. Divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal punched out and broke the golden light. Heavenly Venerate Void stood on Heavenly Venerate Royal's shoulder and took the opportunity to escape. Qin Mu landed on the golden ship, and his empty gaze moved away from Heavenly Venerate Void's face. A trace of fear couldn't help appearing in Heavenly Venerate Void's heart, and he didn't dare to go forward. Suddenly, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven appeared beside her and stretched out his hand to pull her away. Heavenly Venerate Ling's figure appeared and pointed at the air. Qin Mu's gaze landed on Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven before moving away. The golden ship turned around and rushed toward Heavenly Venerate Fire. Over there, Heavenly Venerate Fire had killed Langzu and Heavenly Venerate Moon at the same time. The golden ship flew over, and Heavenly Venerate Fire hurriedly dodged and flew toward Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven who had rushed over. The three of them stood side by side and watched as Qin Mu brought Heavenly Venerate Moon and Lang Bao onto the golden ship. Heavenly Venerate Fire raised his eyebrows and was about to stop the golden ship when Heavenly Venerate Clear raised his hand. A cornered beast is still fighting. If we push him too hard now, we will only let him fight to the death. Our goal has already been achieved. Let them go. Heavenly Venerate Fire was slightly stunned and didn't understand what he meant. Heavenly Venerate Vast smiled and said, "My original intention was to get rid of Heavenly Venerate Ling, but I did not expect to fall into the wrong side. Qin Yi is dead." Heavenly Venerate Fire's body shook as he bowed and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty." Heavenly Venerate Vast laughed and flew towards the Ancestor God King. Heavenly Venerate Void and Heavenly Venerate Fire quickly followed him. The golden ship was still accelerating as it rushed towards the Ancestor God King. Heavenly Venerate Vast immediately sent out his spiritual sense to inform the Ancestor God King to dodge. The Ancestor God King was about to kill Heavenly Venerate You, but he quickly dodged when he heard that. Then, he saw Heavenly Venerate Ling appear where he was standing just now. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly came to Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's side and whispered, "Brother Vast Heaven, Your Majesty, what happened? Qin Yi is dead." Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven laughed loudly and looked around. He was full of ambition. Qin Yi is my greatest enemy. With him dead, the situation is set. The shepherd no longer had any desire to fight. He was the backbone of the rebels. He knew that after Qin Yi's death, he would definitely lose this battle, so he tried his best to protect the others. He has already lost his desire to advance. This battle, Yaodu, has fallen into my hands. No one in the world can shake the foundation of the heavenly court. The ancestor god king was shocked. He knelt down on one knee, cupped his fists, and raised his head high. Pacifying Yaodu will be a great day for His Majesty to ascend the throne. I am willing to submit a memorial to the retired emperor. Please abdicate the throne. Fire Heavenly Venerate quickly bowed as well. Your Majesty is magnificent and brilliant. After 1,000,000 years of turmoil, you have returned peace and prosperity to the world. Such a feat has never been seen before in the history of the universe. Your Majesty's ascension to the throne will be in accordance with the heavens. I am willing to submit a memorial. Void Heavenly Venerate hesitated for a moment, then bowed as well and said, Your Majesty's ascension to the throne will definitely bring the retired emperor great joy. He will take the initiative to abdicate. When the two ancient gods of Taiji saw the golden ship flying over, they immediately abandoned Grand Supreme Beginning and came to the side of Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and the rest. When they saw the three Heavenly Venerates bowing down, they couldn't help looking at each other. They bowed together and said, We and Taoist Brother Absolute Beginning are the fifth Supreme and are willing to act as lobbyists. Taoist Brother Absolute Beginning is sensible and will definitely be happy to submit. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven laughed loudly and looked at Qin Mu on the golden ship. He said leisurely, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, do you see this surging trend? And the trend of the world today belongs to me. If you guys resist, it will only be in vain. It will instead implicate the human race and the life after birth. There's no complete egg under the overturning nest. Do you want all the lives in the world to be buried in your hands? Qin Mu stood at the bow of the ship in a daze and opposed him from afar. Yaodu has already fallen into my hands. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven spread out his 5 fingers and clenched them tightly. He smiled and said, Supreme Emperor has given his head, Absolute Beginning has surrendered, and Founding Emperor has fallen. All of you no longer have any chance of winning. There was an uproar on the golden ship. Heavenly Duke hurriedly said, Heavenly Venerate Mu, Founding Emperor really. Blood dripped from the corner of Heavenly Venerate Yu's mouth, and his face was pale. The godly King Langshan fell silent, and Heavenly Venerate Moon looked at Heavenly Venerate Ling. Heavenly Venerate Ling nodded lightly. Qin Fengqing sat on the ground in a daze as if she had lost all her strength. She suddenly raised her head and said in a wooden voice, Brother, I want to go home. Send me back, I miss my mother. Qin Mu didn't move at all. He loosened his grip on the hilt of Calamity's sword and tightened it again, but loosened it again. Heavenly Venerate Mu, could it be that you still think you can turn the tables? Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven smiled. You know better than me what's in the returning ruins. When my mother returns, all of you will have no chance of survival. If you gain the Tao, you will have many helpers, but if you lose the Tao, you will have few helpers. If you continue to fight, all of you will be buried here. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you are a person who understands the situation. If you die in Yaodu, the consequence will be for the prehistoric Tao practitioners to descend. You probably don't want to see this either, right? Don't worry, as long as you surrender, I won't let those who achieved Tao in the prehistoric era descend. He smiled. I'll take you in. As long as you surrender, I'll make you 10 heavenly venerates. Not only can eternal peace survive, I won't touch Carefree Village either. But if you dare to say no, eternal peace and Carefree Village will be reduced to ashes. Heavenly Venerate Fire raised his eyebrows. Your Majesty, they are traitors, how can I take them in? Heavenly Venerate Hayashin laughed and said, Minister of Fire, am I the kind of emperor who does not have a magnanimity? Fire Heavenly Venerate did not dare to say anything more. Suddenly, the golden ship sailed away and disappeared into the darkness. Fire Heavenly Venerate saw this and heaved a sigh of relief. Heavenly Venerate Hayashin smiled and said, "He will go to the heavenly court. He is a sensible person." He raised his head and let out a long sigh of relief. He slowly opened his arms. "This world is finally mine alone." The golden boat moved faster and faster as it passed through the gloomy Yaudu. The physical body of the Earth Count was constantly disintegrating, and the space of Yaudu was also disintegrating. "The place where I stand is Yaudu." The physical body of the Earth Count was split into pieces of huge land and floated in Yaudu. Yaudu was also divided into pieces and was no longer a whole. Some of the fragments of Yaudu overlapped with the heavens, some overlapped with the origin world, and some connected to the ancestral court. Everyone stood at the bow of the ship and didn't say a word. This battle had been completely defeated with the death of founding emperor, so there was no hope of turning the tables. Suddenly, Heavenly Duke saw Earth Count Achu's body floating on a continent. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and scooped him onto the ship. He wanted Qin Mu to summon Earth Count's soul, but he opened his mouth and didn't say anything. Earth Count's decision had led to founding emperor's death and the great defeat this time. To ask Qin Mu to resurrect Earth Count made the ancient gods seem too selfish. "I'll resurrect Earth Count." Qin Mu's eyeballs moved, and he suddenly said, "However, Heavenly Venerate Yun is still in ultimate void and fighting against absolute beginning. We should make a trip there first. I need to be quiet. He sat down powerlessly and suddenly felt the world spinning as he collapsed on his back. "Let him rest for a while." Heavenly Venerate Yue said in a low voice, "I'll send Heavenly Venerate Ling to the ultimate void. Scaring away absolute beginning shouldn't be a difficult matter." Heavenly Venerate Ling nodded her head lightly. Qin Mu heard her words and slowly closed his eyes. Everything before his eyes was pitch black, and two streams of tears flowed down the corners of his eyes to his ears, soaking the hair behind his ears. Was there no hope? Yes, there was already no hope. He thought to himself in his heart. Heavenly Venerate Yue brought everyone away. She knew that Qin Mu didn't want people to see his weak side, and they didn't want to see Heavenly Venerate Mu's weak side either. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1608 Chapter 1608 Chapter 1602 Dark Night Without Light Translator 549,690,339 The golden boat sailed out of Yaudu and arrived at the ancestral court. Heavenly Venerate Yue brought Heavenly Venerate Ling to the place where the divine sense of Great All-Heaven collided with the divine sense of Great All-Heaven. She used her supernatural power to send Heavenly Venerate Ling to the divine sense of Great All-Heaven and scared away absolute beginning. Heavenly Venerate Ling did not say much to Heavenly Venerate Yun. He only told him about the fall of founding emperor. Heavenly Venerate Yun was silent for a moment. "When you go back, tell Heavenly Venerate Mu. In the long years from Dragon Han until now, we have experienced even darker tribulations. We have already walked over and walked out. He will also walk out." He thought about it and wanted to say something more, but he didn't know what to say. Heavenly Venerate Yue brought Heavenly Venerate Ling back and saw Qin Mu still lying there. It was unknown whether he was sleeping or didn't want to wake up. "Where should we go?" Heavenly Duke asked in a daze. "To eternal peace," Heavenly Venerate Yu said. Qin Fengqing hugged her knees and hid in the corner of the golden ship. She said in a low voice, "I want to go home. I want to go back to Carefree Village. Founding Emperor should still be there." The golden ship came to eternal peace. Emperor Yangxiu Ling Yuxiu came when she heard the news. She came to the ship and saw Heavenly Venerate Yue, Heavenly Venerate Ling, and the rest had already avoided her. Qin Mu got up at some point and sat on the edge of the golden ship in a daze. Ling Yuxiu came to his side and climbed onto the edge of the ship to sit with him. She turned her head to look, and there were already some white hair on Qin Mu's temples which were soaked in tears. He was no longer a youth but had the calmness and maturity of a middle-aged youth. The cowherd by Surging River had grown up and his heart was somewhat haggard. "Let's get married." Qin Mu lowered his head and looked down. Below him was Eternal Peace's lower capital, shrouded by the origin wood and shrouded in clouds. He said with a calm expression, "Let's get married. I don't want to be Eternal Peace's imperial preceptor anymore. Do you still plan to continue being the emperor?" Ling Yuxiu leaned on his shoulder. "I will find father and push away the position of emperor," she said softly. "When I find father and Jiang Baigui, we can unload our respective burdens. Give me a few more days. Do we need to stop Eternal Peace's reform? If humans want to live, we have to stop the reform." Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu relied on each other, and their souls seemed to be empty, leaving only walking corpses. "There's no hope for a comeback. When you go to find the emperor and imperial preceptor, I will go to heaven." Ling Yuxiu nodded lightly. "After we retreat, will you go to Surging River?" "I will. I'm originally a cowherd by Surging River. It's time for me to be myself. I'll accompany you." After Ling Yuxiu left, Qin Mu took off his clothes and revealed his upper body. He was only wearing pants. He took out ropes and twigs and tied himself up. Sharp thorns grew all over the twigs and pierced into his skin. Heavenly Venerate, you saw this scene and didn't go forward to stop him. He slowly put on the ghost face mask. Heavenly Venerate Yue went forward to persuade him, and Qin Mu revealed a smile. "Back then, Heavenly Venerate Yun died in battle, and all of you had gone into seclusion with dispirited thoughts, so there's no need to persuade me." Heavenly Venerate Yue was speechless. Heavenly Venerate Ling thought about it and didn't try to persuade him. Heavenly Duke hesitated for a moment before forcing himself to go forward. "When will Heavenly Venerate Mu resurrect Earth Count?" Qin Mu said gently. "Don't worry, Dao brother. I'll go to the Heaven Court and kneel in front of South Heaven Gate to beg for forgiveness. If Heavenly Venerate allows me, I'll be able to survive, and Eternal Peace and Carefree Village will also be preserved. At that time I'll come back to revive Earth Count. There's still one more thing. I'll have to trouble Dao brother to inform West Emperor, North Emperor, and East Emperor not to rebel. Let them go with me to South Heaven Gate to kneel." Heavenly Duke froze there. Qin Mu walked down from the golden ship, and in the shadow of the golden ship, Qin Fengking called out weakly, "Little brother, I want to go home." Qin Mu smiled and said, "Go back." "I'm sorry, big brother. I shouldn't have let you shoulder such a heavy responsibility. I shouldn't have let you become Earth Count. I can protect you. Go back and tell father and mother that I'm fine." Qin Fengking looked at him in a daze and didn't move back. Qin Mu walked towards the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge in Eternal Peace. Heavenly Venerate Ling blocked the path in front of him and said, "Heavenly Venerate Yun wanted me to tell you that even the darkest moment has passed and you have walked out. He also said that you can walk out." Qin Mu smiled. "But I can't walk out, so I don't see any chance of winning. I might be able to walk out in the future, but for now, I'm tired." Heavenly Venerate Ling looked at the white hair on his temples and was silent for a moment. "Give me 50,000 years, and I will unravel all the secrets of the red knot of the Miluo Palace Master. At that time, no one will be your match." 50,000 years. Qin Mu smiled weakly and shook his head. "I can wait, but Eternal Peace can't wait, and the human race can't wait. If you continue to resist, the human race will be wiped out. Sister Ling, don't stop me." Heavenly Venerate Ling fell silent and made way. Qin Mu continued to move forward, and in front of him, Lang stood there with graceful bearing, waiting for him quietly. Qin Mu stopped and asked, "Lang Bao, are you also here to stop me from carrying Jing to beg for forgiveness and surrender to the Heavenly Court?" Lang Bao shook his head. "I'm here to go with you." Qin Mu was stunned. Lang Bao said with a calm expression, "If you carry Jing to beg for forgiveness, You can only protect eternal peace and carefree village, but you can't protect the remaining creator. I'm prepared to go to the heavenly court with you. You kneel in front of South Heaven Gate while I go to see Heavenly Emperor Hao. Maybe I can be his queen and save the creator race." Qin Mu's expression was complicated. After a moment, "I am ashamed to be the child of the creator race. You expected me to lead you back to the glory of the creator race, but that was all a lie. I have failed you and your people, and if you believe me, I will do everything in my power to save the creator of Carefree." Lang Lang shook his head. "Heavenly Venerate Hao wants me to be his empress. This is the right of the victor. As a loser, you don't have the right to bargain with him." Qin Mu fell silent and carried the brambles on his back as he continued forward. Suddenly, Heavenly Venerate Yue brought village chief and apothecary and rushed over from primordial Lord Earth Virtue's heavenly palace, leaving them behind and running away. Village chief stood up with a solemn expression and shouted out in a deep voice, "Mar, did a setback defeat you? How did I teach you when you were young? You are the overlord body, the unparalleled overlord." Qin Mu's voice was hoarse. He said in a low voice, "Grandpa Village Chief, overlord body is just a lie. It can motivate me for a moment, but it can't motivate me for a lifetime. The dream of overlord body should have been awakened long ago. I'm just an ordinary person, an ordinary child that you guys picked up from the riverside. I'm even worse than an ordinary person. I don't even have my own soul, and my body is also my brother's. I'm tired." Village chief looked at him with a complicated expression. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh. "Apothecary, come and persuade him." Apothecary was silent for a moment. "Mar, the overlord body is indeed fake, but you have relied on this belief to sweep away everything in your path. Who in the world has such achievements like you? Who has your talent? You aren't the overlord body, but you have done something that even the overlord body couldn't do. Grandpa Apothecary, you have seen my success. Do you see how much effort I have put in?" Qin Mu suddenly lost control. He shouted loudly, "From the moment I knew I was an overlord body, I started to risk my life. I started to use my brain and racked my brains. I'm afraid of letting down your expectations of me. I'm afraid of letting down the name of overlord body. I'm afraid of your gazes behind me. I risked my life time and time again, nearly dying time and time again. It wasn't because I believed that I was an overlord body, but because I didn't want to let all of you be disappointed in me." He shouted at the top of his lungs. "What happened after that? After that, I came to eternal peace and became Heavenly Saint Cult Master. I shouldn't have gone to understand the reform, understand the revolution, listen to the path of the saints, and become Eternal Peace's imperial preceptor. Since I had shouldered all of this, I could only go all out and fight with my life. Overlord body. There was no overlord body in the first place. There was, but it was something an ordinary person like me had exchanged with my life." Apothecary was stunned and fell silent. Qin Mu panted heavily, and his expression eased up again. He walked to Apothecary and Village Chief's side. There was a sense of helplessness in his voice. "Grandpa Apothecary, Grandpa Village Chief, I'm tired and don't want to pretend to be an overlord body anymore. Your expectations for me are too high and I can't do it, so don't stop me." Village Chief opened his mouth, but could only let out a sigh. Qin Mu staggered forward and space suddenly moved. Heavenly Venerate Yue appeared and disappeared like a god, placing Granny C, blind and mute, in front of him. He hurriedly said, "I'll go look for Heavenly Knife Painting Saint and Ma Rulai." Qin Mu shook his head. "Yue, there's no need to be busy." Heavenly Venerate Yue didn't say a word and left in a flash. Qin Mu looked at Granny C, blind and mute. He smiled with tears in his eyes. "Granny, Grandpa blind, Grandpa mute, I'm tired. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. I want to return to disabled elderly village. I want to return to my youth." Granny C had originally planned to persuade him, but when she heard that, her heart softened. She wiped away her tears and said, "Then let's go home. You guys aren't allowed to speak." She glared at Blind and Mute. "You're not allowed to persuade him. It's good that you're going home. This world shouldn't be your responsibility to begin with. Go home, Mar. Let's go back and build another disabled elderly village." Qin Mu dragged his heavy footsteps past them. Blind and Mute turned their heads and stared blankly at his back. Blind opened his mouth. He said shakily, "Mar, we're going back. Where's Cripple? Can Cripple still come back?" Qin Mu stopped and his body trembled. "Cripple, he can't come back," Blind said in a trembling voice. "Disabled elderly village isn't the original disabled elderly village. I can't go back, Mar." Plop. Qin Mu knelt on the ground and lowered his head. Blind walked behind him and grabbed his shoulder. "If Cripple was here, he definitely wouldn't want to see you like this." "I can't see any hope." Qin Mu let out a wolf-like howl and lowered his head in front of his chest, crying loudly. "I can't see any hope anymore. Don't force me anymore. We've already lost. I can't gamble with everyone's lives." He cried loudly and turned around to kowtow to village chief, Granny C, Blind, and the rest. "I've let Grandpa Cripple down. I've let down your expectations. But he raised his head, "I have to do this." Village chief sighed and helped him up. "Mar, go do it. We'll wait for you to come back." Qin Mu turned around and walked towards Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge, Lang Tai following behind him. In Eternal Peace Changing, Ling Yuxiu led the officials of Eternal Peace and watched this scene silently. Her heart felt like it was being twisted by knives, but her expression was calm. "Your Majesty, aren't you going to stop Imperial Preceptor?" a minister asked. Ling Yuxiu shook her head. "There's no need to stop him. He is no longer your Imperial Preceptor, and I will no longer be your Majesty. When Supreme Emperor comes here, I will abdicate. I will leave eternal peace with him and live in seclusion." The officials looked at each other in dismay, but no one made a sound. Qin Mu climbed up Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge step by step and looked at the Spirit Energy light in front of him. He took a long breath and was about to step into the bridge. Suddenly, Yu Chenzi rushed over from afar and shouted, "Imperial Preceptor, wait, wait." Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1609, Chapter 1609, Chapter 1603, Tao Ancestor and Old Buddha Translator, 549,690,339. Qin Mu stopped and turned back to look. Yu Chenzi quickly came to his side and whispered into his ear. "Really?" Qin Mu asked in astonishment. Yu Chenzi nodded lightly and said, "They have already returned." Qin Mu's expression flickered, and he suddenly exerted strength with both hands to break the ropes. "Bring me to them." Yu Chenzi looked at him and asked in astonishment, "Imperial Preceptor, what's this?" Qin Mu took out his clothes and put them on. "Founding Emperor has fallen and Yaodu has fallen into the hands of the enemy. I'm completely disheartened. If they hadn't returned, I would have gone to heaven to apologize to Heavenly Venerate Vast Jing." Yu Chenzi's heart trembled. He was a minister in charge of Eternal Peace's external strategies, so he knew how great the blow that Founding Emperor's death had dealt to Eternal Peace. There were only a few top-notch strong practitioners in the human race, and Founding Emperor, the first Tao practitioner, had the strongest deterrence. The moment Founding Emperor died, the strategic deterrence to Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky and the rest vanished without a trace. And Founding Emperor's death had caused Yaodu to fall into the hands of the enemy. Yaodu had lost control, which meant that the lives of everyone in Eternal Peace, all the people in the 10,000 worlds, were in the hands of Heavenly Court. In order to protect the human race, Qin Mu could only surrender, and the news he had brought would probably be the only way out apart from surrendering. Qin Mu said to Lang Bao, "Don't go to the Heaven Court first. Wait for me to come back before making any plans. Yu Chenzi, let's go and see old Buddha and Tao Ancestor." Lang Bao, village chief Ling Tianzun, and the rest saw Qin Mu hurriedly running back with Yu Chenzi, and they couldn't help looking at each other in dismay before hurriedly following him. Qin Mu passed by the world-crossing golden ship, and Qin Fengqing hurriedly walked out from the shadows. She shouted loudly, "Little brother, there's a ghost on your ship. Let's talk about it later." Qin Mu hurriedly entered Earth Virtue Heavenly Palace. In Earth Virtue Heavenly Palace, Qin Mu rushed over from Tao Courtyard. He saw a sloppy old Taoist and an old Buddha sitting in the hall drinking tea, looking travel-worn. "Tao Ancestor, old Buddha," Qin Mu greeted them. Tao Ancestor and Great Brahma Heavenly King Buddha hurriedly returned the greeting. Tao Ancestor said in astonishment, "Heavenly Venerate Mu. Heavenly Venerate seems to have become much more haggard." The others also rushed in and squeezed into the hall. Qin Mu didn't bother to exchange pleasantries and said, "Yu Chenzi said just now that the two of you went to the chaotic space to explore there and gained quite a lot from this trip. May I ask, what did the two of you gain from this trip?" Tao Ancestor and Great Brahma Heavenly King Buddha looked at each other, and Great Brahma Heavenly King said, "I'll leave this matter to you." Tao Ancestor nodded lightly and said, "I have a good relationship with the old monk and the Bright Emperor, the Red Emperor. After the Bright Emperor was revived, we followed him to the bright red floating space and met the Red Emperor along the way. The brain of the Red Emperor was still there, but he hadn't been revived back then." Qin Mu nodded lightly. In his third eye back then, the thoughts of the Red Emperor were very familiar with the Great Brahma, Heavenly King, and Buddha. The friendship between them could be traced back to the Bright Red era. One in the Buddhist world and Tao sect, there were many guardian gods with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was clear that they had absorbed the essence of the techniques from the Bright Red era. The Red Emperor told us about his experiences when he explored the chaotic space. The Tao Ancestor said, he said that he experienced countless bizarre scenes, saw the birth and destruction of countless universes, the rise and fall of the universe, success and failure. At that time he was exhausted and knew that it would be difficult for him to escape. Therefore, his physical body transformed into the bright red hovering world. His experiences aroused our curiosity, so we wanted to explore the chaotic space. This exploration is no small matter. The Tao Ancestor continued, "In this chaotic space, we have experienced countless unimaginable things. In front of us, the greater universe has become a living space. The Tao achievers in those strange little universes have created numerous great overarching heavens. However, as the universe broke and gathered, they struggled with all their might to survive. However, all of them died and their Tao vanished. In the depths of the space, the world evolved. The Tao trees of the Tao practitioners withered like a dead forest. In the forest, the Tao cries like a ghost." The things he described became more and more bizarre. They had experienced dangers and tried to find the origin of the chaotic space. Witnessing the rise and fall of the universe was also a form of cultivation for them. However, the dangers were also unimaginable. Back when Heavenly Venerate Zio was exiled here, he had narrowly escaped death. In the end, he had relied on Yuan Mu to escape. The cultivation levels of the Tao Ancestor and the Brahma Heavenly King Buddha were far inferior to Heavenly Venerate Zio. The dangers they had to face were even greater. The strange thing is that we managed to survive. The dangers in the chaotic space seem to be avoiding us. It's as if there's a force protecting us. The Tao Ancestor had a strange expression on his face as he pondered for a moment. He said, "The old Buddha said that the life and death of the universe here is extremely strange. It is similar to his immeasurable calamity scripture. However, his immeasurable calamity scripture is a dream realm, while the life and death of the universe here is real. We searched all the way and experienced countless hardships before we finally found the end of the chaotic space." The Brahma Heavenly King Buddha sat in the lotus position with his 6 arms spread out. He drew a circle in the air, and instantly, the virtual images of worlds jumped out of the circle and floated in the Tao-smelling courtyard. There are countless fragments of the great all-heaven. It is a supreme venerable who used his great Tao to evolve these small universes, trying to deduce a way for the original universe to avoid destruction. The great Brahma, heavenly king, raised a finger and gently moved the world projection in Tao courtyard. This boundless chaotic space is his dream world becoming real. The fragments of great overarching heaven, the withered Tao trees, the withered Tao flowers, and Tao fruits that we see are the countless self-formed Tao in his dream world. However, they are destroyed again and again in the great destruction of his dream world. Qin Mu looked at the countless world phantoms that were evolving and revealed a puzzled expression. He raised his hand and gently touched one of the bubbles. The bubble exploded and new bubbles condensed. Tao Ancestor said, "We originally thought that Supreme Venerable was dead, but when we entered the depths of the chaotic space, we discovered that there were still new small universes being born here." Qin Mu asked in puzzlement, "What do you mean? That Supreme Venerable is still alive?" Tao Ancestor and Great Brahma looked at each other. Great Brahma said, "His human path, skills, divine arts are extraordinary, surpassing my immeasurable calamity scriptures by countless times. He has already achieved the dream of returning to the real world, which is something I can't reach. To have such an existence in prehistoric times has made me long for it. However, when we came to the origin of the chaotic space, we couldn't find that supreme existence." Tao Ancestor said, "We were isolated from the world there. We were truly isolated from the world. We couldn't see Yaodu, Qin, or the ancestral court there. Even if it was the bright red floating world, it was only at the periphery of that space. It could make it impossible for the heavenly court to find it." Qin Mu's eyes gradually lit up. "If we can make eternal peace and carefree village migrate there, we can avoid the heaven court. Yaodu won't come, Qin won't come, and our entire race won't be exterminated." Tao Ancestor said, "Old Buddha and I had drawn the path to that place, so we hurried back. I didn't expect the battle of Yaodu to have already erupted. Thankfully, Heavenly Venerate hasn't gone to the heaven court yet." "Hope, this is hope." Qin Mu walked back and forth. This was the final retreat for the human race. The news that Tao Ancestor and old Buddha had brought made him pull himself together once more, and his thoughts became active again. He thought for a long time before stopping. "If I migrate all of eternal peace over, it will just be another carefree village, another bright red floating world. If I lose the soil of the transformation, I will only sink into self-destruction. It's not worth it." In Tao Wen courtyard, everyone's gazes fell on him, waiting for his decision. But this is the only hope left. Qin Mu roused his spirit. He smiled. "With a path of retreat, I can fight back and fight for a better future. This path of retreat, I'll leave it behind." Eternal peace couldn't retreat into the chaotic space now and had to stay in the origin world. However, a portion of eternal peace could move there and be the seeds of the future generations of humans. The vertical eye between his brows opened up to observe Yaodu. At this moment, the situation of Yaodu splitting was even deeper than when they had left. My body was immediately in Yaodu, and now that Earth Count was dead, with his corporeal body collapsing, Yaodu had also split into countless pieces. However, this trend of splitting was slowly stopping because Heavenly Venerate Void had seized the path of refining Yaodu and Yaodu in an attempt to stop this kind of collapse. If Yaodu were to completely disintegrate and cease to exist, it would be a great loss to the Heavenly Court. With Heavenly Venerate Su's cultivation and abilities, she wouldn't be able to control the entire Yaodu. At that moment, Qin Mu saw the great army of the Heavenly Court entering Yaodu under the banner of Yin Tianzi. Yin Tianzi controlled Yaodu, which was the horn of Earth Count. He was also a person who was proficient in the great Tao of Yaodu. Heavenly Venerate Void couldn't completely control Yaodu, so Yin Tianzi came to take a piece of the pie. At the same time, the Devil Army under Heavenly Venerate Void also came to Yaodu in an unending stream, snatching the dark continents formed by Earth Count's corpse. Qin Mu muttered to himself for a moment, and his vital qi burst forth. His hands spread out, and the geography of the myriad worlds in the heavens instantly appeared. In Tao's smelling courtyard, the myriad worlds formed by vital qi floated around everyone, creating a model of the great universe. Qin Mu's thoughts moved slightly, and Xuandu hung high above the model of the great universe. The continents that had shattered in Yaodu overlapped with the heavens and 10,000 worlds. He adjusted them and asked, Yue, are the positions of the heavens and 10,000 worlds correct? Heavenly Venerate Yue went forward to check and adjust the positions of a few heavens. Qin Mu thanked him and walked around the model of the great universe to check and analyze it. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly pointed at the location of eternal peace in the geography of the origin world. My brother Qin Fengking has occupied the origin world and transformed into little Yaodu. With the power of life and death book, he can protect the living beings of eternal peace from being restrained by Heavenly Venerate Void's Yaodu. He stretched out his finger and drew a circle around eternal peace. His vital qi transformed into Qin Fengking's appearance, and 2 horns grew on the top of his head. He held life and death book and stood there. Heavenly Venerate, you can protect Carefree Village and prevent it from being ambushed by Yaodu. Together with King Yama's Fengdu, we can support them from all sides. We might not lose this battle. His vital qi transformed into Heavenly Venerate Yu's shadow and guarded Carefree Village. Carefree Village had already migrated to the origin world and was located next to eternal peace. Heavenly Venerate Yu slowly took off the ghost mask and said, Heavenly Court's army, don't even think about stepping into eternal peace and Carefree Village from little Yaodu. Vital qi flowed through Qin Mu's fingertips and turned into a small mystic city that enveloped Carefree Village and eternal peace. If Heavenly Court attacks from Mystic City and sends a heavenly calamity to eternal peace, Heavenly Duke can bring 50 Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasures and turn into a small mystic city. If the Ancestor God King controlled Heavenly Duke's corporeal body and attacked small mystic city, Heavenly Duke could block the Ancestor God King. After all, Heavenly Duke's corporeal body is his corporeal body. Even though he isn't the Ancestor God King's match, it shouldn't be easy for the Ancestor God King to kill Old Father again. Heavenly Duke heard this and said, Don't worry with me around. We will definitely be able to protect eternal peace and Carefree Village's sun, moon, and stars, preventing the natural disasters from occurring. Qin Mu sized up all the worlds in the heavens. If the Heavenly Court attacks, then we can only use Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge was designed by the Black Tiger God and me together. They wanted to use Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge to deal with eternal peace. They had truly underestimated me, the person who paved the way. As long as we pull out the bridge and cut off the road, the army of Heavenly Court would set off from Heavenly Court by boat. We would have to walk for dozens of years before we could reach eternal peace. And in these dozens of years, we would be able to cause a huge change in all the worlds in the heavens. His spirit was roused, and his eyes were as bright as the stars and the moon. Yue, go to Carefree Village and invite Saint Woodcutter and Black Tiger God. Tao Ancestor, I need the algebra experts of Eternal Peace Tao Sect. If Heavenly Court mobilizes the God and Devil Army, I want all the Spirit Energy Mutual Relocation Bridges in Heavenly Court to be useless. Heavenly Venerate Yue immediately left. The algebra of Eternal Peace Tao Sect has already surpassed that of Heavenly Court Tao Sect by a lot, Tao Ancestor said. However, if the bridge is broken, It needs to be moved to the connection point of the spirit energy mutual shift bridge in the 10,000 worlds of the heavens. Heavenly Court Tao sect might be able to help. Qin Mu looked at the 10,000 worlds of the heavens. He suddenly said, "Yu Chenzi, go and see Si Yunxiang and Hu Ling Tell them that I want the trade data of all the worlds in the 10,000 worlds of the heavens and the data of the heaven coins coming and going. Tell them that within 10 days, all the data must be arranged properly and sent to me." Tao Ancestor said to Yu Chenzi, "Taoists of King Yun Heaven, you can go and help." Yu Chenzi left in a hurry. Tao Ancestor asked, "What does Heavenly Venerate want the trade data of all the worlds in all the heavens and 10,000 worlds for?" "I want to see if there's more trade between these heavens and eternal peace, or if there's more trade with Heavenly Court." Qin Mu said, "This is very important to the future. This way, we can see which heavens are the wings of the Heavenly Court and which heavens we can rope in. I also need eternal peace to use the heaven coins that they have accumulated over the years to buy divine ores and divine materials from all the heavens, and spend the heaven coins that eternal peace has earned. When war comes, heaven coins are useless. I also need eternal peace to build a bridge of spirit energy mutual shift with the heavens that is worth roping in and kick Heavenly Court out of this trading system. I want eternal peace to start building divine weapons and heavy weapons. I need Ling Tian to respect divine weapons of creation and use them to create our own divine weapon, Heavenly Emperor." Heavenly Emperor Ling's eyes lit up, but he immediately shook his head. Creating divine weapons of creation requires many algebra experts and forging grandmasters. Mu, many algebra experts have already been put to use by you, so are there still so many experts for me to use? The ones with the most in eternal peace are algebra experts and forging grandmasters. Qin Mu said resolutely, "Not only do I have to forge a divine weapon of creation before the Heavenly Court makes a move on us, I also have to forge a warship like the other shore divine ship to be able to gallop across the starry sky and destroy the fleet of the Heavenly Court's Heavenly River Navy. There's an even more important point." Qin Mu raised his hand and the shadows of the myriad worlds in the heavens revolved around the Heavenly Court. He said coldly, "I need the myriad worlds in the heavens to rebel against the Heavenly Court." In Tao College, everyone's hearts trembled slightly. Heavenly Venerate Ling said to Tao Ancestor in a low voice, "Old Tao, thank you for bringing hope." Tao Ancestor shook his head. "What we brought is just a tiny bit of hope. It can't protect eternal peace reform." "But he has come back to life," Heavenly Venerate Ling said as he looked at the busy Qin Mu. "Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1610 Chapter 1610 Chapter 1604 Disciples of Tao Sect Translator 549,690,339. Give him a tiny bit of hope and he will pull himself together, even if it's just a tiny bit of hope." Great Brahma, Heavenly King and Buddha said, "He's such a person and won't let go of any hope." Heavenly Venerate Ling, what happened earlier? Heavenly Venerate Ling said, "Earlier, he was already prepared to take the blame and go to the Heavenly Court to kneel and admit defeat, begging Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven to save the human race." Tao Ancestor and Great Brahma Heavenly King fell silent. If they hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, a person like Qin Mu would never have done such a thing. The pressure Qin Mu had faced earlier was too great, to the extent that it had crushed him. The most important thing wasn't Founding Emperor's death. Founding Emperor's death was just a catalyst, and the most important thing was the fall of Yaodu. The fall of Yaodu was the reason that had crushed him. Heavenly Venerate Mu, the army of the Heavenly Court might be able to delay for a dozen years or even decades, but what about Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Heavenly Venerate Fire and the rest? Tao Ancestor asked. How do we defend against them? Qin Mu fell into deep thought again. Granny C glared fiercely at Tao Ancestor, who blushed and asked Great Brahma, Heavenly King Buddha. "Shouldn't I ask?" Great Brahma, Heavenly King Buddha said. "I should, but I shouldn't ask now. Since I've asked, there's no need to take it to heart. Almsgiver C is just eager to lick his calves." One Tao Ancestor praised, "The old monk is well versed in human relations." In Tao Wen courtyard, Qin Mu walked back and forth again. For 7 to 8 days in a row, he had been walking non-stop like this, constantly thinking of countermeasures. "Has Yu Chenzi returned?" he suddenly asked loudly. Yu Chenzi. Yu Chenzi had just returned to Tao Wen courtyard and was panting heavily as he ran over. "What instructions does Imperial Preceptor have?" "I wrote a letter to lower my watch to Heavenly Venerate Hayashin and said that I'm willing to surrender." Qin Mu quickly said, "Send my lower watch to Heavenly Court and hand it over to Heavenly Venerate Hayashin. If you go, you might die." Yu Chenzi said solemnly, "It's enough to die in the country. I'm willing to offer my head to eternal peace." Qin Mu raised his brush while Yu Chenzi grinded the ink. Qin Mu was about to write, but he stopped. Yu Chenzi was puzzled and saw Qin Mu slowly gathering his spirit. He gradually became disheartened and disheartened. He first shed 2 lines of tears, but when he finished writing, the tip of his brush trembled twice as if he was choking. Following that, the tip of his brush moved around and wrote down his request to surrender to Heavenly Emperor Hao. His words were sincere, but they were also filled with unwillingness. He was willing to risk his life for the safety of the human race and fight to the death. However, he lowered his stance again and said, "Your Majesty is the Heavenly Emperor, and I am also the Heavenly Emperor. I will lead Ling, Yue, Yu, and Taishi to surrender, so we cannot be rash." In his words, he implored Heavenly Emperor to send envoys to discuss the transfer of power between the 2 sides as well as the specifics of the surrender. In his words, he revealed a little of his attachment to power. "I am willing to take a corner of the land as a place to live in seclusion. I will lead a corner of the people to build a golden body for your Majesty and pray for you day and night." He then talked about eternal peace industries, as if he was talking about family treasures. He talked about what each manufacturing factory could produce, which manufacturing factories could be handed over to Heavenly Court, which manufacturing factories wished to keep it for themselves. He also talked about the provinces under eternal peace and the heavens under their jurisdiction, what treasures would be produced by the heavens, the amount of heavenly coins in eternal peace empire's treasury, the amount of heavenly coins in each province, and so on. Yu Chenzi shook his head as he read. Qin Mu's attitude was too low and was somewhat flattering. However, why did Imperial Preceptor say that I might die if I sent the surrender watch? He was puzzled in his heart. However, he saw Qin Mu writing again. "Lang Lang, the Creator Country's beautiful and talented daughter, I've already fallen asleep. If your Majesty likes her, you must make her your queen. I'll send her to your Majesty under the starry night." Yu Chenzi shivered a few times and his face was as black as steel. He muttered in his heart, "As expected, she might die." Imperial Preceptor's heart was black. He said he slept with Lang here, and Heavenly Venerate Hao wanted to be the Heavenly Emperor, so he definitely wouldn't want the woman he slept with, let alone make this woman his empress. Heavenly Venerate Hao might be happy in front of lowering the watch, but behind lowering the watch he might kill my head. Qin Mu sealed the lowering watch and handed it over to Yu Chenzi. "Lord Yu, can you do this well?" Yu Chenzi hesitated for a moment, then said with a sigh, "I'm willing to die for eternal peace." Qin Mu gave him a deep look and said, "You don't have to die. With your intelligence, you can do all of this well, but you have to be careful of one person." Yu Chenzi's gaze flickered and he smiled. "Imperial Preceptor knows me too. May I ask who can be my opponent?" "This person's name is Meng Yunggui, and he's Heavenly Teacher Meng of the 4 great Heavenly Teachers of Heavenly Court." Qin Mu instructed, Meng Yunggui once saw through my plan to build a country, so he must be able to see through my intention of giving up the table. Imperial preceptor's intention is to use the negotiation of surrender to delay the time for heavenly court to send out their troops. Yu Chenzi said, the reason why imperial preceptor listed out how many manufacturing factories there were in eternal peace, and what each manufacturing factory could produce was actually to put his own interests in front of the bandits. If there was only one bandit, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, there are bandit leaders like Hao, Fire, Su, Ancestor, Absolute Beginning, and Taiji in Heavenly Court, so they need to divide up the benefits of eternal peace. How to divide it up? This requires time for them to compete with each other. Qin Mu nodded and asked. And then? Yu Chenzi held his watch down. He continued. They discussed how to divide it up, but Imperial Preceptor might not be willing to give it to them. Even though Imperial Preceptor surrendered, the Imperial Preceptor who surrendered would be the 10 heavenly venerables of the heavenly court. He would also have to take a portion of the benefits. And this also requires a portion of the benefits of eternal peace to be left behind. Only if eternal peace survives can it bring more benefits to the heavenly court. Therefore, the heavenly court wouldn't eat eternal peace clean in one go. This would give them the space to continue discussing and wrangling. Qin Mu nodded and asked, and then? The envoys of the heavenly court will need to spend some time to come to eternal peace. It will also take some time to go back and report to the few heavenly venerables. The envoys of eternal peace will go to the heavenly court and negotiate in the heavenly court. It will also take some time for the envoys of eternal peace to return to eternal peace and report to Imperial Preceptor. Yu Chenzi said, the more they go back and forth, the longer the time will drag on. If the envoys chosen by Imperial Preceptor are shameless and thick-skinned, they could drag on for even longer. This is the reason why Imperial Preceptor chose me to go to the heavenly court. Furthermore, Imperial Preceptor could also give more benefits to a certain heavenly venerate, causing the heavenly venerates to quarrel with each other for these benefits. When the results of the discussion are out, 2 to 3 years will have passed. Qin Mu revealed a smile. Great Brahma, Heavenly King Buddha, turned to Tao Ancestor and said, the disciples of your Tao sect aren't bad. Tao Ancestor wasn't unsatisfied and said with a smile, our Tao sect is good at calculation. Yu Chenzi absorbed microscopic algebra and eternal peace reform and comprehended chaos algebra, which is very impressive. His chaos algebra is good at fuzzy calculation. Yu Chenzi changed the topic and bowed. Since the second heavenly teacher of the heavenly court, Meng Yunggui, has seen through it, I would like to request Imperial Preceptor to give me a way out. Qin Mu muttered to himself, Meng Yunggui is a human. Yu Chenzi said, kinship may not be able to move his heart. Imperial Preceptor, change your path. Qin Mu said, Meng Yunggui is greedy. Yu Chenzi shook his head. This is his path of disguise. It's none other than because he's a human and his intelligence is too high, causing him to be cautious. He intentionally exposed his greed to avoid being harmed by others. Imperial Preceptor, change your path again. Qin Mu said, the third celestial teacher Bai Yuqiang is also a human and also the reincarnation of the Southern Emperor. After you go to heaven, go see her first. Bai Yuqiang knows Meng Yunggui very well and can tell you Meng Yunggui's weakness. Yu Chenzi asked, then Imperial Preceptor, how should I move Bai Yuqiang? Qin Mu circulated his magic power and used the path of reincarnation to refine a jade pendant. Hold this jade pendant to see her. What she owes me should be returned. Tell her that if Meng Yunggui doesn't shut up, the human race will be exterminated. Yu Chenzi didn't take the jade pendant. How can Imperial Preceptor be sure that Bai Yuqiang's heart is with the human race? She has reincarnated for 197 lifetimes and has never reincarnated into another race. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. 197 lifetimes, all of them are humans. Yu Chenzi put away the reincarnation jade pendant and bowed. I will definitely not let Imperial Preceptor down. After saying that, he got up and left. Qin Mu watched him leave and sighed ruefully. It's truly fortunate for the human race to have such a genius. After settling this matter, he suddenly looked around and asked, Divine Emperor Lang Xuan is dead, so who is his clone in eternal peace? Has the Emperor already sent people to kill him? At this moment, Ling Yuxiu walked in from outside and said, I have already sent immortal King Yu Jing to Kanglang Island to kill Lang Xuan's reincarnation, Yu Kanki. There will be news coming in a few days. Your Majesty, please inform Wang Muren immediately not to kill Lang Xuan's clone and let him give Yu Kanki a way out. Force him to South Heaven and let him see heavenly venerate fire. Qin Mu bowed and said, Your Majesty, please give the order. Everyone didn't understand what he meant. Ling Yuxiu looked at him and after a moment she said, Forcing Lang Xuan's clone into South Heaven, what does Imperial Preceptor intend to do? Is it to give heavenly venerate fire the qualification to ascend? Lang Xuan entering South Heaven isn't heavenly venerate fire's qualification to ascend. Qin Mu said, It's the beginning of heavenly venerate fire's death. What do you mean? Ling Yuxiu frowned. Lang Xuan is the son of absolute beginning. Heavenly venerate Hao is the son of absolute beginning. Heavenly venerate Hao can kill Lang Xuan, but heavenly venerate fire is a slave, so he can't kill Lang Xuan. Otherwise, it's the path to death. Heavenly venerate Hao can tolerate him, but absolute beginning can't. Qin Mu said unhurriedly, When Lang Xuan arrives in South Heaven, heavenly venerate fire will hand Lang Xuan over to heavenly venerate vast. Absolute beginning will definitely kill him to avenge his son. If heavenly venerate fire doesn't hand Lang Xuan over to heavenly venerate vast, heavenly venerate vast will kill him. He said indifferently, Now, heavenly venerate fire has become a burden to heavenly venerate vast. The world is about to be unified, and heavenly venerate fire getting a share from heavenly venerate vast already makes his heart ache. Heavenly venerate Hao had always been extremely suspicious of heavenly venerate fire. After all, heavenly venerate fire was a human, so he couldn't let him be at ease. He was always worried that heavenly venerate fire would seek refuge with the human race. Even if heavenly venerate fire didn't seek refuge with the human race and sought refuge with absolute beginning, he would still become a straw that could crush a camel, making his good situation unfavorable. At this moment, heavenly venerate fire who died is the best dog. Ling Yuxiu said, When a cunning rabbit dies, its lackeys will be cooked. Qin Mu said, Lang Xuan's reincarnation isn't important. His going to South Heaven is just a fuse that will take his life. Ling Yuxiu's primordial spirit left her corporeal body and vanished in an instant. She had executed primordial spirit guide to inform Wang Muren personally. Qin Mu closed his eyes and slowly opened them after a moment. He walked to the front of old Buddha and Tao Ancestor and sat down. Tao Ancestor brewed tea and said, Heavenly Venerate has relaxed. Aren't you going to do anything else? I'm not going to. Qin Mu drank the tea and said with a calm expression, I only need to wait for the negotiations between the heavenly court and eternal peace and wait for heavenly venerate fire's death. At that moment, Hu Ling and Si Yunxiang brought hundreds of Tao sect experts in. Hu Ling said in a crisp voice, Young Master, the trade data and circulation data of the 10,000 worlds in the heavens that you wanted have been sorted out. Qin Mu hurriedly drank the tea in his cup in one gulp and busied himself again. Tao Ancestor shook his head. I really can't stay idle. One thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1611 Chapter 1611 Chapter 1605 Heavenly Venerate Hayashin saving his mother translator. 549,690,339 Yu Kanki fled the entire way. His body was covered in injuries. His primordial spirit was also injured, and his great Tao was also heavily injured. He panted heavily and looked behind him warily. Behind him, a slender figure was like a maggot that was hard to shake off. It was Wang Muren. Eternal Peace once had a supreme holy land called Little Jade Capital, which was formed from the fragments of founding Emperor Heavenly Court. The people there called themselves Immortals, and Wang Muren was the leader of those Immortals, known as Immortal Wang. Since the reform of Eternal Peace, whether it was Tao Sect, Great Thunderclap Monastery, or Heavenly Saint Cult, their techniques and divine arts had undergone earth-shaking changes. Tao Sect had the support of Heavenly Court and Tao Ancestor. In addition to being proficient in algebra, the attainments of the Taoists in algebra had become higher and higher, so they were highly valued by Emperor Yangxiu. Great Thunderclap Monastery also had the support of the Buddhist world and Great Brahma Heavenly King Buddha. With the support of Zhan Kong Rulai, a great Buddha who had an unparalleled Buddha heart and Buddha nature, it was also thriving. Heavenly Saint Cult went deep into the imperial court and the countryside. In addition, Heavenly Venerate Qin Mu was Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor. Even though Heavenly Saint Cult wasn't famous and rarely mentioned this cult, its influence in the dark was getting stronger and stronger. Only Little Jade Capital, the supreme sacred ground of the past, was gradually falling behind because it wasn't willing to adhere to founding Emperor era and didn't have the support of the strong practitioners of founding Emperor era. However, Immortal Wang had a stubborn personality and had to walk a different path. Not only did he have to catch up to his former enemy Jiang Baigui and beat him up, he also had to beat Su Shenghua and Qin Mu up. He had fused thousands of techniques of Little Jade Capital to find his own path. Even though it was difficult, he was also one of the leaders of Eternal Peace Reform and had obtained quite a lot of achievements. The reincarnation of Divine Emperor Langshuan, Yu Kanki, had also been absorbing the results of Eternal Peace Reform over the years. He was a 10th Heavenly Venerate and had brought along the great Heavenly Court's cultivation methods of 35 Heavenly Palaces. He was also proficient in the path of absolute beginning, but a learner was always a learner. When faced with someone like Immortal Wang who walked at the forefront, he had suffered a great loss. Regardless of whether he executed the improved Great Heavenly Court's cultivation method or Divine Essence Finger, they were unable to cause any harm to Immortal Wang. He had only cultivated for a short period of time, and he was still in the Heavenly River realm. However, this Immortal Wang had already walked out of the realm of the 9 prison platforms and started to touch the realm of Jade Capital. Just his dharmic powers alone were much inferior to him. As for his Tao, magic, and divine abilities, he was also quite far from them. Yu Kanki was like an injured leopard. He was moving stealthily in the mountains, avoiding Immortal Wang. He felt that he was more like a rat to Wang Muren, and Wang Muren was that cat. He played with him with great interest, and when he was tired of playing with him, he would swallow him whole. He came to the side of surging river and was about to wash away the blood stains on his body when he saw Immortal Wang again. Wang Muren was sitting by the side of the river, and there was a fisherman next to him. This bored Immortal Wang threw stones at the surface of the river where the fish floater was floating, and every time he would hit the fish floater accurately. The fisherman dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. He blew his beard and glared at Yu Kanki. Yu Kanki gritted his teeth and turned around. A few days later, he sneaked into Eternal Peace's Baju City. Before he could even let out a sigh of relief, he saw Wang Muren again. Wang Muren was drinking bean curd by the side of the street. He was a proud and stubborn person who didn't fit in with other people. His aura was strange, and there were no other customers in the bean curd shop. Yukanki shouted loudly and rushed toward Baju's spirit energy mutual relocation bridge. He turned his head back and saw Wang Muren putting down the bean-curd money and slowly walking toward the spirit energy mutual relocation bridge. As long as I escape from eternal peace and return to heavenly court, I will let this brat die in thousands of different ways. Yukanki broke through the interrogation and entered the bridge. On the other end of the bridge was Langkang Heaven, the heavens of South Heaven. Yukanki escaped quickly and rushed towards another spirit energy mutual transfer bridge in Langkang Heaven. Behind him, Wang Muren was still following him when he suddenly slapped his palm over. Yukanki tried his best to resist, but he couldn't. He was beaten until he was covered in blood and rolled over. Then he jumped up and continued to escape. He continued to flee in all the heavens in South Heaven. After who knew how long, he had run for who knew how far. He had passed dozens of heavens. Suddenly, he tumbled out of a spirit energy mutual shift bridge. In front of him was an incomparably tall god statue. It was the god statue of fire heavenly venerate, and it was majestic and majestic. Behind the god statue was a flame wheel that was tens of thousands of yards tall. There were many divine arts practitioners climbing onto the flame wheel to clean the dust on it. This god statue had once been burned by Qin Mu, but it had been rebuilt later. It was even taller and more majestic than before. Yukanki was both surprised and delighted. He lay in a pool of blood and cried out, "I'm Celestial Emperor Langxuan. I'm Celestial Emperor Langxuan. I've been chased here by the scum of eternal peace. Yan Yazi, where's Yan Yazi? Quick, inform Fire Heavenly Venerate." This was Fire Heaven Palace of Fire Heavenly Venerate of South Heaven. It was incomparably luxurious and majestic. Fire Heavenly Venerate's eldest disciple, Yan Yazi, was guarding this place, so when he heard the news, he immediately rushed over. When he heard Yukanki's report, his expression couldn't help changing drastically. He shouted loudly, "Guards, protect the Divine Emperor. Inform Fire Heavenly Venerate immediately." Above the great abyss of the ultimate, two heavenly venerates stood together. One of the heavenly venerates had a tattered body. He was the body of heavenly venerate of the ultimate and had yet to attain the Tao. During the Battle of Hades, he was heavily injured by the spirit Jade. He fled into the ultimate and fell from the sky. He crashed into the Empress Side Palace and was smashed into a puddle of mud. At that time, his injuries were extremely serious. The mud squirmed, and just as it reassembled into his physical body, it immediately shattered into a puddle of mud. The 10,000 heavenly wheels were also battered by the exalted spirit Jade. They revolved wildly around the puddle of mud. He refined goddess Tai Su and obtained all of Tai Su's Taoist techniques. He used the Tao of Tai Su to repair the 10,000 heavenly wheels, allowing the heavenly wheels to gradually complete. The heavenly wheels refined the power of the Tao of absolute beginning contained in Supreme Lingyu's attack. After a long while, he managed to suppress his injuries and felt a lingering fear. Just as he was about to return to Hades to take charge of the battle, the violent flow of light in the great abyss of the sinkhole rushed upwards, and the tides erupted. He saw the red rope knots. There were 5 red ropes forming a strange seal in the tides. It was unknown what it was sealing. Even the tides of the sinkhole could not destroy it. The twin lotuses rose slowly from the great abyss. The petals of the 2 lotuses spun and bloomed. The Empress's shrill cry came from inside. Celestial Master Mu, Madame Yuanmu's cry came, "Sister, even if you scream your throat out, your lover will not come back to save you." Celestial Master Mu's red knot did not change much. "As long as you are swallowed by me, I can become the goddess of the ultimate and break free from his red knot. Sister, you shall die." At this moment, Heavenly Master Hao smiled. He knew that he would rule the universe and obtain the final victory. No matter how powerful his father, Absolute Beginning, was, he could not resist him. More than 10 days had passed since the Battle of Yaodu. His Tao-achieving body had come personally to rescue his mother, Madame Yuan Mu. The tide of the ultimate erupted once again. The red rope was tied in the light of the tide and did not move at all. Only the twin lotuses rose slowly. "Mother, I heard that mother was in trouble and came to rescue her." The two Haitian venerables merged into one and knelt down to the twin lotuses with a plop. They sobbed and said, "I am about to ascend to the throne and become the emperor. I am here to welcome Mother. Today is the day that Mother will get rid of her suffering." There was silence in the two lotuses. After a while, Madame Yuan Mu's voice came. She giggled. "Sister, my Hayar is here. You don't have any thoughts now, do you? You still have one way to live, and that is to use the path of reincarnation to hide yourself. The deeper you hide, the better. Don't let me find you." The voice of the Empress disappeared. After a while, Madame Yuan Mu giggled. "The little beach is indeed hiding. He he. Hayar, untie the red knot and I will be able to escape." Heavenly Master Hao was silent for a moment and said, "Please forgive me, Mother. I can't untie the red knot." There was silence in the double lotus. Heavenly Master Hao probed, "Didn't Mother just say that I can break free of the red knot?" Madame Yuan Mu said angrily, "Heavenly Master Mu's knot is an imitation of the seal of the Master of the Miluo Palace. I lied to Sister just now. How can I untie it?" Heavenly Master Hao rolled his eyes. "Then, can Mother withstand the power of the red knot?" Madame Yuan Mu immediately became nervous and said sternly, "What are you planning to do? Hayar, I'm your mother after all." Heavenly Master Hao's palm had already landed on the red knot, activating the power of the knot. Countless Tao patterns appeared in the knot. Those Tao patterns were from Miluo Palace. They combined above the twin lotuses and turned into a huge hand filled with purple qi. This palm had completely filled the great abyss of returning ruins. At that moment, even Heavenly Venerate Hao felt a heart palpitating and despairing aura. The red knot wasn't a knot but a kind of seal. This was a seal from the Master of Miluo Palace. Even though Qin Mu hadn't comprehended much, when this seal was executed, it was like a person standing at the end of time and space, pressing down with a palm. Heavenly Venerate Hao's hair stood on end. Even if he didn't face this strike head-on, he still felt an incomparable threat. Furthermore, Madame Yuan Mu was in the twin lotuses. She would have to bear this terrifying power alone. This isn't a divine art that Heavenly Venerate Mu can execute. Heavenly Venerate Hao cried out involuntarily. This is indeed not a divine art that Heavenly Venerate Mu can execute. This is because this divine art was created by the Miluo Palace Master. Lady Yuan Mu's shriek came from the great abyss. "There's no change to Celestial Master Mu's hand seal. Hayar, I need you to lend me a hand. Don't use the ultimate divine ability. This seal has a great suppression on the ultimate divine ability." Heavenly Master Hao immediately rose into the air and whistled down. He caught up with the huge hand and used all his strength to attack it. He was the most powerful existence in the world. How shocking was his attack power! However, no matter how many attacks he launched, they could not shake the palm-shaped seal. "This is bad." Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The seal had already pressed down on the twin lotuses. Madame Yuan Mu, who was under the palm-shaped seal, let out a piercing scream. The twin lotuses were almost flattened. Lotus leaves flew in the air and fell off. Even though it was the time when the tide of returning ruins was erupting, this Madra was actually pressing down on the twin lotuses and smashing them into the bottomless abyss of returning ruins. Heavenly Venerate Hao's heart suddenly stirred. The Madra formed by the Tao markings indeed doesn't have many changes. This might be the only chance of survival. He used all his strength to grab a finger of the Madra and tried his best to pry it open. If this Madra was a complete divine art, it would have been able to transform into a myriad of changes. It would have been impossible to pry it open with just brute force, but since the knot of Qin Mu's red rope didn't have any changes, it gave him an opportunity to take advantage of it. Boom! The sky above heavenly venerate clear sky split open and a great all-heaven of one Qi appeared. Countless roots of the Tao tree stretched out and wrapped around this finger before finally breaking it open. Mother, let's take advantage of now. Heavenly venerate clear sky shouted loudly. Qin Mu didn't move. He looked down and saw that Madame Qin Mu had been pressed down into the twin lotuses. Half of her body had been beaten into a bloody mess and she couldn't move. Heavenly venerate Hayashin roared angrily. The branches above his head flew up and rolled up Qin Mu, pulling her out. I'm so sorry that I came back a little late. I updated it too late. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1612, Chapter 1612, Chapter 1606, Motherly Love and Filial Piety Translator, 549,690,339. Mother, don't worry. I will definitely invite the best divine doctor to treat Mother's injuries. Heavenly venerate Hao carried Madame Yuan Mu on his back and rose up from the great abyss of the sinkhole, charging into Yaodu. Yaodu was in pieces. Heavenly venerate Su, Sun Yin Tianzi, and the other gods who cultivated the devil path were doing their best to organize Yaodu, trying to piece together the broken worlds. However, without Earth count, they were unable to restore Yaodu. Your Majesty's filial piety is touching the heavens and earth. A mother is kind and filial, a role model for the world. When Yin Tianzi saw Heavenly venerate Hayashin carrying his mother, he hurriedly kowtowed and sobbed. Who is so heartless to actually hurt Empress Dowager? He really deserves to die. Heavenly venerate Hayashin said, It's that old scoundrel Heavenly venerate Mu who hurt my mother. Yin Tianzi was filled with righteous indignation, and his eyes were about to crack. He hissed, He injured my great ancestor's grandmother, and I cannot live under the same sky as him. Your Majesty, please give the order to crusade against eternal peace. I am willing to be the vanguard to crusade against Munai. Heavenly venerate shook his head and said, Kaijin, I know that you have always been loyal and can look at the sun and the moon. However, the dead eternal peace wasn't the best eternal peace, and today's court seemed to be full of glory. It was just that I had yet to ascend the throne and my father was still on the throne. If there are any changes, eternal peace will still need to forge divine weapons for me to suppress the officials. Furthermore, when Heavenly Teacher Meng told me that the myriad worlds in the heavens are in chaos, I'm afraid that half of the heavens will be swept away. I can't let my guard down. He sighed. My martial strength is unparalleled in the world, but I rely on my martial strength to rule the world. I don't rely on pure martial strength to rule the world. It is even more difficult to rule the world. The ancient gods who ruled the world by brute force have long been overthrown. We must learn from our mistakes. Therefore, I must take Hades and Xuandu no matter what. These two places will make it difficult for me to rule the world. Yin Tianzi bowed and said, I don't understand. Heavenly venerate Hayashin said, If the universe rebelled against me, Xuandu could send a natural disaster to cut off their sun, moon, and stars. The crops would not grow and the rebels would starve to death for 100 years. If there was a creator who built the sun ship and moon ship, he would start from Yaodu. He would take away their lives and take away their heads. Then the world would be at peace. However, such deterrence is still not enough. I cannot exterminate a few heavens easily. If all the people died, who would I rule? Yin Tianzi suddenly understood and said, Your Majesty, you mean that these commoners will think of all kinds of ways to rebel against you. Therefore, they need more powerful methods. Hayashin Zun's eyes flashed. He said, The Tao fire of the South Pole heaven can be turned into a Tao fire disaster that can burn everything. The golden Qi of the West Pole heaven can turn into a war disaster and make the commoners kill each other. The divine water of the North Pole heaven can turn the ocean into fish turtles in the sea, and there are 5 clouds and thunders to kill these rebels. The East Pole Heaven's shaking cauldron can change the geography of the world with just one cauldron. It can shake the entire world and bury the rebels. Unfortunately, these 4 places are not in my hands. Yin Tianzi's heart moved slightly. The East Pole Azure Dragon, the West Pole White Tiger, and the North Pole Black Tortoise were all ancient gods. Those who did not submit had always been against the heaven. However, the vermilion bird of the South Pole Heaven had already died at the hands of the fire Heavenly Venerate, and the South Pole Heaven had also fallen into the fire Heavenly Venerate's control. The Fire Celestial Master could be said to be the #1 general under the command of Heavenly Master Hayashin. He had always been loyal to Heavenly Master Hayashin and was his most loyal subject. Why did Heavenly Master Hayashin say that the South Pole Heaven was not under his control? Madame Yuan Mu was extremely angry. However, she smiled and said, "The sky is high and the Emperor is far away. The South Pole Heaven is too far away from the heaven. The Fire Celestial Master is the Heavenly Emperor of the South Pole Heaven and the Heavenly Emperor of the South Pole Heaven. How could Qi Xianyu, the Red Emperor, defeat the Fire Heavenly Venerate? Right now, the South Pole and the South Pole only know of the Fire Heavenly Venerate. Who knows of the Heavenly Emperor?" The Heavenly Venerate Hayashin sighed. He said, "Besides, the Fire Heavenly Venerate is a human after all. Furthermore, his loyalty is suspicious. When I was in trouble in the Great Void Land, the bandits chased me up to the sky and nowhere to go. Minister Huo claimed to be the most loyal subject, but he was just a bystander. He even sent people to look for my place to recuperate. His heart is worth killing." Yin Tianzi couldn't help shuddering and bowing, not daring to speak. At that time, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Great Emperor had encountered each other and almost died in a fierce battle. All the great Heavenly Venerates in Great Void Land had secretly sent out many strong practitioners to search for Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. Their intention was to get rid of him while Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven was heavily injured. After that, Qin Mu found Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and chased after him for 600,000 miles, causing Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven to lose all his face. Heavenly Venerate Fire and the rest didn't help either, and they all had the intention of using Qin Mu's knife to get rid of Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. At that time, Yin Tianzi's status was very low, so he didn't dare to lend a helping hand. When Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven brought up this matter, he clearly had the intention of settling scores later. Minister Huo controls the mighty soldiers of South Heaven, and the world is at peace today. If he hands over his military power and returns to the land, I can give him glory for the rest of his life and enjoy endless wealth." Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven said unhurriedly, "I'm a person who shares hardships with him, and I'm also a person who shares wealth with him. No matter how much wealth he wants, I can give it to him, but not South Heaven. Ko Jin and Minister Hu are close, so go and persuade him." Son of Heaven Yin agreed. Heavenly Venerate Hao patted his shoulder. He said with emotion, "If Minister Hu is a loyal subject like Ko Jin, I will be relieved." Ko Jin and Heavenly Venerate Su are Heavenly Venerates of the demon race. All the demons are under her command, but her energy is limited. Ko Jin should help her wholeheartedly. Hades is divided into 2 parts, and half of it will be managed by Ko Jin. Prince Yin was so grateful that he immediately knelt on the ground, choking and unable to speak. Heavenly Venerate Hao reached out his hands and helped him up. He smiled and said, "You are too easily moved by true feelings. If I told you that I was going to make you Heavenly Venerate Yin, you wouldn't be able to stop crying." Prince Yin really burst into tears. He cried until he was almost out of breath. After a while, he regained his breath. He said tearfully, "Your Majesty, I can't even repay you for your kindness. But I heard that your Majesty was suppressed by Fire Celestial Master last time when he mentioned making me a Heavenly Venerate. This time, Fire Celestial Master. I propose to make you a heavenly venerate not once but twice. He suppressed me both times. Heavenly venerate Hao sighed. I don't have much real power. I'm still constrained by Fire Celestial Master, the #1 general. He has many plans, and I know and can tolerate him. However, the world is about to be unified, and he has become my biggest worry. Yin Tianzi didn't dare to say anything more. Suddenly, Madame Yuanmu coughed and said with a chuckle, Hayar is worried that Heavenly Master Hugh is waiting for a good price, right? If the price you give him is not high enough, he might join Absolute Beginning or even Heavenly Master Mu. Heavenly Venerate Mu is no longer a concern. His greatest weakness is in my hands, and that is the human race. Heavenly Venerate Hao said, as long as Yaodu is in my hands, I can give an order and wipe out the human race with a snap of my fingers. Heavenly Venerate Mu has a weakness. Once I grasp this weakness, he will be in my grasp and won't dare to move. Moreover, he does indeed have the strength to fight me to the death. I can't force him too much, so I can only take things slowly. But Minister Hugh has no weakness. He revealed a worried expression. He can sacrifice the humans of South Heaven to demigods as he pleases the demigod race, Lang Xuan, the ancestor god king, and Heavenly Venerate Void. The demigods of South Heaven can be said to have the best lives of all the worlds in the universe. They are carefree and happy. I can't control Heavenly Venerate Fire with the lives of humans, and I can't control him with the lives of his disciples. I can't control any of his weaknesses. He only gave me a weak flaw in my soul, and I'm not sure if this flaw is real, he sighed. Minister Hugh, I can't rest assured. Ko Jin, I can rest assured of your loyalty. Keep an eye on him. If anything happens, his expression turned cold. Yin Tianzi bowed and said, Celestial Master Mu, Celestial Master Mu is destined to come and surrender. Heavenly Master Hao said calmly, as long as he surrenders, Ling, Yue, Yu, Yun, and the others will be distracted. Without their help, he won't be able to achieve anything. At that time, he will become a 10th Celestial Master, or even another Fire Celestial Master. He smiled. I can tolerate him, but Ling, Yue, Yu, Yun, and the others can't. At that time, he will kill them with tears in his eyes and say that you don't understand me. He will be transformed into another fire Heavenly Venerate soon. Your Majesty is wise. Yin Tianzi was shocked and fell to the ground. Heavenly Venerate Hao laughed. Yin Tianzi stood up, but Heavenly Venerate Hao had already disappeared. Only his voice was heard. Kaijin, I will ascend the throne and come to congratulate you. Yin Tianzi paced back and forth in excitement, unable to calm down for a long time. Heavenly Venerate Yin, Heavenly Venerate Yin ha 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 ha, I'm finally a Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Hao returned to the Heavenly Court without alerting anyone. He did not want outsiders to know that he had rescued Madame Yuan Mu. When he had met Yin Tianzi earlier, he had even thought of killing Yin Tianzi to silence him, but he had endured it. Madame Yuan Mu was his trump card against Absolute Beginning. If he alarmed Absolute Beginning now, he wouldn't have enough reason to kill Absolute Beginning. The conflict between Madame Yuan Mu and Absolute Beginning couldn't be reconciled. Furthermore, Madame Yuan Mu was also his trump card against Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate Yue, and the others. Naturally, he had to hide it well. Didn't Hayar say that he wanted to treat my injuries? Madame Yuan Mu's complexion became slightly better. She smiled and said, the Tao injury that Heavenly Venerate Mu left behind for Mother is extremely stubborn, and it's difficult for me to clear it with my strength. Hayar devoured Goddess Tai Su and refined the Tao of Tai Su, so he would grant any request. It shouldn't be difficult to cure Mother. If you use the Tao of Tai Su to cure me, Mother will fall into your control. Doesn't Hayar think so? Heavenly Venerate Hayashin said solemnly, Mother isn't an outsider, so how can I try to control Mother? Mother, don't worry. I heard that there is a divine physician in eternal peace, so I asked Heavenly Venerate Mu to send him over. I don't think he would dare to disobey. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly and he said, "Mother, rest first. I still have some matters to deal with." After he said that, he bowed and retreated step by step. Only after he left the palace did he turn around and leave in large strides. This kid was still so careful when he left. He was on guard against me ambushing him. Madame Yuanmu shook her head. She muttered to herself, "I can still heal Tao injuries. As long as I activate the path of reincarnation that Celestial Master Mu taught me, I should be able to recover." However, the path of reincarnation was hidden by that bad egg of Celestial Master Mu. If I activate the path of reincarnation, I'm afraid I'll fall into his scheme once again. Furthermore, if I executed the path of reincarnation, I would temporarily lose control of my corporeal body. My sister, that little slut, has been waiting for this opportunity. She quieted down. Eternal Peace's divine physician is a handsome man. It wouldn't be bad to let him take a look. Your Majesty, Eternal Peace's envoy is here. Heavenly Venerate Clear came to the outside of the palace, and the High Minister of Heavenly Court, one of the 4 slaughterers, hurriedly came to report. That envoy said that Heavenly Venerate Mu has requested to surrender and offer his token of surrender. I thought it was an important matter and have already arranged for the envoy to stay. Heavenly Venerate Hayashin raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where is the surrender form?" The High Minister of the Heavenly Court immediately smiled apologetically. "Your Majesty, the surrender form will only be presented to Your Majesty in front of the ministers of the 10,000 worlds when the Imperial Court meets. It is against the rules to present the surrender form now." "I don't want the rules." Heavenly Venerate Hayashin sneered. "I thought that Heavenly Venerate Mu had no other choice and should be begging for forgiveness." He knelt in front of South Heaven Gate and begged me to release eternal peace and the human race. I didn't expect him to only send me a surrender form. Tell that envoy that I want to see the surrender form now. As for the surrender form from the Imperial Court, I will return it to him when I'm done. Tell the envoy of eternal peace that surrender is fine, but Heavenly Venerate Mu must kneel in front of South Heaven Gate for me." The High Chancellor was submissive. The spies of eternal peace came to report that Heavenly Venerate Mu had already taken off his clothes and tied himself up, preparing to kneel in front of South Heaven Gate to beg for forgiveness. However, Ling, Yue and the others tried their best to stop him, but they stopped them. Heavenly Venerate Hao couldn't help but laugh. Heavenly Venerate Mu's Tao heart has collapsed. It's because he knows the pros and cons, but Ling, Yue and the others still haven't given up. The High Chancellor hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, there's news from South Heaven's spies. The reincarnation of Divine Emperor Langxuan Yukanki has escaped to Heavenly Venerate Fire's heavenly palace and has gone to seek refuge with Heavenly Venerate Fire." Heavenly Venerate Hao's face was as cold as ice as he snorted. The minister was like a bolt from the blue, and his head was dizzy from the shock. "Does Fire Celestial Master know about this?" Heavenly Master Hayashin asked without any emotion in his voice. The minister hesitated again, then said, "Yan Yazi, the eldest disciple of Fire Celestial Master, has sent someone to inform Fire Celestial Master." And then, Heavenly Master Hayashin's voice turned cold. Sensing the killing intent in his voice, cold sweat broke out on the minister's forehead and he said, "After Fire Celestial Master received this news, he acted as if nothing had happened. However, the person who came to deliver the news was burned to ashes by him. He didn't leave the palace and went to the South Heaven." Heavenly Venerate Hayashin asked with interest, "He didn't go to see the retired emperor either?" "No." The minister answered honestly. "The Fire Heavenly Venerate didn't leave the palace and stayed in the palace. However, he sent his trusted aides to the South Heaven. I wonder what he plans to do." Heavenly Venerate Hayashin waved his hand and asked him to leave. he said with a faint smile, "Dear Minister Huo, dear Minister Huo, you did not come to see me right away. Are you waiting for a good price to sell Langshuan? Yes, if you sell it to the retired emperor, you will be able to get a higher status. As long as Langshuan grows up together with you, ancient god Taiji, and the retired emperor, you will be able to turn the world upside down. I only have heavenly venerate Su and the ancestor god king. How can I be your opponent?" His expression sank and he sneered. "But you didn't expect that I have my mother here and you are all just clowns. My kingdom cannot be touched by anyone else, not even this idea. 4,000 word stamp, Happy Mother's Day. Thank you for reading on Novelful.com Chapter 1613 Chapter 1613 Chapter 1607 Words were just like people translator. 549,690,339 Not long after, Qin Mu's watch appeared in Heavenly Venerate Vast's imperial study. Heavenly Venerate Vast opened the watch and read it carefully. He couldn't help laughing out loud, unable to hide the pride in his heart. The more he read, the more comfortable he felt. The various strange thoughts in Qin Mu's words made him clap his hands and laugh out loud. He could see Qin Mu's unwillingness, fear, despair, helplessness, as well as being fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. There was also Qin Mu's greed for power and his unwillingness to part with his position. In just a short list, there are only 2,000 words left and right, yet Heavenly Venerate Mu is able to analyze his heart so clearly. His literary talent is truly outstanding, not inferior to that of a great scholar. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven smiled at the High Chancellor. "After I'm done reading, read it to me again." The High Chancellor acknowledged. Heavenly Venerate Hayashin continued to read and couldn't help but laugh. He shouted, "Bring me wine. Read Heavenly Venerate Mu's demotion form. How can you not have wine to cheer you up?" Soon, a divine servant offered him some good wine. Heavenly Venerate Hayashin drank while appreciating the demotion form. He praised, "Your literary talent is outstanding. You really should print hundreds of thousands of copies and send them to all the worlds in the universe. Let all the gods and demons read it, damn you, Heavenly Venerate Mu." He suddenly became furious, and the wine cup in his hand exploded, spilling the wine all over the ground. Heavenly Venerate Hao's face was filled with anger as he stared at the line of words. It was indeed the words already asleep written by Qin Mu. In the imperial study room, no one knew why he was angry. They looked at each other and didn't dare to make a sound. Heavenly Venerate Mu's FCK, what a waste of heavenly treasures and a goddess. His crimes are unforgivable. This beach still dares to show off to me. I want to kill his head. Heavenly Master Hao couldn't control his anger. He smashed the table with his palm and said angrily, "Don't kill him yet. Bring his messenger here. I will kill him to vent my anger." The Minister of War said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, the two countries are fighting each other, but we cannot kill the messenger. Moreover, Heavenly Master Mu is here to surrender. If your Majesty kills the messenger, how will Heavenly Master Mu dare to surrender?" Heavenly Venerate Vast was filled with anger. "If you don't kill him, it's not enough to appease the hatred in my heart." High Slaughter official said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, if I can't bear it, I'll mess up the big plan." Heavenly Venerate Vast stared at him. "So what if I kill one of his envoys? Heavenly Venerate Mu has angered me, so I'll let Heavenly Venerate Void exterminate half of eternal peace first. Go kidnap that envoy for me." The High Chancellor didn't dare to say anything else and could only leave in a hurry. At this moment, Yu Chenzi was in Jade Palace. Jade knew that he was Eternal Peace's envoy, so in order to avoid suspicion, she refused to see him. Yu Chenzi lifted his robe and knelt outside Jade Flower Palace's door with a plop, attracting all the gods that passed by to stop and watch. Jade hurriedly ordered someone to invite him in for fear of making a big fuss. She complained, "Envoy of Eternal Peace, aren't you being too unreasonable? I'm a human, and you're kneeling in front of my door." If word gets out, people will think that I'm colluding with you eternal peace. Was it Heavenly Venerate Mu who called you here? This old scoundrel always wants to frame me for injustice. Yu Chenzi got up from his seat and knelt down again. He cried out loudly, "Heavenly Teacher Bai, please save the human race." After saying that, he kowtowed non-stop. Bai Yuqiang immediately helped him up, and Yu Chenzi knelt on the ground, unwilling to get up. He held Qin Mu's jade pendant with both hands. He sobbed. Heavenly Teacher Mu's hair turned white overnight for the sake of the human race. He felt that there was no way for the human race to survive in heaven and earth, so he cried until he fainted. He only woke up after 6 or 7 days. He said that only Heavenly Teacher Bai could save the human race from extinction. Bai Yuqiang's expression was complicated, and she didn't take the jade pendant of reincarnation. If Heavenly Master Mu had surrendered, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven wouldn't have had to exterminate the human race, she said. I'm afraid that Heavenly Master Mu still has the thought of making a comeback, or even the thought of a life and death struggle. That's why he felt that I could help him win. She also had the same jade pendant that Qin Mu had refined in order to save her. Qin Mu had refined a second jade pendant like this to ask for her return. However, she didn't dare to accept this jade pendant, nor did she want to. Yu Chenzi's heart trembled slightly, and he praised this woman for her intelligence. Heavenly Teacher Bai, Heavenly Teacher Mu is indeed at the end of his rope and has no way to survive. Yu Chenzi wiped away his tears and said, "As a human, does Heavenly Teacher really want to watch the human race be exterminated? Even if Heavenly Teacher Mu surrenders, the human race is still fish meat at the mercy of others." Bai Yuqiang sighed. She said, "What do you want me to do? I am the celestial master of the heavenly court. I will not fall in love with the human race just because I am a human. However, if it is not a big deal, I can help you a little, but you cannot ask for too much." Yu Chenzi's spirit was greatly boosted. Celestial Master Mu does not dare to go overboard. I only hope that the Celestial Master can meet Meng Yunggui and Celestial Master Meng. Bai Yuqiang's gaze fell on his face. She did not say anything. After a moment, she said, "Senior brother Meng Yunggui is also a human Celestial Master. Although he is the second Celestial Master, Shang Pingyan is no match for him. He is more than enough to be the first Celestial Master, but how can a human be the first Celestial Master of the Heavenly Court? Therefore, Shang Pingyan can still be the first Celestial Master." She walked 2 steps around Yu Chenzi, who was kneeling on the ground. She stopped and said, "Celestial Master Mu might be able to hide everything from Shang Pingyan, but he won't be able to hide it from Meng Yunggui. Meng Yunggui is more focused on power and benefits. He cherishes his life more and is more tactful. You can't hide your schemes from him." Yu Chenzi's heart trembled. He said, "Celestial Master Mu has nothing else to ask. He only hopes that Celestial Master Bai can go and see Celestial Master Meng. When he raises his blade against his fellow humans, he will raise it high so that some of the humans who slip through the net will live." Bai Yuqiang closed her eyes and sighed faintly. She opened her eyes and stretched out her hand to take the reincarnation jade pendant. She said, "Meng Yunggui will still listen to my opinion. I will go and meet him. You can rest assured." Yu Chenzi kowtowed heavily again. Bai Yuqiang was upset. She waved her hand and said, "Go, go, don't come to my jade flower heavenly palace again." Yu Chenzi stood up and took his leave. Before he walked out of the Jade Flower Palace, the Minister of War suddenly led many heavenly soldiers and generals into the Jade Flower Palace. The entire Jade Flower Palace was in an uproar. "Tie him up!" The Minister of War waved his hand and shouted. The heavenly soldiers and generals rushed forward and tied Yu Chenzi up tightly without any explanation. Bai Yuqiang hurriedly walked out. She frowned and said politely, "Minister of War, the messenger sent by Heavenly Venerate Mu is also my nephew. He is here to ask for surrender." "What did he do? Why do you want to punish him?" Shang Zai's minister said. There is something wrong with the surrender watch that he sent. His Majesty was furious and wanted to kill him personally. Initially, I did not dare to barge into the Celestial Master's mansion rashly. However, His Majesty gave the order and I had no choice but to barge in. I hope that the Celestial Master will give me some face. Yu Chenzi said, Aunt, this is most likely a misunderstanding. Aunt does not need to worry about my nephew. My explanation to His Majesty will resolve the misunderstanding. Bai Yuqiang went forward and tidied his clothes. Don't worry, I will think of a way to keep your life. Yu Chenzi let out a sigh of relief. He knew that she wasn't talking about his life but the life of the human race. In the imperial study, Yu Chenzi was brought forward. Before the divine general could give him a kick, he had already taken the initiative to kneel on the ground. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven was holding the watch and looking at it carefully. He smiled and said, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven also spent some effort to list all the wealth in eternal peace. He's really thoughtful. He closed the watch and his face sank. Yu Chenzi shivered at the right time. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's mood was clearly much better than before, but when he saw him, he couldn't help but think of the words on the watch that made him unhappy. He said indifferently, Heavenly Venerate Mu sent you here, so you must be a sharp-tongued person. I hate sharp-tongued people the most in my life. Your Majesty, old thief Mu used someone else to kill you. Yu Chenzi cried out in panic, Your Majesty, don't fall for old thief Mu's trick. Heavenly Venerate Hao replied with an "oh" and smiled. You mean, Heavenly Venerate Mu wanted to use my hand to kill you? What kind of virtue and ability do you have? Why didn't he just get rid of you directly? Instead, he wanted to use my hand to get rid of you. Yu Chenzi stiffened his neck and said, The shepherd is licentious and unbridled. I tried to advise him repeatedly, but he didn't like it. However, I am Tao Ancestor's disciple, and he can't kill me for no reason. Therefore, I request to surrender this time and throw me out to die. This humble subject knows all the foundations of eternal peace very well. He is trying to fool your Majesty with the surrender form. He secretly left behind a lot of property and plans to bring godly King Lang, Emperor Yangxiu, and the rest of the beauties here to live a happy life after surrendering. Heavenly Venerate Hayashin could not help but laugh. He shook his head and said, You are judging a gentleman by his petty heart. Heavenly Venerate Mu has been able to fight with me for so many years. He is not that kind of scoundrel. Yu Chenzi said, Your Majesty, after he surrenders, he plans to return to Surging River to herd cattle with the beauty's wealth. Heavenly Venerate Hayashin laughed until he could not straighten his back. A dignified Heavenly Venerate Mu is actually a cowherd. The high slaughter official at the side immediately said, Your Majesty, this Heavenly Venerate Mu was indeed a cowherd back then. I've already asked around and found out that Heavenly Venerate Mu used to herd cattle in Surging River. The word Mu came from here. Emperor Yangxiu often called him a cowherd to show his closeness. I told my informant in eternal peace that Emperor Yangxiu is looking for her old father and plans to abdicate. He probably wants to herd cattle with him. There's actually such a thing. Heavenly Venerate Vast was astonished. My mortal enemy is actually such a person, Yu Chenzi said. Your Majesty, old thief Mu's Tao heart collapsed when he returned from Yaodu. He kowtowed and kowtowed again, begging for every day that he wouldn't be able to respond and was prepared to surrender and beg for forgiveness. He was full of ugliness. It was still Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate Yue, and the others who forcefully dragged him back. However, old thief Mu was bent on surrendering, so he wrote down his surrender form. At that time, I was just beside him. Because His Majesty was defeated by His Majesty, new and old grudges surged up in his heart, and he sent me away as an envoy to take my life. Heavenly Venerate Vast was interested, and he asked, You were beside me when I wrote the surrender form. Tell me in detail. Yu Chenzi then told him about Qin Mu's state of mind when he wrote the surrender form. Of course, he cut off the part where Qin Mu was brewing his emotions. When he gestured, he showed that he had the body and spirit, imitating Qin Mu's appearance when he was writing the table lowering. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven laughed out loud. Yu Chenzi said, "The words are just like the person. His Majesty can find experts who are proficient in calligraphy and painting to study the table lowering so he can know if I'm deceiving His Majesty." Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven was also cautious and took a glance at the High Chancellor. The Minister of Shanghai hurriedly said, "There are a group of gods under the Wenchang Celestial Monarch who are proficient in calligraphy and painting. Can you invite them to come and observe Heavenly Venerate Mu's handwriting?" Heavenly Venerate Hayashin waved his hand, and the Minister of Shanghai hurriedly left. Heavenly Venerate Hayashin glanced at Yu Chenzi, who was kneeling below. "Get up. If what you said is true, I will spare your life." Yu Chenzi repeatedly kowtowed and got up. Not long later, Star Sovereign Wen Chang led the disciples of his pride to pay their respects to Heavenly Venerate Hao. He invited them to lower their watches and carefully studied them. As expected, the emotions in every word and sentence were all deciphered by these great experts of the path of calligraphy and painting. It wasn't much different from what Yu Chenzi had said. Heavenly Venerate Hao smiled. Human talents, eldest son Qin Yi and youngest son Qin Mu. Eldest son has already died in my hands, and youngest son's Tao heart has also been destroyed and turned back into a cowherd. I can rest easy now. Your Majesty, please wait. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the imperial study. Before the person had arrived, the voice came first. "If your Majesty trusts me, then take this eternal peace envoy out and kill him. Immediately send troops to crusade against eternal peace." Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1614 Chapter 1614 Chapter 1608 I Have a Dream. Yu Chenzi Chapter Translator 549,690,339. Yu Chenzi quickly looked over and saw a rather handsome middle-aged man walking quickly into the imperial study. The most unique feature of this man was his beard. His upper lip beard was neatly trimmed, and his beard hung down from both sides of his upper lip. There wasn't an extra beard, and only a wisp of beard was left on his lower lip and chin, forming a fork. Meng Yunggui, Yu Chenzi recognized him. Among the four great heavenly masters of heavenly court, Meng Yunggui was the hardest to deal with. Yu Chenzi was in charge of eternal peace diplomacy and had studied the four heavenly masters, four heavenly kings, and four colors imperial capital. He also had some understanding of the seven ministers, three masters, Shang Zai, Shaifu, and other powerful officials of heavenly court. In eternal peace, he had a group of people under him who studied the personalities, hobbies, weaknesses, psychology, family, and background of the important officials of heavenly court who held power. They would create files for each of them. He knew a lot about Meng Yunggui. This person was from Yu Huation's human race. From Yu Huation becoming a god to becoming an official in heavenly court, he entered Dao sect to study and became the teacher of Dao master of Dao sect to learn algebra. His attainments in algebra were extremely high. He could be said to be the top algebra expert in heavenly court. From this point of view, Meng Yunggui was Yu Chenzi's martial uncle. After all, Yu Chenzi was from a side branch of the Dao sect, the Azure Cloud Heavenly Dao sect. The Dao Master of the Heavenly Court was the founder of the Azure Cloud Heavenly Dao sect. Chaos algebra is data chaos. However, to find a high probability from the chaos, it requires a vague calculation. I want to plot against martial uncle Meng Yunggui, but it's too difficult. His attainments in algebra are extremely high. Yu Chenzi quickly stepped forward and kowtowed to Meng Yunggui. King Yun Tian Yu Chenzi greets senior uncle Meng. Meng Yunggui looked at him and said coldly, "You are a disciple of King Yun Heavenly Dao sect. How dare you? How dare you manipulate your algebra in front of me? You are trying to persuade Celestial Master Mu to deceive His Majesty. Your Majesty, kill this demon first. Celestial Master Hao smiled and said, Celestial Master Ming, Yu Chenzi is your junior apprentice nephew. Why do you want to kill him as soon as you meet him? Meng Yunggui quickly bowed and kowtowed. He said, I learned algebra from Dao Master. Dao Sec's algebra is good at calculation. I also learned painting from Star Lord Wencheng for 100 years. I once had 100 gods and demons who were good at painting peep at Celestial Master Mu and draw all the details of his behavior. I know Celestial Master Mu better than Celestial Master Mu knows himself. Celestial Master Mu is the kind of person who won't shed tears until he sees his coffin. As long as there is a chance of survival, he will fight to the end. And he will do anything. All his expressions can be faked. He coldly glanced at the gods and demons who were proficient in painting in the imperial study. These painters are all good-for-nothings. They can see from the lines of the characters that Celestial Master Mu wrote when he lowered his watch. You must be dreaming. Heavenly Venerate Mu could already disguise his emotions and inject them into his paintings. You can't believe a single word he wrote. His gaze landed on Yu Chenzi again, and he sneered. Heavenly Venerate Mu sent him here to put on an act. The plan now is to kill Yu Chenzi first and place his head in a jade box to send it over to Heavenly Venerate Mu. He raised his palm high and slashed down in the air. Your Majesty, let Heavenly Master Su exterminate half of Eternal Peace's population and warn him that this is the end of fooling Your Majesty. Heavenly Master Hao frowned. Yu Chenzi smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Meng Yunggui said loudly, Your Majesty, only by using both kindness and power will the world be at peace. To deal with Heavenly Master Mu, we have to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. I'm afraid that he will be torn between fish and death. Heavenly Master Hao shook his head. Heavenly Master Ming, Heavenly Master Mu is the most terrifying Heavenly Master Mu without any restraints. You asked me to destroy half of Eternal Peace's population, but you never thought that he was still the imperishable Great Mage. If we force him into a corner, he can resurrect those people, reignite his Tao heart and fight me to the death. What should we do? Meng Yunggui raised his eyebrows and was about to speak when Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven raised his hand. What I want is a walking corpse like Heavenly Venerate Mu, a Heavenly Venerate Mu whose Tao heart has disintegrated, he said indifferently. If I force him too hard, it will only reignite his fighting spirit. If he abandons Eternal Peace and leads Ling, Yu Lang, and the others to fight to the death, who in Heavenly Court dares to say that they can protect themselves? He stood up, he paced back and forth. You have never understood a reason. Not only do I have to kill people and kill their hearts, I also have to obtain the greatest benefit. What I want is not only Heavenly Venerate Mu's Tao heart collapsing and submitting to my feet, I also want a complete eternal peace. Meng Yunggui frowned. Heavenly Venerate Hao threw his watch over and smiled. Take a look at Heavenly Venerate Mu's watch. A shattered eternal peace is worthless, but a surrendered eternal peace can guarantee the peace of the world. Meng Yunggui opened the surrender form and read it carefully. When he read, I have fallen asleep, he couldn't help but frown. Heavenly Master Ming, you have calculated the flow of heaven's currency and are deeply worried about the economy of Heavenly Court. You feel that heaven's currency is about to collapse and won't last for 100 years. Heavenly Venerate Hayashin clasped his hands behind his back. If heaven's currency collapses, all the worlds in the world will definitely rebel. Not only will you have a headache, I will also have a headache. However, as long as eternal peace falls into my hands, the whole of the heaven's currency can be filled. Not only can it be filled, it can also completely control the economy and resources of all the worlds in the universe. If you control the economy and resources, who can resist me? Meng Yunggui closed his watch and said emotionally, "What your majesty means is to take the opportunity to annex eternal peace and completely control all the worlds in the universe. Your majesty is a man of great talent and wisdom. I can't compare to you." Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven smiled. "Your vision is too short. You aren't sitting in my position, so you can't see this." Meng Yunggui muttered to himself, "Your Majesty controls the economy and resources of all the worlds in the universe, so how can the other Heavenly Venerates be willing? The resources of South Heaven are in Heavenly Venerate Fire's hands. The resources of East Heaven are in Retired Emperor's hands. The resources of North Heaven are in Empress Dowager's hands. Xuandu is in Ancestor God King's hands, and the West Heaven is in your Majesty's hands. How could they hand over great power?" Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven sneered. "As long as they control eternal peace, it's not up to them. Retired Emperor rebelled against the Creator back then, and used the power of the other ancient gods to flatten the Creator and take the position of Heavenly Emperor. He conferred the titles of dukes and gave the universe's chaos to the ancient gods who had made contributions, causing these ancient gods to be divided into their own territories and have endless wars. But I won't learn from him." He took in a long breath. "I want to be an eternal heavenly emperor, so I can't learn from him and confer the dukes, causing chaos in the future. Controlling eternal peace, stabilizing the heavenly coins, making eternal peace create everything for heavenly court free of charge, and the myriad worlds in the heavens supplying eternal peace resources. With the circulation of the heavenly coins, there would be no obstruction. The other heavenly venerates would only have empty territories and empty power, but in reality, the one who rules the myriad worlds in the heavens is me." Meng Yunggui's body trembled slightly as he said, "Controlling eternal peace is an extremely important part, but your Majesty, the other heavenly venerates would definitely want to share. Share it with them." Heavenly Venerate Hao sneered, he said leisurely, "Who dares to touch the meat in my bowl? Whoever touches it will die. I am different from Retired Emperor, different from the Ancestor God King, Heavenly Venerate Void and Heavenly Venerate Fire. Retired Emperor treated humans as food for demigods and ancient gods, and he suppressed the human race. Ancestral God King, Heavenly Venerate Void, Lang Xuan and the others enslaved the human race and treated them as food. This caused the human race to constantly resist, which was why there was carefree village and eternal peace. But I'm different. I treat eternal peace as labor. As long as eternal peace works for me and no longer resists, I'll give them a mouthful of food and a way to live. Even though they won't be able to turn over a new leaf as masters, they can still survive." Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven smiled. "Heavenly Teacher Meng, now you understand what I want, right?" Meng Yunggui bowed and said, "Your Majesty's talent is lacking. This humble subject is far from it." Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven laughed out loud. He waved his hand and said, "All of you can leave. The envoys can also leave to rest. When the coronation is held, you will present your surrender form in front of the rulers of all the worlds in the world. I want everyone in the world to know that Heavenly Venerate Mu has submitted." Yu Chenzi quickly kowtowed and said, "Your Majesty is wise." Everyone walked out of the imperial study. Meng Yunggui walked in front. Yu Chenzi quickly ran up to him and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your mercy, senior uncle." Meng Yunggui did not comment. He said, "It is not that I am being merciful, but your Majesty is being merciful. If your Majesty does not want to be merciful, no one can be merciful." Yu Chenzi smiled and said, "No matter what, if senior uncle didn't appear, Heavenly Venerate Hayashin wouldn't be able to make up his mind." Meng Yunggui glanced at him. "I know what you're thinking, and I know what Heavenly Venerate Mu is thinking. He's just stalling for time. You heard His Majesty dissecting his own heart just now. What do you think?" Yu Chenzi said seriously, "Heavenly Venerate Hayashin is the Heavenly Emperor. He's smarter than the Supreme Emperor and the Absolute Beginning Sage. It's better to let him go than to block him. He has profound knowledge. So you still want to rebel? Meng Yunggui lowered his voice and wanted to speak but didn't dare to. Since he's a wise monarch, why not just surrender? His Majesty has already left a way out for the human race. Yu Chenzi looked at him with a smile. Uncle Master, in the immemorial era, the Supreme Emperor was also a wise monarch. In the immemorial era, the absolute beginning was also a wise monarch. Heavenly Venerate Hayashin did better than them in the immemorial era and the immemorial era. But after seeing eternal peace, you will know that they are outdated. Meng Yunggui frowned deeply. We have seen better emperors, Emperor Yanfeng, Emperor Yangxiu, no matter which emperor they are all better than Heavenly Venerate Vast. Yu Chenzi said unhurriedly. Emperor Yanfeng broke the hearts of the people, Emperor Yangxiu developed the people's livelihood, and Heavenly Venerate Mu wanted God to be used by people. The word people is actually the word people. Gods are for the people, and the people are the people. Heavenly Venerate Hao was just a small change to Emperor Tai Chu's ruling policy toward absolute beginning, and what eternal peace did was the true change. We've already stood up, so we don't want to kneel down and be slaves anymore. We want to control our own fate. Martial Uncle, I have a dream. When I met Heavenly Venerate Mu, this dream was triggered, making me so excited that I couldn't sleep through the night. It made my eyes fill with tears, and it made a hot energy in my heart encourage me. No matter how difficult it was, no matter how dangerous it was, I had to fulfill this dream. Even if it meant taking my head, even if it meant taking my life. A smile appeared on Yu Chenzi's face, and his eyes were bright. Even if I have to bear the blame in the future, I will continue to do it. Meng Yunggui stopped in his tracks and looked at him with a complicated gaze, as if he was looking at himself when he was young. There was a time when he had a dream. However, after he arrived at the heavenly court, this dream gradually disappeared, and he had no choice but to disguise himself. This young man from Dao sect had let him see his original heart that had already disappeared. You won't win. He threw down these words and quickened his pace, leaving Yu Chenzi behind. Yu Chenzi smiled and looked at his back, his voice somewhat hoarse. He muttered, "Generation after generation, they are all fighting for this dream. From Heavenly Venerate Royal, Heavenly Venerate Cloud, Crimson Emperor, Bright Emperor, High Emperor, Founding Emperor until now, to Heavenly Venerate Mu to eternal peace. We have never given up, Senior Uncle. The human race has never given up, Senior Uncle." Meng Yunggui left even faster as if he was fleeing for his life. He didn't dare or want to listen to his words. His words were demonic words that would shake his heart. Thank you for reading on Novelful.com. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 16:15. Chapter 16:15. Chapter 16:09. Heavenly Emperor Translator. 549,690,339. Bai Yuqiang came to see Meng Yunggui, but she saw him arranging flowers. He was holding a flower in his hand, but he could not put it in. Flower arranging tested the sense of art and the sense of space. The flowers were divided into different levels in space: the shadows, the white space, and the visual impact. No matter which angle one looked at it, it was a beautiful work of art. As a master of mathematics, flower arrangement was actually not difficult, but Meng Yunggui was stunned. Bai Yuqiang walked forward and smiled. What is senior brother Meng thinking about? Meng Yunggui said softly, I have a dream. What? Bai Yuqiang was puzzled. Meng Yunggui woke up and cleared Yu Chenzi's words from his mind. He smiled and said, it's just a sentence of nonsense. Celestial Master Bai, I have done what you asked me to do. You can rest assured, but this will not happen again. There cannot be a second time. Bai Yuqiang said, of course there won't be a second time. The world is about to be unified. Celestial masters like us won't be of any use in the future. Heavenly Venerate Hao ascended to the throne and became the emperor. He held all the power in his hands. No one could contend with him, and no force could go against the heavenly court. Celestial masters like us are not far away from leaving our armor and returning to our fields. I hope so, Meng Yunhui said. With our contributions, you and I can at least get a part of the heavens. Among our heavens, the human race can live very well. Bai Yuqiang's eyes flashed. She lowered her voice and said, "Have you been to the South Heaven?" Meng Yunhui glanced at her and did not say anything. Bai Yuqiang said, "The human race in the South Heaven can no longer be called human. They are livestock, which makes me shudder. The last time I went to the South Heaven, I almost escaped." Meng Yunhui fell silent. White Jade said, "Heavenly Venerate Fire's way of doing things is a little too shameless." He clearly said that he wanted to protect the human race, but in fact he treated the human race as livestock. He himself was a shepherd dog that raised livestock for the demigods. After we succeed and become famous, will the heavens under us become the southern sky? No. Meng Yunhui felt that his tone had become more serious after he said this. He softened his tone and said, "We are different from the fire Heavenly Venerate. What the fire Heavenly Venerate seeks is power, and what we seek is a place to settle down. When he seeks power, he must curry favor with demigods, win them over, lower himself, and beg for mercy. Therefore, the fire Heavenly Venerate is always at the forefront when dealing with the founding emperor and the holy Master Mu. On the other hand, we rely on our own abilities to take credit and exchange credit for a place to settle down and settle down." Bai Yuqiang hesitated for a moment and said, "What if the world is at peace and the heavenly court orders for our territory to become South Heaven?" The corners of Meng Yungui's eyes trembled. After a moment, Meng Yunhui said, "Don't think about these miscellaneous things. You and I can just do our duty. Fire Heavenly Venerate has a way of seeking death. He won't be able to live for long. I had foreseen his death a long time ago and told Void Heavenly Venerate that if Void Heavenly Venerate marries him, he will definitely be implicated. Now, it's time to fulfill the prophecy. See chapter 1234 for details." Bai Yuqiang thought for a moment and said, "Then, will we become the second Heavenly Master of Fire?" Heavenly Master Hao doesn't trust the human Heavenly Master of Fire, but can he trust the human Heavenly Master Bai and the human Heavenly Master Meng? "Shut up!" Meng Yunhui shouted and looked around. He said seriously, "Junior Sister Bai, we used to be in the same sect. That's why I'm reminding you. Otherwise, you'll die too. Your words and actions are very dangerous now. It's different from the past. Anything you say wrong can bring you death. There used to be 10 celestial masters, so it's okay to say the wrong thing. But now there's only Heavenly Master Hao. Even if the celestial master says the wrong thing, he'll die." Bai Yuqiang sighed, bowed, and left. Meng Yunhui pinched the flower branches and continued to arrange the flowers. He murmured, "I have a dream, damn it." Yu Chenzi calmed down and slowly returned to his residence. The residence that the minister of the upper slaughter had arranged for him could be said to be full of spies. His every move would be monitored clearly, and there would be no secrets at all. He did not mind and stayed there calmly. He ate and slept without any pressure. The heavenly court was busy preparing for Heavenly Venerate Hao's coronation ceremony. On the day of the coronation ceremony, it could be said that it was extremely lively and sacred. The rulers of all the worlds in the universe rushed over one after another. All kinds of divine phenomena were displayed. There were goddesses in the sky with their dresses fluttering and divine flowers falling down. Flower petals were everywhere. The saints who came to attend the coronation did not step on the ground but walked on the thick flower petals. The heavenly realm was decorated with lanterns. Every house had lanterns. The divine beasts guarding the door were also in high spirits. The dragon coiled on a pillar, the phoenix flew on a branch, and the Qilin sat in front of the door looking awe-inspiring. The coronation was held. The heavenly emperor of Primordial was dressed in imperial robes and wore a crown. He was worshipped by the officials. Heavenly Venerate Hao also knelt down and kowtowed to the absolute beginning Heavenly Emperor. After the ceremony, the absolute beginning Heavenly Emperor lit incense and prayed. He gave a speech of abdicating the throne and giving up the throne. He praised Heavenly Venerate Hao's talent and character, so he abdicated and asked Heavenly Venerate Hao to ascend the throne. The absolute beginning Heavenly Emperor took off the Emperor's crown, took off his Emperor's robe, and placed it on the jade plate. Heavenly Venerate Hao hurriedly refused and was terrified. The absolute beginning Heavenly Emperor was displeased and decided to abdicate and make him emperor. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin kneeled and kowtowed repeatedly, begging his father to take back his orders. The absolute beginning Heavenly Emperor once again asked Heavenly Emperor Hayashin to ascend the throne. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin cried on the ground and refused. The absolute beginning Heavenly Emperor flew into a rage and shouted, "Hayar, do you want to see your father die in this position before you ascend the throne?" With that, he pulled out his emperor sword and was about to commit suicide. The courtiers hurried forward to dissuade the absolute beginning emperor. The absolute beginning emperor could not struggle, had to throw the sword, shouted, "You advise me, what is the use? To persuade the new emperor, let him ascend the throne." The ministers went to persuade Hayashianzun. Hayashianzun fell on the ground and cried. They tried to persuade him again, but he stopped crying. The ministers helped him up and sent him to the emperor's seat in the Lingxiao Hall. Absolute beginning personally put on the crown and robe for him. Then he stepped back step by step. The ministers knelt down and called out Heavenly Emperor Hayashin. Absolute beginning also knelt down and called out Heavenly Emperor Hayashin. Heavenly Venerate Hayashin sighed, "My talent is shallow. It's all thanks to your support that the country is peaceful. The world is peaceful and the heavens are prosperous. The bandits cannot rise up. Everyone, the days ahead will be long. I hope you can support me more. My beloved ministers, please rise and take your seats." Everyone stood up and took their seats. The goddess attendants entered one after another and served all kinds of delicacies like flowing water. At this moment, a divine general suddenly reported, "Someone is begging for forgiveness and is kneeling outside the South Heaven Gate." There was an uproar in the imperial court. All the ministers were whispering and discussing. Is Heavenly Emperor Mu really here to surrender to me? Heavenly Emperor Hayashin's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, "Bring the person who asked for my forgiveness to me." Not long after, there was indeed a person who was naked with his hands tied behind his back. There were even some thorns stuck on his back. He was brought to the imperial court. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin looked over and was a little disappointed. The officials' gazes landed on that person, and they were all surprised and happy. His Majesty ascended the throne, and the Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon came to surrender when he heard the news. "This is a good omen." Everyone congratulated him. The East Emperor Azure Dragon knelt on the ground and said in a clear voice, "Your Majesty has submitted to the people of heaven. I am fully convinced. I know that it is difficult to resist the might of heaven, so I have come to surrender. I beseech your Majesty to punish me." Heavenly Emperor Hayashin stood up and walked to the side of the East Emperor Azure Dragon. He took out a thorn rod from his back and whipped it a few times. Then he threw the thorn rod away and reached out his hands to help Azure Dragon up. "Someone, prepare a robe for Azure Dragon." Heavenly Emperor Hayashin smiled and said, "Azure Dragon, don't blame me. The reason why I want to whip you is because you used to be my enemy and became the emperor yourself. That's why I want to whip and beat you. However, you know how to repent. I admire your talent, so I'm willing to accept you and let bygones be bygones." Azure Dragon choked with sobs and said, "Your Majesty, I can't repay you even if you don't kill me." Heavenly Emperor Hayashin laughed and put on a robe for him. "Please take your seat." East Emperor Azure Dragon sat down. Absolute Beginning frowned slightly. East Emperor Azure Dragon's surrender was beyond his expectations. East Emperor Azure Emperor was his man. Heavenly Venerate Hayashin would unify the world and attack East Extreme Heaven sooner or later. At that time, East Heaven and East Extreme Heaven would both be absolute beginnings territory. Now that East Emperor Azure Dragon had surrendered, this territory would be directly under Heavenly Emperor Hayashin's name. I can only endure a absolute beginning, thought to himself. Suddenly, another divine priest sang loudly, "Traitor Heavenly Venerate Mu, Envoy Yu Chenzi, come up to the hall to offer your surrender and pray to the heavens for mercy." When he said this, there was another uproar. Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky had a smile on his face, and his heart was delighted. He glanced at absolute beginning and thought to himself, "On the first day I ascended the throne, my achievements surpassed yours by hundreds of thousands of years. Father God, you can't defeat me, so I've already sat firmly on the throne." Yu Chenzi went up to the palace hall and lowered his head. He raised his hands to surrender his watch, and his footsteps were very slow. He walked into the palace hall and knelt down. "I, Qin Mu, know that your majesty's martial arts are unrivaled and the might of the heavens is vast. I can't defeat you, so I pray to surrender." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven laughed loudly and stood up. "Even though Heavenly Emperor Mu and I are enemies, I admire his bravery. I can obtain such a great general and win the world. Surrender your watch." The High Chancellor hurriedly took the token, and Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was in high spirits. "Read it." The High Chancellor hesitated for a moment and read the token. When the ministers in the imperial court heard Qin Mu's token, they burst into laughter and were very happy. The wealth of eternal peace listed in Qin Mu's token moved them even more, and their eyes gave off a faint light. Even Heavenly Venerate couldn't help being moved by the wealth of eternal peace, and they all calculated how much wealth they could get their hands on. When the High Chancellor read the words, "I'm already asleep," that Qin Mu had written, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he skipped the sentence. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled faintly and thought to himself, "He knows his place and is a talent that can be created. It's just a pity that he's here." After the minister read the surrender form, he gave it to Heavenly Emperor Hayashin. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin put the surrender form aside and said calmly, "Heavenly Emperor Mu's literary talent is outstanding. I thought that the surrender form should be printed in millions of copies and distributed to all the heavens so that all of you can learn from it. Your Majesty is wise." The court was full of praises and praises. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin was overjoyed and feasted on the ministers. After the ceremony, the ministers dispersed. Only Heavenly Emperor Huo, Heavenly Emperor Su, Ancestral God King, Absolute Beginning Taiji, and Son of Heaven Yin stayed behind. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu surrendered to the entire country. This is a very important matter, so I left all of you behind." Ancestor God King quickly said, "Your Majesty is too polite. Now that we are officials, how can you call us fellow Taoists? You are killing us. If your Majesty thinks that we are still useful, it is already a blessing for you to call us your beloved ministers." Heavenly Emperor Hayashin pretended to say, when retired Emperor was still in power, he even addressed Heavenly Duke and Earth Count as fellow Taoists. Son of Heaven Yin stepped out and said loudly, "Times have changed. One day, Heavenly Emperor and one court official, the old rules cannot be used in today's imperial court." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven forced himself to say, "Then I can only follow the good. My dear ministers, how do you think eternal peace should be divided?" Heavenly Emperor Fire bowed and said, "Your Majesty, eternal peace is a human race, so it should be under the jurisdiction of my southern heaven. I am a heavenly venerate of the human race, and in a few years, I will be able to train eternal peace's rebels until they have no intention of rebelling." Heavenly Venerate Hao said indifferently, "Eternal peace is rich, So do you have such a big appetite to swallow it in one gulp? Heavenly Venerate Fire said, Your Majesty, the human race belongs to me, and we had an agreement back then. Yin Tianzi smiled and said, Heavenly Venerate Fire, that was then and now. How could the agreement of the past be used until now? In the whole world there is no such thing as the emperor's soil, and the shore of the soil is no longer the emperor's subject. The entire universe belongs to His Majesty. What is there for you and me? All the Heavenly Venerates frowned. Fire Heavenly Venerate sneered and said, Son of Heaven Yin, do you have the right to speak here? Get down. Heavenly Emperor Hao smiled and said, I forgot to tell Minister Hugh that Son of Heaven Yin is no longer the Emperor of the Underworld. I plan to make him Heavenly Venerate Yin. Fire Heavenly Venerate was so angry that he laughed. In the past, I made him a Heavenly Venerate by virtue and later by force. Now, do I make him a Heavenly Venerate by flattery? I'm ashamed to be associated with him. Heavenly Lord of Fire's expression changed slightly. He laughed and said, Minister of Fire is still hot-tempered. He hasn't changed at all. Ha ha ha, let's temporarily put aside the matter of Prince Yin and Heavenly Lord of Heaven. Minister of Fire is a great contributor to me being able to take this position. Let me toast to you. Heavenly Lord of Fire hurriedly stood up and raised his glass. He said in embarrassment, Your Majesty, I haven't changed my temperament. I'm sorry for making you laugh. The Fire Celestial Master downed the glass in one gulp. He put it down and said with a smile, How could I not know your temperament? Although you and I are not blood brothers, we are better than blood brothers. Half of my territory is yours. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1616, Chapter 1616, Chapter 1610, A Good Dog Translator, 549,690,339. The moment he said that, all the heavenly venerates in Ling Zio Palace fell silent. Their eyes flickered as they watched how Heavenly Venerate Fire would handle it. Heavenly Venerate Fire raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. Your Majesty, you must be joking. How would I dare to take half of the world? I only want half of eternal peace. As for the rest, I don't want a single inch of land. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven revealed a smile and met Heavenly Venerate Fire's gaze. Ha 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 ha. The two of them suddenly burst out laughing. The other Heavenly Venerates also started laughing. As their laughter faded, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled and said, Ancestor God King, do you want eternal peace? Ancestor God King bowed slightly and smiled. I am under your Majesty's orders to guard Mystic City. Just Mystic City alone has covered all the worlds in the heavens, and its vast territory has already made it difficult for me to manage it. I still don't want it. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven looked at Heavenly Venerate Void, who shook his head. Your Majesty, I am the same as Ancestral God King. I don't dare to hope for eternal peace's wealth, and I only hope to manage Yaodu well. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled. In that case, only me and Minister Hugh can share eternal peace equally. Absolute Beginning smiled. Your Majesty, please hold on. Ling Zio's treasured palace was completely silent as pairs of eyes landed on Absolute Beginning. Absolute Beginning smiled. When we were 10 heavenly venerates back then, we shared the same interests and shared the same benefits equally. Now that the world is united, we naturally can't act as we did in the past. The entire universe belongs to His Majesty, but His Majesty was able to ascend to the throne because of the support of his old brothers. His Majesty has already obtained the world, so he should also reward us according to our merits and appease our old brothers. We can't let our old brothers' hearts turn cold. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled. Retired Emperor's words are reasonable. I just took the position of Heavenly Emperor, so I'm not as skilled as Retired Emperor. How does Retired Emperor think eternal peace should be divided? Absolute Beginning continued. It's just rewarding them according to their merits. Regardless of whether it was the Battle of Mystic Capital or the Battle of Yaodu, The old brothers had put in a lot of effort and were also risking their lives. There were even a few fellow Taoists who had fallen. Those who are still alive may have achieved success and fame, but they still have to take care of the widows and orphans of the deceased. Eternal Peace's wealth is only a little less than heavenly courts. According to the rules of the past, we can split it a little. It won't be a great loss to His Majesty. The other heavenly venerates didn't say much and listened quietly. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven said solemnly, "Supreme Emperor's guidance is correct." Absolute Beginning smiled. Heavenly Venerate Fire, a heavenly venerate of the human race. Furthermore, we have an agreement with His Majesty. Heavenly Venerate of Void, Ancestral God King, Ancient God of Taiji, as well as me, the retired Emperor, and even East Emperor Azure Dragon are all meritorious ministers. Furthermore, Heavenly Venerate Mu has surrendered and is crying on the table, saying that he wants a place to live in seclusion to pray for His Majesty. All of these need to be discussed. He laughed out loud. Heavenly Venerate of Void and Ancestral God King don't dare to want eternal peace, but they still want a share of the wealth. Eternal Peace was so rich and had so many manufacturing factories, algebra experts, and so many forging experts. If they didn't split him, what if they twisted into a rope and rebelled again in the future? It's better to split it. It's better to split it. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven fell silent and nodded repeatedly. He smiled and said, "What Supreme Emperor said makes sense, makes sense." He glanced at Yin Tianzi, and Yin Tianzi braced himself and said, "Supreme Emperor, I have also contributed. I also want to share a share." Heavenly Venerate Fire said coldly, "Yin Tianzi, you didn't even show your head in the Battle of Yaodu, so what contribution do you have?" Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled. Yin Dynasty's Hibiscus is also a heavenly venerate after all. Since she's a heavenly venerate, it's still possible for her to get a share. Otherwise, wouldn't her name be empty? Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Void, the two of you don't need to be polite. Eternal Peace does indeed have a share for the two of you. Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Void looked at each other and bowed at the same time. "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled. Originally, there were 10 heavenly venerates in Heavenly Court, but now there's only Heavenly Venerate Void, Ancestor God King, Heavenly Venerate Fire, Supreme Emperor, Son of Heaven Yin, and me. Looks like we need to replenish our fresh blood. Since Son of Heaven Yin has become Heavenly Venerate Yin, White Emperor, Crimson Emperor, and Green Emperor can also become the candidates for the 10 heavenly venerates. Absolute Beginning smiled and said, "The White Emperor, the Red Emperor, and the Green Emperor are still lacking in character. Your Majesty, Ancient God Taiji can be a heavenly venerate." Heavenly Emperor Hao played with his wine cup. He laughed and said, "I almost forgot. The two Tao brothers did contribute a lot in the Battle of Hades and Xuandu and can be classified as heavenly venerates. In that case, why not include Heavenly Venerate Mu? With that, there would be 9 heavenly venerates." Heavenly Venerate Fire protested, "Your Majesty, how can a traitor be a heavenly venerate?" Heavenly Emperor Hao smiled. "Do you have other candidates?" Heavenly Venerate Fire said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu is a traitor. If he is listed as 10th Heavenly Venerate, not to mention that the other Heavenly Venerates would not submit, the other Heavenly Venerates would not submit either. Moreover, it's not like there are no 10 Heavenly Venerates. Isn't Divine Emperor Langxuan still around?" The wine cup in Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky's hand was crushed, and he smiled. Divine Emperor Langxuan died at the hands of Heavenly Venerate Mu. There's a heavenly blessing for Divine Emperor Langxuan. He's still alive. Heavenly Venerate Fire suddenly smiled, making the mask on his face look very terrifying. "Could it be that Your Majesty has forgotten that Divine Emperor Langxuan has an avatar in eternal peace? The heavens have pity on me. I have already rescued his avatar and didn't die at the hands of the traitor." The wine cup in Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven's hand melted and turned into golden liquid that flowed down. He suddenly laughed out loud. Well done, well done. Minister of Fire is loyal to the country and is a supreme loyal minister, as expected of the person that I value the most. Heavenly Emperor Fire was filled with fear and trepidation. Your Majesty, you are flattering me. Absolute Beginning's gaze flickered and he laughed out loud. Heavenly Emperor Fire is indeed loyal and unrivaled. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven snorted and said, Eastern Emperor Green Dragon has come to surrender and can be listed as a Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Fire shouldn't have any objections, right? Heavenly Venerate Fire smiled and said, Eastern Emperor Green Dragon is a Heavenly Venerate. I have no objections. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven clenched his fist and it slowly unfurled. He smiled and said, The benefits of eternal peace are great, so there's no need for us to argue about how to divide them. Just leave it to the children below to discuss. Today is my coronation ceremony, so let's not talk about these troublesome matters. I'll be celebrating with all my beloved ministers and won't return until I'm drunk. Ling Xiao Hall was filled with toasts and laughter gradually rose. Old Dog Hugh's rebellion is about to pierce through the horizon. After the ceremony, Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky sent everyone off, leaving behind only Son of Heaven Yin, Heavenly Venerate Void, and Ancestor God King. They couldn't help but fly into a rage, he said sternly. He was not waiting for a good price. He knew that I could not give him a good price, so he sold it to Absolute Beginning a long time ago. Son of Heaven Yin did not dare to speak. Heavenly Venerate Su and the Ancestor God King looked at each other. The Ancestor God King said, Your Majesty, Heavenly Venerate Hugh is a foreign race after all. He is not of our race. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin let out a breath of turbid air and walked quickly. He sneered and said, He thought that this was in the past. He thought that I could not do without him. He is too impudent. If he dares to keep Langshuan, I can no longer tolerate him. He went to sell Langshuan to Absolute Beginning again. How dare he? Heavenly Venerate Su said. He joined hands with Absolute Beginning. With the help of ancient god Taiji, Langshuan will recover to its peak in a few years. I'm afraid he will be able to compete with His Majesty. Heavenly Venerate Hao snorted angrily and then smiled. My good dog bit me back. Good, very good. But I'm well prepared, mother. Madame Qin Mu answered lazily behind the screen and said with a smile, Hey, Absolute Beginning is nothing to worry about. You can rest assured. Heavenly Venerate Su and the Ancestral God King were horrified. They looked at each other and kept silent. Heavenly Venerate Hao smiled and said, Minister Hugh, you have rebelled. Very well. I was worried that you would not dare to rebel. After all, you are my greatest contributor. I have no reason to kill you so as not to disappoint the ministers. But now you have forced me to make a move. Tai Chu returned to Duan Palace. Duan Palace was where he, the retired emperor, lived after his retirement. The so-called Duan was Duan. After he abdicated, there would no longer be a struggle for power. At this moment, in Duan Palace, Tai Chu, Tai Jai, and Fire Heavenly Venerate sat down. Tai Chu smiled and said, I admire you for your righteous words. Fire Heavenly Venerate shook his head and said, It's just that the Heavenly Emperor can't give me any more benefits. That's why I joined Retired Emperor. Tai Chu laughed out loud. When Hayar becomes the emperor, not only will he not give you benefits, he will even take back the benefits that he gave you in the past. How can you convince the masses by doing this? It will only make those who have contributed feel disappointed. Heavenly Venerate Fire smiled coldly. He can't give me any benefits, so I have to take back the benefits he gave in the past. How can there be such a good thing? Ancestor God King occupies Xuandu and Heavenly Venerate Void occupies Yaodu. Even if that dog, Yin Tianzi, only knows how to lick his boots, he can still obtain the position of Heavenly Venerate and split half of Yaodu's territory. I worked so hard to conquer the world for him, but in the end, he even wants to take back South Heaven. I won't go against him. The heavens won't allow it. Tai Chu nodded. Cooperate with me, and you can protect South Heaven or divide up the benefits of eternal peace. No matter who gets eternal peace, it can't fall into the hands of Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven. If it falls into his hands, we will never be able to turn things around. Heavenly Venerate Fire nodded, and his gaze landed on the two ancient Taiji gods. He has the support of third and fourth young masters, so we probably won't have a chance of winning. Third young master supporting him is just a temporary measure. Absolute Beginning smiled. His plan is very shrewd. If we don't let third young master and fourth young master come, they will definitely be dissatisfied. If they are dissatisfied, it will be our chance. Heavenly Venerate Fire let out a sigh of relief. The two Taiji ancient gods looked at each other and said, Heavenly Venerate Hao will definitely attack fellow Taoist Huo. It will be very difficult for him to tolerate you. You have to be careful. Heavenly Venerate Huo said indifferently, We are all Heavenly Venerate Longhen, an existence who has opened up a new realm. He is indeed more powerful than me, but it won't be easy for him to kill me. I'll leave Divine Emperor Langxuan to you too. When will you allow him to recover to his peak state? Ancient God's son smiled and said, In less than 10 years, Divine Emperor Langxuan will certainly be better than before. Heavenly Venerate Huo laughed and bowed. Congratulations on becoming Heavenly Venerates. After the two ancient gods exchanged pleasantries, Heavenly Venerate Fire stood up and took his leave. Tai Chu personally sent him out of the Great Palace. Your Majesty, do you trust Heavenly Venerate Fire? Consort Grand Moon suddenly asked. No, Tai Chu shook his head. Heavenly Venerate Fire has betrayed too many people. After Heavenly Venerate Royal died, he was afraid of power. The first person he betrayed was himself. He betrayed his heart and joined Hayar. After that, he had betrayed his best friend, Heavenly Venerate Yun. After Heavenly Venerate Yun had died, he had betrayed his own race. Now that he has betrayed Hayar and joined me, how do I know that he won't betray me in the future? Ancient God of Sun said, For people like Heavenly Venerate Fire, if you can use him, use him. If you can't use him, kill him. Absolute Beginning smiled. That's what I meant as well. Eternal Peace, Tao College. Yu Chenzi returned from the Heavenly Court and reported to Qin Mu about his encounters in the Heavenly Court. The details were flawless. Qin Mu listened quietly and asked for the details from time to time. Yu Chenzi told them one by one and didn't dare to miss anything. After a long while, Qin Mu smiled. Heavenly Emperor of Fire is about to die. Yu Chenzi said, When I left the Heavenly Court, I heard news that Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was preparing to bestow rewards to those who had contributed the most. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven wanted to bestow him with the title of equal to Heaven Supreme and Virtuous Heaven Supreme. In the past, Heavenly Emperor Fire was only a saint paragon who was unparalleled in the world, but this time, it's equal to Heaven Paragon, equal to Heavenly Emperor. Qin Mu smiled. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven couldn't bestow any benefits to him, so he could only bestow his name. When he bestows his name, he won't be far from death. Yu Chenzi smiled. That was also because Imperial Preceptor sent Divine Emperor Langxuan over, and it was just right. Qin Mu laughed loudly and stood up. I need to personally take a look at Heavenly Emperor Fire's death and send this old friend off. He smiled. I'm still a little worried that Heavenly Emperor, Great Heavenly Emperor, didn't do it thoroughly enough. After all, Heavenly Venerate Fire was also the 9 Heavenly Venerate of Dragon Hand back then, so some of his hidden abilities have never been revealed. His eyes revealed a fierce light, but he immediately hid it. Yu Chenzi smiled and bowed. I'll await Imperial Preceptor's good news. Qin Mu took out a piece of mortal wood and carved it into a sword sheath. He inserted Calamity's sword into the sheath and walked out of Smell Tao College. On the golden boat, The round Tai Shi and Qin Fengking, who had already taken on the appearance of a youth, were sneakily scouting the way on the boat. When he saw him coming onto the boat, Tai Shi immediately said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you are haunted." Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1617, Chapter 1617, Chapter 1611, Tao Flower on the Golden Ship Translator, 549,690,339. Ghosts are also you two ghosts. Qin Mu boarded the world-crossing golden ship, and with a slight thought, the golden ship became many times smaller from the outside. It looked like a small golden ship, but when he got on the ship, the space inside was still extremely vast. "Brother, there really are ghosts on the ship." Qin Fengking hesitated for a moment before saying, "I've met great-grandfather." Qin Mu was stunned for a moment before he thought of founding emperor and fell silent. "I've really met him." Qin Fengking saw that he didn't believe her and immediately said, "You've been busy these days while the others have been busy too, so I went to look for little Fatty to help me. We searched the ship for a long time and really saw him." The little Fatty he spoke of was Tai Shi. Compared to a giant like Qin Fengking, Tai Shi was a round little fatty. Of course, this little fatty's abilities were extremely high, and there weren't many existences that could resist ancient god Tai Kai. He was definitely one of them. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly and the golden ship slowly accelerated into the void. "Where did you guys meet him?" he asked. Tai Shi said, "In one of the great halls. We saw a figure that looked like him, but when we chased after him we couldn't get close. Instead, we passed through his body." Qin Mu's expression was gloomy as he muttered, "It should be his brand." The power of fourth young master's strike had already completely wiped him out. Even the black sand in his soul wouldn't exist. "Little brother, do you want to go take a look?" Qin Fengking revealed a hopeful expression. Even though he always called Qin Mu a bad little brother in his heart, he always thought that this bad little brother was omnipotent. He hoped that Qin Mu would be able to find founding emperor, and perhaps his bad little brother would have a way to save him. Qin Mu thought about it and nodded his head. Logic told him that founding emperor would never be able to survive the strike from fourth young master, but he would rather believe in miracles. Qin Fengking and Supreme Beginning led the way, and Qin Mu followed them to the palaces of the Golden Ship. These palaces were built by the masters of Miluo Palace, and each of them was equivalent to the heavens. The space inside was vast, and the strange thing was that the number of palaces wasn't fixed. The number of palaces here would increase as the number of people boarded the ship increased. Even if the entire universe boarded the ship would still have enough space to accommodate them. What was even stranger was that when you entered a palace and walked out, you would find a new palace. Even if you kept searching, you would still find a palace on the ship that you had never been to before. This was the Crossing World's golden ship refined by the master of Mycroft Palace. Even though the Crossing World's golden ship was so mystical and contained boundless space, it was unable to protect anyone in the face of the great calamity of the universe's destruction. Qin Mu followed them into a palace. Qin Fengking quickly turned around and said, "It's not here." He opened the palace doors and rushed out. He opened another one and quickly swam away. "It's not here either." The palace doors were opened one after another, and more golden palaces appeared on the golden boat. Gradually, Qin Fengking had already inspected a few hundred palaces, and the number of new ones kept increasing. Qin Mu could only watch as he busied himself. In the distance, the palaces they had inspected were slowly disappearing, and many new ones appeared out of thin air. Qin Fengking continued to inspect them, but he was stubborn and tenacious. He wasn't discouraged at all. Qin Mu followed him, and after an unknown amount of time, Qin Fengking was also a little tired. He opened his 3 eyes in a daze and muttered, "Which palace is he in? We have clearly seen him before." He opened another hall and a faint sigh came from within. Qin Mu's spirit was greatly roused and he hurriedly walked in. However, he saw Qin Fengqing walking out with a face full of disappointment. He shook his head and said, "It's not him." Qin Mu was puzzled and looked into the hall. He saw a figure walking towards him. The two of them met face to face, but that person had passed through his body. Qin Mu was slightly stunned and looked at that figure. It was the brand left behind by the master of Miluo Palace. Grief was written all over his face as he walked out of the hall. Qin Mu turned his head back and suddenly saw countless living beings in the hall. There were cities, city walls, and all sorts of buildings. They lived and multiplied in the hall, enjoying each other's happiness. Suddenly, everyone turned into white bones, and all the buildings in the city instantly turned into chi of chaos. The white bones also collapsed and shattered, turning into wisps of chi of chaos. Qin Mu was stunned. There had been another world in the hall a moment ago, but now there was nothing. He turned around and saw the mark of the master of Miluo Palace standing outside the hall. He raised his head and was in a daze. Qin Mu walked to his side and raised his head to look up, but he didn't see what he was looking at. Qin Mu turned his head and saw two streams of tears flashing in the corner of the eyes of the master of Miluo Palace. His tears were also branded into this space and became eternal. Qin Mu was stunned, but he didn't stay there. He continued to search with Qin Fengqing and Supreme Beginning. The golden ship sailed toward South Heaven according to his will. It should take 1 to 2 months for the golden ship to pass through the void to reach South Heaven. Qin Fengqing and Supreme Beginning were still searching the ship, and every hall on the ship didn't seem to repeat itself. It was simply too difficult for him to find the palace where he had met Founding Emperor. They had also met the brand of the master of Miluo Palace, the most powerful existence in history who had left many brand marks on the ship. Whenever his mood was agitated or gloomy, his figure would be branded on the ship. As Qin Mu and the rest explored more and more palaces, they gradually met more and more masters of Miluo Palace. These brand marks were either sorrowful, melancholic, uplifting, or dejected. As they explored more and more places, Qin Mu gradually discovered that the places where the masters of Miluo Palace appeared were basically the places where the lives of the first universe had died. In other words, when the first universe's destruction calamity erupted, some of the palaces were actually empty. There's a limit to the number of palaces with people in them. He suddenly stopped and felt like he had caught onto something. Qin Fengqing was still searching ahead. Qin Mu tilted his head to think. Palaces with people and palaces without people might appear according to a certain law. If there's a law, then it means that the number of palaces that can be evolved by the golden ship is a certain number. That's because the number of living beings in the first universe is also a certain number. His brain spun faster and faster. The number of palaces is a certain number, which means that we can search through all the golden palaces. He suddenly executed his divine consciousness and visualized the paths he had walked and the palaces he had explored. He spread out these palaces and looked for their mathematical laws. Qin Fengqing stopped and turned back to look. Qin Mu followed them slowly and suddenly asked, "Brother, do you know the technique of heavenly venerate you?" Qin Fengqing was puzzled. "It's the technique of the billions of incarnations of heavenly venerate you." Qin Mu said, "Your attainments in the path of Yaodu should be on par with his. If he can do it, you should be able to do it as well." Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up, and her body suddenly swayed. Another Qin Fengqing walked out from her body. The two Qin Fengqing looked at each other. Their cultivations were split evenly, and their bodies swayed for a moment before splitting into another Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing kept splitting, and soon there were 10,000 of them. This was Heavenly Venerate You's technique. Heavenly Venerate You's strongest primordial spirit was cultivated in this way. There were billions of clones, and each of them had a primordial spirit. so his primordial spirit was naturally strong. However, there was also a weakness in doing so, and that was the weakness of the corporeal body. Because the path of Yaodu rejected living corporeal bodies, it was very difficult to cultivate the corporeal body to the extreme, so heavenly venerate Yu's achievements in the corporeal body weren't high. Countless Qin Fengking ran around randomly and barged into palaces, but even more palaces appeared out of thin air. They saw Qin Fengking running while her body swayed and she split into herself. Qin Mu's gaze flickered, and the number of palaces he visualized grew more and more. The patterns in them also gradually became clearer. Tai Shi was flabbergasted when he saw this. He suddenly asked, "Qin Fengking has learned heavenly venerate Yu's technique." Qin Mu shook his head. "Never. Heavenly venerate Yu is too introverted, so very few people can get along with him. The great Tao of Yaodu is also extremely abstruse and difficult to understand, so he can't be bothered to teach others." Tai Shi stuttered. "Then how did Qin Fengking learn it?" "Brother is Earth count after all. Besides, brother and I are the same person after all." Qin Mu said indifferently, "He looks silly, but he's actually as smart as me." Tai Shi thought for a moment and asked, "Then why don't you know it?" Finally, Qin Fengking finished searching the last palace, but no new ones appeared. He retracted his clones and revealed a disappointed expression. He shook his head. "I didn't find Patriarch Fatty. Why are your eyes swollen?" Tai Shi stammered and couldn't speak. Qin Mu let out a turbid breath and looked at the palaces he had visualized, analyzing the mathematical laws within. He shook his head and said, "There's another hall on the ship that hasn't been revealed yet. However, I can confirm the location of this hall." He walked forward and came to an empty space. He raised his hand and gently tapped on the heart of his brows, and the vertical eye opened. Brilliant light that was like countless glass crystals shot out from the divine eye in the heart of his brows. It refracted in all directions, and heavenly venerate Moon's ultimate carrying void scripture was circulated to the extreme. The crystal-like light that shot out from his eyes refracted countless space planes. There were palaces in those strange spaces, and they were the inner spaces of the world-crossing golden ship. Suddenly, Qin Mu's gaze gathered and shone on a palace. The glazed crystal in his gaze slowly moved from the front to the back, and a strange situation happened. When the crystal moved to the back of the crystal, a treasure hall appeared out of thin air in front of them. The golden hall that had disappeared from the world-crossing golden ship appeared. "As long as you understand mathematics, there will be no more secrets," Tai Shi said solemnly to Qin Fengking, who was flabbergasted. Qin Fengking looked at the golden hall in a daze and muttered, "If you weren't a little fatty, I would definitely feel that your words are very reasonable." Qin Mu shook his robe and pushed open the door of the palace hall, walking into the hall. In front of him, Tao flowers seemed to be formed by countless sword blades that were slowly rotating. Qin Mu seemed to be crying but not crying. He stood there with a smile that wasn't a smile and didn't move for a long time. In the heavenly court, after Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's coronation, it was bustling for a period of time. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven conferred the titles of meritorious ministers, and the most eye-catching one was the new Heavenly Venerate. Yin Tianzi was conferred the title of Heavenly Venerate Yin of Reincarnation Grand Sage. Ancient God Taiji was conferred the title of Heavenly Venerate Sun, Heavenly Venerate Grand Yin, and Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon was conferred the title of Heavenly Venerate Azure Dragon. What was most unexpected was that Long Xiao had also come. He was conferred the title of 10th Heavenly Venerate by Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, and Heavenly Venerate Long Xiao was in charge of the beast world. The other Heavenly Venerates, such as Huo, Su, and the Ancestor, were also given rewards. Their positions were even more honorable. After the grand event, Heavenly Venerate Hayashin ordered a crusade against the non-officials. He was prepared to use troops against the extreme West Heaven and the extreme North Heaven. The rulers of all the worlds returned to their respective worlds. The heavenly venerates also returned to their own territories to recruit soldiers and horses for the crusade. Heavenly Venerate Hugh sat in the Heavenly Venerate's treasured carriage. He closed his eyes and rested. The treasured carriage traveled in the starry sky. It shone brightly and left a long trail in the starry sky. Riches and honor never returned to their homeland, as if they were traveling in brocade at night. This was the reason why he didn't take the spiritual energy transfer bridge, but called the carriage back to the southern sky. The Heavenly Venerate had to have the air of a Heavenly Venerate. The journey was safe and uneventful. When the treasured carriage arrived in the southern sky, its speed gradually slowed down. The treasured carriage passed through the skies above the various heavens in the southern sky, and below it were the common people kneeling and worshiping. The fire Heavenly Venerate inspected the entire journey. He saw that the southern sky was well organized, but there were also faint signs of chaos. He couldn't help but frown. The ones who rebelled weren't humans but demigods. They were burning, killing, and plundering everywhere. The humans, on the other hand, continued to submit and didn't resist at all. Heavenly Venerate Fire captured a demigod and questioned him. The demigod straightened his neck and said, "There's no more money. South Heaven is a farmer, a silkworm farmer and a cloth spinner. Who knows how to build a factory? Who knows how to make spirit weapons for civilian use? They were all bought from eternal peace, and now even us old masters don't have any money, so we can only rebel." Heavenly Venerate Fire put him down and waved his hand to let him go. He couldn't help falling into deep thought. If we don't rob eternal peace, it will be difficult for South Heaven to continue. South Heaven is a small country with few people, so how can they fight against the large-scale forging of eternal peace? Just as he thought of this, suddenly he heard a voice laughing. Heavenly Venerate Fire is truly a talent. He actually trained the humans here so well, making them docile and obedient. They didn't have the slightest desire to resist, nor did they have the slightest ability to resist. These people lived to 60 years old and were eaten by demigods. It's too late, the texture isn't good anymore. From now on, I should mention 40 years old. 40 years old, the texture is just right. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Chapter 1618, Chapter 1618, Chapter 1612, Heavenly Venerate of Fire's Archway Translator. 549,690,339. So it's the new Heavenly Venerate of Azure Dragon. Heavenly Venerate of Fire glanced at the approaching Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon. Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon was clearly in a good mood. He looked around and was very curious about everything in the southern sky. Heavenly Venerate of Azure Dragon, you were originally the Eastern Emperor and were in charge of the extreme East Heaven. Now that you've become a Heavenly Venerate, the extreme East Heaven will be directly handed over to Heavenly Emperor Hao. Celestial Master Fire said indifferently, "Now that you have nothing, do you think it's worth it to have the title of Celestial Master?" The Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon laughed and said, "Now that I have a life, it's worth it. The extreme East Heaven, the extreme East Holy Land, will be handed over to His Majesty. His Majesty can rest assured that I won't die." In the past, I formed an alliance with Celestial Master Mu, but he couldn't take it anymore. In the end, I still lost. For the sake of my life, this is the only way I can go. Celestial Master Fire revealed a disappointed expression. He shook his head and said, "Celestial Master Mu has your ancient gods as allies. No wonder he lost. You guys didn't help much and only held him back. If it weren't for you ancient gods, Celestial Master Mu might not have lost." Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon laughed and said, "If it weren't for Celestial Master Fire, Celestial Master Mu might not have lost either." The two of them exchanged glances and revealed looks of disgust. At this moment, A group of people beat drums and gongs as they carried a coffin over. Inside the coffin sat a 60-year-old old man. He was dressed in red and green and was beaming with joy. He cupped his hands and thanked the people around him continuously. This group of people came to the front of Fire, Heavenly Venerate, and East Emperor Azure Dragon. When they saw that they were blocking their way, they stopped. East Emperor Azure Dragon picked up the old man in the coffin and weighed him. He sniffed the scent and put it down. The old man saw his strange appearance and loudly said, "Exalted goddess, please have your meal." Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon shook his head. "You've lost a bit of weight and you're too old. Heavenly Venerate Fire, how about 40 years old? You humans get married when you're in your teens, give birth when you're in your 20s, and have grandchildren when you're in your 40s. The taste is just right at this time. I can offer it to the demigod ancient god." Celestial Master Fire looked at him expressionlessly. Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon's body was enormous. He squatted down and looked at the group of people. He smiled and said, "Celestial Master Fire doesn't say anything. You guys tell me. Do you think what I said makes sense?" Those people hurriedly put down their coffins and kowtowed to the ground. They said in unison, "What Master said makes sense, then it's settled." East Emperor Azure Dragon glanced at Celestial Fire and suddenly laughed. 40 is still a little too old. How about 30? What do you think? Those people said. What Master said makes sense. It's settled then. East Emperor Azure Dragon glanced at Celestial Fire again. He laughed and said, "The chi and blood of a 30-year-old mortal has already begun to wither. How about 20? You humans can get married before the age of 20 and have children. After having children, you can take the initiative to offer yourself to the demigod ancient god." Those people hesitated, and the old man in the coffin said with a trembling voice, "Exalted God, 20 years old is too young. I beg you to give me a few more years. After raising the child, can I offer myself to you?" East Emperor laughed and said, "Do you have the right to choose? No. Do you have the power to resist? No. Since you don't have the power and also don't have the right, then it's settled." Below, the young people were wailing as if they had lost their parents. "I'll fight it out with you." The old man climbed out of the coffin and rushed towards the Eastern Emperor, punching and kicking. However, he was weak, not even an itch. The Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon did not mind. The dragon's scales on his feet flashed with a cold light, and the old man was turned into ashes. When the young people carrying the coffin saw this, they all stood up silently and turned around. None of them said anything about avenging the old man. "You accepted it so quickly." East Emperor Azure Dragon was surprised. He smiled and said, "Celestial Master Fire, you have to teach me. Your experience of enslaving South Heaven has spread to all the worlds in the universe. Why would His Majesty need to worry about Celestial Master Mu? There will be no rebellion in the future." Celestial Master Fire sneered. "I'm doing this to protect the human race. The human race is weak and is no match for the demigod ancient god. Only in this way can the human race survive. From the time of Long Han until now, in the million years, only the people of my southern heaven have lived well and didn't worry about being exterminated. Isn't eternal peace also living well?" East Emperor Azure Dragon didn't mind and smiled. "The human race of the other worlds haven't been exterminated either." Heavenly Venerate Fire said coldly, "The human race of the origin world has experienced long hand tribulation, crimson light tribulation, upper emperor tribulation, founding emperor tribulation, and eternal peace tribulation. Which time didn't they almost be exterminated? Every time, they had to go through countless excruciating pain before they could come back to life. As for me, Southern Heaven, the 5 tribulations you mentioned, it seems like you have made a move every time. Every time you have been the most ruthless." When Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon saw that he was about to retort, he waved his hand and smiled. "I didn't come here to argue with you about this. Heavenly Venerate Fire, You have offended his majesty." Heavenly Venerate Fire laughed out loud and glanced at him. "So Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven sent you here to die?" East Emperor Azure Dragon was all smiles. He said leisurely, "The Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird was killed by fire Heavenly Venerate in his own holy land. I'm far away from the extreme East Heaven, so how can I be a match for fire Heavenly Venerate? Fortunately, fire Heavenly Venerate has a weakness, so His Majesty sent help." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Tianzi walked out from the shadows and bowed. "Yin Dynasty Hibiscus greets Fire Heavenly Venerate." When Heavenly Venerate Fire saw him, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Yin Tianzi, Heavenly Venerate Yin." As soon as he finished laughing, his eyes were full of sarcasm. "How dare you come here? Is Heavenly Emperor Hayashin going to send Heavenly Venerate Long Zio here? You new Heavenly Venerates are all a bunch of trash." Yin Tianzi smiled. "Heavenly Venerate Fire, your soul is too weak and has left a huge flaw. Therefore, His Majesty has ordered me to come here to harvest Brother Fire's soul." Fire Heavenly Venerate snorted coldly and said passionately, "You worked with Heavenly Venerate Hayashin to kill my brother, Heavenly Venerate Royal. I have always wanted to avenge him. Today, I can finally fulfill my wish." Yin Tianzi shook his head and said, "I had no choice but to kill Heavenly Venerate Royal, but I only killed Heavenly Venerate Royal. But Brother Fire killed too many human Heavenly Venerates. Heavenly Venerate Yun, Heavenly Venerate Yue, Emperor Ming, Founding Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Mu, Heavenly Venerate Yu, and Heavenly Venerate Ling. You all regarded them as enemies and wanted to cut them into pieces immediately. The number of human elites who died at your hands is 100 times more than the number who died at my hands. Brother Fire, do you still want to avenge them?" Celestial Master Fire's face turned cold. "They deserved it. I've always looked down on flatterers like you. We're the same kind of people." Yin Tianzi said indifferently, "I'm even 100 times better than you. At the very least, under my rule, the human race in my territory lived a better life than yours, Southern Sky. Most of my disciples are also humans. He, even I, who have always been looked down upon by you, do a better job than you. Even if the ancient god you hate is like Nandi, the humans under her command are much better than you, Nan Tian." The Fire Heavenly Venerate was furious. Just as he was about to kill, he suddenly heard the sound of a horn being honked. He saw that the young men from Nan Tian who had just left with the coffins had returned. After they returned to the village, they said goodbye to their wives and children. One by one, they put on their red and green clothes and walked over. They were not the only ones. Everyone from 20 to 60 years old in the village had come. They did not sit in the coffins because there were no more young men in the village who could carry the coffins. Thus, they walked over. The village was filled with cries. However, these people came in front of everyone with smiles. They knelt down one by one and said happily, "Master, please have your meal." Yin Tianzi shook his head. "These people can no longer be called human. They are just a group of walking corpses in human form." "Fire Celestial Master, you have taught them well." He suddenly burst into laughter and pointed at Fire Celestial Master with a smile. He laughed so hard that tears flowed down his face. "Even so, you still look down on me. You say that I have no backbone. You say that I am a dog-licking dog. You say that I only know how to lick Heavenly Master Hayashin. You're so damn hypocritical. No matter how bad I am or how bad I am, I'm still 100 times better than you." He jumped up in excitement. "I'm bad, but I'm a righteous bad guy. And you're obviously a promiscuous bitch, yet you pretend to be so righteous. You even want to build a memorial arch for yourself." He laughed so hard that he rolled on the ground. He could not stand up. "You're much worse than me. You look down on me, saying that I'm not worthy to be a Heavenly Venerate, saying that I rely on flattery to get to the top, and you say that you rely on virtue to get to the top. But what about your virtue? Compared to you, I'm simply a saint who doesn't live in the mortal world." Boom! Suddenly, the space distorted violently. Layers of fire wheels spun behind the fire heavenly venerate's head, distorting the entire heavens. The starry sky of the heavens revolved along with the fire wheels, and the earth turned into a huge ring. Countless cities, villages, mountains, rivers, and oceans all became part of this ring. The mask on the fire heavenly venerate's face revealed a look of shame and anger. Yin Tianzi and the Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon lost their footing and were lifted up by the huge fire wheels. They could not help but fly toward him. The fire heavenly venerate stretched out his palm and pinched Yin Tianzi's neck. He sneered, "You are just a dog of heavenly Emperor Hayashan. How can you be compared to me?" Yin Tianzi was pinched by him. He kicked his legs and grabbed his fingers with both hands, but he could not break them open. His face turned red. He chuckled and said, "Aren't you a dog too? You lick better than me. Yes, you are not a dog. A dog is loyal, but you, crack." Heavenly Venerate Fire broke his neck and burned Heavenly Venerate Yin into ashes. East Emperor Azure Dragon stood at the side and didn't dare to come forward. Heavenly Venerate Fire patted the ashes on his hand and looked at him. He sneered and said, "I hate ancient gods the most in my life, but you kneel and lick absolute beginning." A huge door rose slowly. The water of the Netherworld Sea surged out from the door and soon formed a Netherworld Sea in the starry sky. The Netherworld Heavenly Gate stood on the surface of the sea. Son of Heaven Yin walked out from the door. He smiled and said, "You hate absolute beginning the most. You joined him. You hate Heavenly Emperor Hayashan the most. You joined him too. You don't hate him the most, but you fear him the most. You fear power, so you kneel and worship it. You want to become powerful. You even killed Heavenly Emperor Yun to gain Heavenly Emperor Hayashan's trust for your position. Huo, you must have wanted to avenge Heavenly Emperor back then, right? You wanted to kill Heavenly Emperor Yun to avenge Heavenly Emperor after gaining his trust. I just looked at you like this, he. He sat on the threshold and shook his legs. His face was full of ridicule. I just watched you fall into power and lust. I was filled with joy because you quickly became like me. But I never expected that you would become even worse and darker than me." Fire Heavenly Venerate pointed his finger, and Son of Heaven Yin exploded into pieces. In the next moment, waves appeared in the Netherworld Sea, and Son of Heaven Yin walked out of the door again. He smiled and said, "No one in this world can kill me. Even Heavenly Venerate Mu tried, but he couldn't do anything to me. Don't waste your energy. On the contrary, I can kill you." His eyes flashed with excitement. "Back then you couldn't kill the Ming Emperor, so I killed him. From then on, I realized that you and the Ming Emperor have the same weakness. That is, your soul is too weak. Your cultivation technique can't reach the soul. Congratulations to Yao Yu Sauce, who has a cute voice. I'll take you on a trip. Boss Shen, Wei Ryuking, happy birthday to the 4-book friends. Yao Yu Sauce's birthday was yesterday. I forgot, so I'll make up for it." There was another event in the Kidian book review section. If I were you, everyone could choose the character that impressed you in the Book of God. Just write a book review of 150 words or so. There was an event reward, which was limited to the book review section of Kidian. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1619, Chapter 1619, Chapter 1613, Number 42 Translator. 549,690,339 In the last golden hall of the world crossing golden ship, Qin Mu stretched out his palm and gently touched the Tao flower. The Tao flower spun and cut his finger. The Tao flower is still there. The Tao flower is still there. Qin Mu muttered in a low voice as if he couldn't feel any pain. What do you mean when you tell me that we will meet again in Hall of Chaos in the future? You should still be alive, right? There's a possibility that you are still alive. The sword blades in the Tao flower spun and gave off a ringing sound as if they were responding to him. Qin Fengking and Tai, she entered the golden hall and their gazes landed on the Tao flower. Tai, she asked in puzzlement, "Is this founding emperor's Tao flower?" Qin Mu nodded. I still don't understand what exactly is going on. Why can founding emperor's Dao flower be preserved under the attack of the fourth young master of Miluo Palace? The attack of the fourth young master of the Miluo Palace was aimed at Ling Tianzun. The power of that attack could even wipe out Ling Tianzun completely. The power of that zither string was enough to completely destroy the founding emperor, leaving nothing behind. However, this Dao flower survived. He muttered, there should be a power that I didn't notice protecting the Dao flower of the founding emperor, so much so that it gave him a chance to live. This person's divine arts are vast. Hall of Chaos, what is this place? He was somewhat at a loss. Qin Fengking quickly circled around the hall and couldn't find founding emperor's ghost. With a surprised expression, he said in a daze, "Brother, I clearly saw the ghost of the old ancestor. Strange, if it's not here, where could it be?" "Are you sure it's him?" Qin Mu asked. "It's definitely him," Qin Fengking said. "I definitely can't be wrong. That aura, that charm, and that sword path, it's definitely him." Tai Shi hesitated for a moment before saying, "His appearance is also him. However, we can't touch him, so we can only pass through his body." Qin Mu muttered to himself as he walked around. "Why can't we touch him? Could it be him in his not-so-easy state?" He recalled what had happened to Heavenly Venerate Ling. Back then, he had saved Heavenly Venerate Ling and left behind the Dao markings of Miluo Palace. He, founding emperor, and the rest had stayed behind in divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, to fight supreme emperor. Heavenly Venerate Ling had cast a spell and sent them to 40,000 years later, while he had stayed behind. At that time, there were two Heavenly Venerates Ling, Heavenly Venerate Ling, who was in the view of the real world, and Heavenly Venerate Ling, who was trapped in Heavenly River Unyi divine art. These two Ling Tianzun were in a state that wasn't being observed. If someone's gaze landed on Ling Tianzun, she would collapse, and Ling Tianzun, who was trapped in the Heavenly River not easy divine art, would become the only reality. This was the uniqueness of the observed state of matter. And if it wasn't being observed, Ling Tianzun would have two possibilities. One was to live in the real world, and the other was to continuously die and resurrect in the Heavenly River. Only Ling Tianzun herself could crack this state. At that time, she had buried herself in studying the Dao patterns of Miluo Palace, waiting for the arrival of Qin Mu's era. She had only cracked it once when she saw founding emperor. Therefore, Ling Tianzun had almost never appeared in the 40,000 years. Founding emperor might also be in this state. Qin Mu walked back and forth. The founding emperor you guys saw should be the future founding emperor that you saw by accident. There was an existence that was so powerful that it was almost inconceivable. When fourth young master's divine art erupted, he was sent to the future. Furthermore, founding emperor was sent to an object that could pierce through the future by that inconceivable existence. This object is the world-crossing golden ship. His eyes gradually became brighter, his footsteps also gradually became faster, and the speed of his speech also became faster. He clapped his hands fiercely and said, "This is boarding the ghost ship, Ba. It's the golden boat of crossing worlds. Those who board the golden boat will see ghosts and feel that the ghosts are talking to them. This is not a real ghost, but the founding emperor was sent to the golden boat of the future by that inconceivable existence." He said excitedly, "This golden ship was refined by the master of the palace of Myro, and the golden ship itself is equivalent to an eternal and unchanging material. It can pass through great catastrophes of the universe's destruction. Therefore, under the condition of not being easy to materialize, it can appear in the past. Granny C and the others met people from the future on the ship. They thought it was the master of the palace of Myro, and even said that the master of the palace of Myro taught them how to cultivate. That wasn't the master of the Mycroft Palace, but the founding emperor." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. The founding emperor in the future state. Because he's in a different time and space from us. We're just like the conversation I had with Heavenly Venerate Yun on the Heavenly River back then. We can only see each other vaguely. The founding emperor is the same. He was even more excited. He suddenly released his vital chi and visualized runes. In the blink of an eye, countless algebra runes appeared, crackling and changing in unpredictable ways. Qin Fengking looked at his younger brother, who was like a crazy devil, constantly changing all kinds of strange runes, and couldn't help being stunned. When these runes changed, it made him dizzy. After looking at it for a moment, Qin Fengking almost vomited and hurriedly moved his gaze away. "Little fatty, what is younger brother doing?" he asked curiously. Tai Shi's gaze didn't waver and was very excited. He stared at the runes formed by Qin Mu's vital chi and said without raising his head, "He's calculating. What he's doing is extremely marvelous. And this kind of calculation, good." Qin Fengking's eyes turned black and asked humbly, "What is he calculating?" Calculating whether his guess is feasible. Tai Shi was even more excited. It was obvious that he understood Qin Mu's calculation, and the speed of his eyeballs spinning was extremely fast. He clapped his hands and praised. "How good! So it's this kind of solution, don't you know it? Aren't you two blood brothers? I heard that you guys use the same brain and your brain doesn't seem to work." Qin Fengking's face turned black as she punched his right eye. Tai Shi's two eyes were swollen into a slit as he muttered, "They are indeed blood brothers." Qin Mu exhausted all his knowledge and crazily calculated. He even continuously developed new algorithms during the calculation process. He was originally one of the grandmasters with the highest algebra in the world and might be inferior to Lin Xuan, but he wasn't far from it. The algebra of eternal peace had already been deduced to an extremely high realm by Eternal Peace Dao sect. Every time Qin Mu returned, he would definitely go to Eternal Peace Dao sect to study. Dao Master Lin Xuan could be said to be at the forefront of algebra, but Qin Mu basically knew everything that he knew. Furthermore, Heavenly Venerate Ling had also created his own algebra system by analyzing the Dao markings of Miluo Palace. When Qin Mu had learned the Dao markings of Miluo Palace from her, he had also learned her algebra system. This was to prevent Heavenly Venerate Ling from finding him stupid and being too lazy to teach him. Qin Mu tried to fuse Eternal Peace algebra system with Heavenly Venerate Ling's algebra system to create more algorithms. After more than 10 days, the entire hall could no longer store so many algebra runes. Qin Mu came outside and continued to calculate frantically. After more than 10 days, Qin Fengking raised her head to look and saw that the algebra runes that Qin Mu had transformed and visualized with his vital chi had already covered the sky of the golden ship, forming a vast sky curtain that couldn't be seen at all. At this moment, Tai Shi also couldn't understand Qin Mu's calculation. The little fatty sat on the ground like a head on a round egg. With his hands supporting his chin, he looked at a calculation in a daze. Not long after, he suddenly jumped up like a big ball jumping into the air with a small ball on its head. He said happily, "I understand." However, after landing on the ground, he frowned again and muttered to Qin Fengking, "I seem to have calculated wrongly." Qin Mu was still frantically calculating, but as time passed, his speed of solving the problem became slower and slower. His expression was solemn, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The sweat was like a spring, and soon his clothes were wet. Qin Fengking walked around anxiously and muttered, "Have you finished calculating? Have you finished calculating? We are in South Heaven." He hurriedly came to the bow of the ship and bent down to look down. He saw the magnificent main continent of South Heaven and numerous magnificent celestial star fields appearing below the golden ship. The golden ship sailed through the void of South Heaven like a ghost, silently passing by. Qin Fengking had 2 horns on his head as he looked down. His appearance was exactly the same as Qin Mu's when he was young. He looked like he had been imprinted from the same mold, and his face carried the childish air that was unique to Qin Mu when he was young. The only difference was the two horns on his head. They were the horns of Earth Count. Qin Fengking kept looking around. Suddenly, his heart trembled. He saw the heavens suddenly distort and turn into a huge wheel. This kind of distortion was extremely terrifying. It was using boundless mana to distort the entire space of the heavens. Even the stars in the heavens were twisted into rings. The stars in the heavens contained a galaxy. Countless suns and planets were twisted into a ring just like that. There were only a few people in the world who possessed such powerful dharmic powers. Other than Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky, Absolute Beginning, Heavenly Master Yun, and the Sinkhole Goddess, only the Ancestor God King and Heavenly Master Fire, who controlled the Heavenly Duke's body, could do it. I see Heavenly Master Fire. Qin Fengking grew anxious. He did not dare to look at Heavenly Master Fire directly to avoid detection. He said in a low voice, "Brother, have you not figured it out yet? How stupid!" Crash. The Netherworld Sea surged out from the Netherworld Gate as the Netherworld Sea appeared. Yin Tianzi sat on the threshold and was mocking the fire Heavenly Venerate. Then he was blown up by the fire Heavenly Venerate with one finger. Is that little Yin? Although the fire Heavenly Venerate's Abhana is powerful, it doesn't seem to be able to kill him. When Qin Fengking was in the Great Void Land, she had fought with Yin Tianzi and fire more than once. Previously, their powers were about the same, but after Qin Fengking swallowed the immortal soul of the gods and demons that died in the Heaven Court, her powers gradually surpassed Yin Tianzi's. However, Yin Tianzi had many tricks up his sleeves, especially his samsara abhana. It was very strange, and he was able to escape death every time. Hence, Qin Fengking knew Yin Tianzi's tricks very well. In the Heaven Gate of Samsara, Yin Tianzi was resurrected again, and he was extremely excited. He said to the fire Heavenly Venerate, "I know that you have always looked down on me. How could a dignified fire Heavenly Venerate look down on a despicable person like me? However, you don't know that your weakness has long been in my control." He stood in Samsara Heaven Gate and said in high spirits, "Heavenly Venerate Fire, I can kill you with no effort." Qin Fengking clenched her fists and was about to study Yin Tianzi's path of reincarnation. Suddenly, a voice sounded out beside her ear. "Yin Tianzi is about to die. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven can't tolerate Great Sun Star Sovereign, so how can he tolerate Yin Tianzi who knows more secrets about himself?" Qin Fengking hurriedly turned his head and saw Qin Mu standing behind him. He immediately looked behind Qin Mu and asked swiftly, "Little brother, have you calculated it?" He only saw runes that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They were all kinds of spells, but he couldn't understand them. He also didn't know if Qin Mu had calculated the result. At that moment, only Supreme she was still sitting there with his chin in his hands, looking at a calculation without interest. Qin Mu was a little tired and nodded his head. "I've calculated it. It's feasible. I can still calculate which year founding emperor will be in the future." With a light wave of his hand, a rune flew over. The rune transformed into the words 42. 42 years later, Qin Mu revealed a smile and his expression was a little haggard. "He will appear on this golden ship." The 17th anniversary of the starting point had come to an end, and the otaku pig had immediately started writing after coming back. He hadn't eaten dinner yet. He was starving to death. He begged for a monthly ticket and went to eat. When he came back, he would take a look at how many monthly tickets had been added. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1620, Chapter 1620, Chapter 1614, Death of Son of Heaven Yin Translator, 549,690,339, 42 years later. Qin Fengking revealed a look of anticipation. Even though his younger brother Qin Mu always gave people the feeling that he was unreliable, In his heart, Qin Mu was the most reliable and dependable person. He was even more dependable than his mother. Qin Mu said that founding emperor would appear on the golden ship after 42 years, so founding emperor would definitely appear. The existence that saved founding emperor is really so vast that it's inconceivable. Qin Mu muttered to himself, his paths, skills, and divine arts also make me gasp in amazement. There's actually such a powerful existence in the world. Why would he save founding emperor? There's also Hall of Chaos. This name seems to be similar to the names of Ling Xiao Hall, Purple Xiao Hall, Supreme Hall, and so on. Could he be a young master of Mycroft Palace? In that case, he should be a young master worth befriending. His gaze fell on the battle in South Heaven, and he cast away all distracting thoughts. Below, Son of Yin Tianzi suddenly cast a spell and bowed his head towards the heavenly master of fire. That was the Hades divine ability that Son of Yin Tianzi was most proficient in. It specialized in worshipping the souls of others to death. Once worshipped by him, those whose cultivation level was higher than his would often have their souls shattered into pieces, turning into black sand in their souls. The fire heavenly venerate was still standing there, as steady as a mountain. He received Yin Tianzi's bow. The moment Yin Tianzi bowed, he suddenly felt that things were not looking good. There was actually a blazing fire in his soul. This fire followed his divine ability and directly ignited his soul. It was extremely fast. Yin Tianzi hurriedly activated his divine ability to resist the Tao fire. However, there was no time at all. He could only enter the gate of heaven of the Nether Capital and use the power of the gate of heaven of the Nether Capital to reincarnate and extinguish the Tao fire. The moment he flew out of the gate of heaven of the Nether Capital, he had transformed from a man into a woman. However, the Tao fire of the fire heavenly venerate continued to burn along with the reincarnation, and continued to burn his soul. Yin Tianzi was shocked and quickly reincarnated again. His gate of heaven of the Nether Capital should be called the gate of reincarnation. Every time he passed through this gate, he would reincarnate again. In the past, he had plotted against the reincarnation of the Southern Emperor, Bai Yuqiang. Every time Bai Yuqiang died, she would pass through the gate of heaven of the Nether Capital. This was the reason why he reincarnated into another person. Of course, the gate of heaven of the Nether Capital had more functions than that. Yin Tianzi had passed through the gate of heaven of the Nether Capital by himself. After his reincarnation, his cultivation and strength were still there. If it were anyone else, they would usually reincarnate as a beast after passing through the gate of heaven. They would lose all their cultivation and be at his mercy. The gate of heaven of the Nether Capital also had the miraculous effect of blocking karma. That was why Yin Tianzi had used the gate of heaven to avoid the Tao fire that was burning towards his soul. However, he had never expected that the Tao fire of the fire heavenly venerate would actually invade the reincarnation. Even if he reincarnated, he would not be able to escape. He had originally thought that the fire heavenly venerate's soul was very weak, and that his Tao techniques could not reach his soul. That was why he had hastily bowed down and attempted to bow down to the fire heavenly venerate. However, the fire heavenly venerate did not die. Instead, he had provoked the Tao fire that had invaded his soul and was unable to shake it off. He had repeatedly reincarnated in the door, and in an instant, he had reincarnated countless times. The Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon could only see that Yin Tianzi was constantly changing his form, gender, and race in the door. After every change, he gave off the feeling that he was a completely different person and could no longer find the characteristics of his past self. This kind of divine art was truly inconceivable. However, the terror on Yin Tianzi's face became denser and denser, and he became more and more panicked. He had created the great Tao of reincarnation from the great Tao of Yaodu, and it didn't have any reincarnation. Just this point alone was enough for Yin Tianzi to be called outstanding, and it wasn't an exaggeration to call him Tianzi. However, due to the limitations of his own talent and wisdom, even though he had created the great Tao of reincarnation, he couldn't perfect it. Instead, it had flourished in Qin Mu's hands. His Tao of reincarnation couldn't completely block fire heavenly venerates Tao fire. He also had unique attainments in the Tao of heavenly yin. The underworld sea was created by borrowing the Tao of heavenly yin, and it was an ocean formed by pure black sand of souls. Back then, the darkness of great ruins was the abnormal phenomenon he had created by using the underworld sea. Together with the loophole of heavenly yin, it had formed a terrifying legend of never going out in the darkness. However, at this moment, the netherworld sea was evaporating in large areas and was sucked into the netherworld capital's divine gate. It became the fuel for his reincarnation. After his reincarnation, his soul was different. His soul changed and used the black sand in the netherworld sea. Suddenly, the netherworld sea lit up. It was a fire. The fire burned out from the divine gate of reincarnation and quickly spread to the entire netherworld sea. The entire netherworld sea was lit up. A Tao flame also appeared on the netherworld heaven's gate and ignited the heaven's gate. Inside the gate, Yin Tianzi cried out in shock. Heavenly Venerate of Fire looked at him coldly with his hands behind his back. Behind his head, the twisted heavens slowly rotated. East Emperor Azure Dragon looked at this scene in horror. The newly promoted Heavenly Venerate Yin Tianzi couldn't even withstand a single move from Heavenly Venerate of Fire. Heavenly Venerate of Fire didn't even make a move. He didn't even use any divine abilities. He only made the Tao flame on his soul burn back when Yin Tianzi used his shaman spells and divine abilities. Yin Tianzi couldn't withstand it. The strength of his path fire could even burn the black sand in his soul completely. His soul has no weakness. A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in East Emperor Azure Dragon's heart. Does Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven know that Heavenly Venerate Fire's soul is so strong? If he does, then the reason he sent us here is. He shuddered without feeling cold. On the golden ship, Qin Mu's gaze flickered. The #1 sacred fire in the world lives up to its reputation, he said in a low voice. If I were to execute the divine art of reincarnation, I might not be able to avoid it. Heavenly Venerate Fire's Tao fire is already close to chaos, and it has the feeling of a hot and silent wind. I'm immortal. I'm the master of Yaodu, the newly promoted Earth Count. No one in this world can kill me, Yin Tianzi shouted. The burning netherworld sea and the netherworld heavenly gate suddenly sank and fell into Hades with a rumble. Hades was now divided into two areas of influence. One was the territory of Void Celestial Master, and the other was Yin Tianzi's territory. Each side had countless demon gods guarding it, making it impregnable. Void Celestial Master had already tidied up the territory of Void Celestial Master. She forcibly pieced together the pieces of Hades' land that had been formed from the disintegration of the Earth Count's body, forming Hadesuan continent. It was vast and boundless. On the other hand, Yin Tianzi's territory was much more scattered. Countless continents floated in Yaodu. They were connected by chains forged from the black iron of Yaodu, forming a chain path. After the death of Tubo, Yaodu's soul was no longer under the Tubo's control. It fled in all directions. Some fled to the mortal world, forming a ghostly realm between the Yang and the Earth, wreaking havoc in the world. Some defected to Yin Tianzi and Heavenly Venerate Void, becoming the devil gods of the ghost path under their command. Yin Tianzi's territory also had countless devil gods of ghost Tao. When they were alive, they were all gods and devils. After they died, they fell into Yaodu. Together with the army of devil gods from the Nether capital, they could be considered the most powerful force in the universe. At this moment, Countless devil gods of Ghost Tao and Nether Capital suddenly felt something. They raised their heads and saw the burning Nether Sea and Nether Capital's heavenly gate descending from the sky. Yin Tianzi stood in the gate of heaven. His whole body was covered with burning Tao fire. He had reincarnated into a woman, and the burning Tao fire made her look like a bride in a big red dress. "I am Celestial Master Yin, no one can kill me." Yin Tianzi's scream came from the gate, and it was extremely mournful. "I would rather betray the world." Suddenly, Yin Tianzi bowed down from the gate. The devil gods of Ghost Tao and Ming Du who looked up trembled, and black sand gushed out from the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose of countless Ming Du devil gods, and their primordial spirits were killed by Yin Tianzi. Those devil gods of Ghost Tao did not have a body. They only had their primordial spirits or souls. After being bowed down by Yin Tianzi, they were crushed into countless black sand souls. Yin Tianzi bowed down repeatedly. The primordial spirits of the devil gods on the Earth continent disintegrated one after another. The black sand souls turned into surging torrents and flew toward the burning gate of heaven of Ming Du and the netherworld sea. Yin Tianzi kept bowing down. On the Earth continent below, the devil gods of Ghost Tao and the devil gods of Ming Du seemed to know that a great disaster was coming. They all fled. Some devil gods even directly split open the void, intending to escape into the world of the living. However, just as their bodies rose up, they directly shattered into countless pieces of black sand and rushed into the sky. For his own life, Yin Tianzi started a massacre. Hades fell into the hands of the heaven. He divided Hades into half and had countless mighty soldiers. It could be said that he was one of the largest forces in the heaven. However, this army of devil gods was rapidly declining and dying in his own massacre. In the sky above the Earth continent, thick black sand of souls rolled over like a tornado, rushing into the gate of heaven of the Nether Capital and extinguishing the Tao fire. There were too many devil gods who had died. Their souls were so powerful that even the Tao fire of the Fire Celestial Master could not do anything. Even the Tao fire of the Nether Sea was suppressed. Son of Heaven Yin's cultivation base increased rapidly. After Tubo died, he devoured and refined the great Tao of Hades. Even though he did not improve as quickly as the Void Celestial Master, his cultivation base was also increasing rapidly. He was far stronger than before, which was why he dared to attack the Fire Celestial Master. At this moment, he had obtained countless souls and black sand. His cultivation base had increased tremendously, but the Tao fire in his soul was still there. He immediately flew back and forth through the netherworld heavenly gate and reincarnated crazily. Every reincarnation of his was ignited by the Tao fire and burned into ashes. But before his reincarnation was completely burned, he could always escape smoothly. Back then, the great Grandmaster Pangong Tso, who was famous all over eternal peace, cultivated his path, skills, and divine abilities. He could be considered his disciple and grand disciple, and was known as the #1 SKP in eternal peace. However, compared to him, the great Grandmaster was really nothing. Yin Tianzi reincarnated crazily and finally broke free from the Tao fire. He immediately cut off his connection with Underworld Sea and Underworld Heavenly Gate and flew out of the gate. He turned around and saw that the Netherworld Sea and the Heaven's Gate were engulfed by the Tao fire without his power. Yin Tianzi's face turned red and he vomited blood. It was unknown whether he was hurt by his treasure or not. At this moment, he suddenly saw Heavenly Venerate Su. Heavenly Venerate Su stood on the other half of the Yaodu. The horns on his head became like a river of lava in the Yaodu, curving in all directions. This Heavenly Venerate looked up at South Heaven and suddenly rose up. He cut through Hades and entered the fire Heavenly Venerate's divine treasure of life and death. So it turns out that I'm not the killer move of Heavenly Emperor Hayashin. Yin Tianzi felt a chill in his heart and became even sadder. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat. Heavenly Venerate Hayashin only used him to test the fire Heavenly Venerate's strength. The real killer move was the more powerful Heavenly Venerate Su. Heavenly Venerate Void directly invaded Heavenly Venerate Fire's body from his life and death treasure and killed his primordial spirit. Just as Yin Tianzi thought of this, he saw a bride in bright red clothes walking towards him. "Kao Jin, do you still remember the oath you swore on the day you married me?" The bride smiled sweetly at him. "You said you would never betray me." "Di Yiyu." Yin Tianzi panicked and hurriedly fled. Just as he turned around, a hand grabbed him and pulled him out of Yaodu. "Yin Yulang, we meet again." In the shady firmament world, Yin Tianzi broke free from the hand and looked up to see Consort Tian Yin. Consort Tian Yin said coldly, "I have been waiting for you." At this moment, Di Yanyu, dressed in a bride's red dress, entered the shady firmament world from Yaodu. At the same time, Heavenly Venerate Su charged into Heavenly Venerate Fire's life and death divine treasure and attacked Heavenly Venerate Fire's primordial spirit. She activated the Supreme Devil Fire and ignited Heavenly Venerate Fire's primordial spirit in an instant. Heavenly Venerate Fire seemed to have expected this. Numerous fire wheels spun crazily behind his head. He laughed out loud. "Tao Fire refines the soul, indestructible great Vajra. Su, you're too tender. I still need to borrow your devil fire to make up for the last ring that my soul can't refine." Boom! Heavenly Venerate Fire's Yuan Shen crazily devoured Heavenly Venerate Su's devil fire. Heavenly Venerate Su was extremely shocked. He saw that Heavenly Venerate Fire's Yuan Shen did not burn in her devil fire, but instead, it absorbed the power of the devil fire. "I once went to see Heavenly Venerate you and asked him to help me refine my soul with the devil fire, but he refused no matter what. He even said that different paths do not work together. I once wanted to marry you, not to join hands with you, but also to get your devil fire. But now..." Heavenly Venerate Su was about to withdraw the devil fire when Heavenly Venerate Fire's aura suddenly soared and shook her out of her body. Heavenly Venerate Fire raised his hand to grab her and sneered, "But now, I don't need you anymore." His palm grew larger and larger, distorting space and completely enveloping Heavenly Venerate Su. The 17th anniversary of the starting point was over, and it was time for Otaku to go home. He hadn't slept well these past few days, so he had to go home and catch up on his sleep. Thank you for reading on Novelful.com Chapter 1621, Chapter 1621, Chapter 1615, just like the first time they met. Translator. 549,690,339, The Shady Firmament World. Yin Tianzi looked left and right and saw Di Yiyu and Consort Tian Yin blocking him in the middle. Even he could not help but panic at this moment. Now without the Netherworld Sea and the Gate of Heaven of the Nether Capital, he might not be able to resist Di Yiyu, who helped him perfect the Gate of Heaven of the Nether Capital and the path of reincarnation, let alone Consort Tian Yin, who had come back from the dead. One could imagine how much these two girls hated him. Yin Tianzi forced a smile. "Yiyu, I missed you so much. Even though I killed you under the orders of Heavenly Emperor Hayashin, I didn't destroy your body. You should understand my feelings. I'm sincere about you." Boom. Di Yiyu and Consort Tian Yin attacked from both sides. The two girls used their most powerful supernatural powers at the same time. Di Yiyu was the most ruthless. Since she had come back from the dead, her cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and her Emperor Throne technique had been cultivated to the small heavenly court. 10 heavenly palaces formed a small heavenly court. She was the person founding emperor valued the most and thought to have the highest talent in founding emperor era. She was the rare body of Turin, and she had been schemed against by Yin Tianzi during their wedding night, losing more than 20,000 years. However, after she was resurrected by Qin Mu and absorbed the results of eternal peace reform, her cultivation started to soar again. After experiencing the war in Great Void Land, her current strength was already above Yin Tianzi. Consort Heavenly Yin was the weakest ancient god among Dao Sheng ancient gods, and she was also one of the ancient gods who had died the earliest. This allowed her to break free from the shackles of the ancient gods. In order to deal with her, Yin Tianzi first gained her trust, then plotted against her and heavily injured her. He then let the corpses of the dead in heavenly Yin world devour her flesh and soul, leaving only a piece of skin. In the end, the death penalty ghosts took over her skin, and Yin Tianzi also obtained what he wanted: heavenly Yin world, heavenly Yin runes, and the netherworld sea that was refined from the black sand of her soul. Yin Tianzi had also achieved his name as the Black Emperor of the Nether Capital by killing her. After her soul was reconstructed by Qin Mu, she was no longer an ancient god after she was resurrected. Instead, she could cultivate and comprehend other paths and skills. All these years, her abilities had long surpassed those of the past. The two girls attacked from both sides and used all their killing moves. When Yin Tianzi saw this, he couldn't help feeling evil. Back then, when I killed them, I felt guilty, so I felt guilty towards them. Every time I saw them, I would avoid them. If I want to accomplish great things, I can't be merciful. I'm heavenly venerate Yin now, so which heavenly venerate doesn't have their hands covered in blood? He urged his magic power with all his might, and 5 heavenly palaces appeared behind his head. In the past, he could only urge 4 heavenly palaces, and he had to rely on the help of the Nether Capital's heavenly gate to refine 8 heavenly palaces. However, he had benefited from eternal peace's reform over the years, and he had finally cultivated his 5th heavenly palace. If he had the Nether Capital's heavenly gate, he would be able to execute the techniques of the small heavenly courts of the 9 heavenly palaces, giving him the strength to fight. However, the gate of heaven had already been destroyed. Yin Tianzi's Abhena collided with the 2 girls for the first time, and his Abhena immediately disintegrated. Yin Tianzi spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Suddenly, a streamer flew over and wrapped around his neck, pulling him back. "You are cruel and merciless. Don't blame me for being merciless." A fierce light flashed in Yin Tianzi's eyes. He activated the reincarnation Abhena and thought to himself, "At most, we will perish together. I will pull you into reincarnation and make you sink forever." He had this confidence. Even if the heaven gate of the Nether Capital was destroyed, his great Tao of reincarnation was still there. This kind of reincarnation that surpassed the great Tao of the Nether Capital was his greatest asset. His current cultivation strength was not as good as Di Yiu and consort Tian Yin, but this kind of divine ability could pull the 2 girls into the reincarnation, erase their memories, and turn them into mortals. It was not difficult. He was getting closer and closer to the 2 girls. He knew that he only had one chance because Di Yiu and consort Tian Yin's cultivation base was much stronger than his. He only had a chance to hit them when he was hit. Hence, this was a move that would kill both of them. Di Yiu held his sword in his hand as he stood on the other heavenly gate of reincarnation, his red robe fluttering in the wind. Yin Tianzi looked at her fluttering red robe. It was the red makeup he had put on Di Yiu. He could not help but think of the days when he was with Di Yiu. It was probably the happiest time he had ever had since he assassinated Heavenly Lord Royal. Ever since he had joined hands with Heavenly Lord Hayashin to kill Heavenly Lord Royal, he had been having nightmares and feeling guilty about killing Heavenly Lord Royal. Heavenly Lord Royal was his hero, his elder brother, and the person he looked up to. However, He was forced by Heavenly Lord Hayashin to join hands with Heavenly Lord Hayashin to assassinate Heavenly Lord Royal in the graceful cloister of Jade Lake for the sake of his own life. After Heavenly Master Royal's death, he had been looking at his hands. He always felt that his hands were stained with blood that could not be washed off. See details. After killing Heavenly Master Royal, he had to board Heavenly Master Hayashin's war chariot and become Heavenly Master Hayashin's lackey. He had to learn to be more cunning and sinister. That was why he could survive the cruel era of the Longhan dynasty. He had lived until now as the Black Emperor of the Nether capital. The four-colored emperor had changed countless times, but he was the only evergreen tree that remained standing. However, he was always trembling with fear and could not feel true happiness until he met Diyu. It was a happy time that made him put down all his burdens and all his defenses. He was truly in love with Diyu. However, when the 10th Heavenly Venerate told him that he had to make a move on the founding Emperor Heavenly Court, and that he had to take advantage of the wedding day to get rid of Diyu, he hesitated and struggled. He once fantasized that he might as well rebel against the Heavenly Court. He might as well go far away with Diyu. He might as well hide his identity and spend his life with this woman. He even thought that he might as well seek refuge with the founding Emperor Heavenly Court. He might as well marry Diyu and have a fierce battle with the 10th Heavenly Venerate on the battlefield. If he died in a fierce battle, he might be able to wash away his past sins and gain a good reputation after his death. However, he became timid again. He did not dare to go against the 10th Heavenly Venerate. He did not want to lose the position that he had earned with his hard work and flattery. Hence, on the night of their wedding, Diyu shyly turned her back to him. However, he raised his sword while trembling. He stabbed the back of his bride's head. He looked at Diyu, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and bright red clothes. The two of them were already very close. The power of the Nether Heavenly Gate under Diyu's feet erupted and suppressed his cultivation and mana. Meanwhile, the sword in her hand was about to stab into his chest. Diyu would definitely not be able to dodge the reincarnation divine ability at this time. Yin Tianzi raised his hand and a smile appeared on his face. It was a smile that had mesmerized countless girls. Kai Diyu's sword light pierced through his heart. The sword was like a rain, shooting out from his back and sweeping through the heavenly court behind his head, tearing apart the heavenly palaces one by one. The palaces collapsed one by one, destroying the foundation of his Taoist skills and divine abilities. Yin Tianzi's palm also touched Diyu's cheek. He stood on the heavenly gate, facing Diyu. It was just like when they first met back then. He saw this beautiful celestial maiden, valiant, hence, he had the intention to tease her. Back then he had touched the girl's face like this, and the girl had also stabbed his heart with her sword. Back then his other hand had caught the girl's sword, but this time he did not. The smile on his face was the same as before, as if he wanted to awaken Diyu's memories. However, Consort Tian Yin's palm had already reached his back. This strike was so fierce that it directly shattered his primordial spirit. It shook his soul into black sand. At the same time, Diyu's sword light completely disintegrated his 5 heavenly palaces, and the violent mana went out of control. The heavenly palace and heavenly court were borrowed powers from the ancestral court, Yujing City. Hence, when the heavenly palace and heavenly court collapsed, this power would go out of control. Yin Tianzi vomited blood and forcefully trapped his soul black sand in his body. He opened his mouth, wanting to be as charming and elegant as before, saying the words that they had said when they first met. However, when the words reached his mouth, they became the words that he wanted to say the most. "Forgive me, I didn't dare to resist back then, I've always loved you." Blood gushed into his throat, making his words unclear. Yin Tianzi tried his best to control his body. He wanted to be as calm and graceful as before, To protect his final image in front of this woman he had loved before, however, his words were still turned into an unknown sound by the surging blood. Boom, his body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Countless black sand in his soul gushed out in all directions like a tide. How is it? Consort Tian Yin hurriedly landed on the gate of heaven of the nether capital. She waved her hand to disperse the bloody mist and the black sand, and then touched Di Yu up and down. She said anxiously, "Son of Heaven, Yin hit you in the end. You're not injured, are you? This son of a beach is seriously injured. His divine arts and Taoist skills are hard to defend against. You're not injured, are you?" Di Yu's eyes were blank. Consort Tian Yin kept waving her hand in front of her, and only then did she come back to her senses. She muttered, "His last attack didn't have any power, nor did he hide any divine ability. At the last moment, I felt that he no longer had any killing intent towards me." Consort Tian Yin heaved a sigh of relief. She pulled her up and down to examine her. She even checked her soul and found that she had indeed not been ambushed by Yin Tianzi. Only then did she feel completely at ease. She said, "Yin Tianzi is very evil. This person must be made by bad water. He has never done a good thing in his life. I think you should ask Tan Muc to examine you so that you don't have any supernatural powers that I can't see through. By the way, what did he say to you just now?" Di Yu shook her head. "I didn't hear him clearly." She felt a little melancholic. The man she loved the most, the man she hated the most, had died at her hands in the end. At this moment, she did not feel the joy of getting her revenge. Instead, she felt melancholic. She lowered her head and looked at the blood of Yin Tianzi smearing on the heaven gate of reincarnation that they had worked together to create. It gave off a faint light that obliterated any possibility of Yin Tianzi coming back to life. Perhaps she understood his techniques and divine arts better than Yin Tianzi, which was why Qin Mu had secretly ordered someone to inform her. That was why she had the chance to take revenge. However, at this moment, she recalled the bits and pieces of her memories with Yin Tianzi, and that melancholy became stronger and stronger. Those were the happiest days of her life. She had once thought that she liked Founding Emperor until she met Yin Tianzi. She was attracted to this man and thought that the two of them could help each other. She thought that the two of them could resolve the conflict between the Heaven and Founding Emperor era. Reality proved that the love between the two of them was nothing in the face of the desire for power and the world's surging momentum. Her dream turned into a bubble, and love turned into an ice coffin, hatred and weapons. She took revenge, but tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. "I've already completely forgotten this man," she said to Consort Tian Yin. "Founding Emperor has passed away, and Carefree Village has lost its backbone. The battle between Heavenly Court and Eternal Peace won't be able to drag on for long. I will definitely not disappoint Founding Emperor's expectations and won't repeat the mistakes of the past. I will be the #1 Heavenly King and lead Carefree Village to battle with Heavenly Court." Consort Tian Yin said happily, "Congratulations on your revenge. I feel very comfortable too." Di Yu nodded without a smile on her face. She looked at Heaven's gate of Ming capital, and the scene of her first meeting with Son of Heaven Yin appeared in front of her eyes. She shook her head, cut off her thoughts, and left the shady world. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1622, Chapter 1622, Chapter 1616, 12 Achievements Translator, 549,690,339, so strong. On the golden ship crossing worlds, Qin Mu, Qin Fenking, and Supreme Beginning said in unison. The battle prowess that Heavenly Venerate Fire had displayed was simply too strong. Space swirled around his palm, and Heavenly Venerate Void found it hard to stand straight. They were both 10 Heavenly Venerates, but Heavenly Venerate Void knew that she wasn't any weaker than Heavenly Venerate Fire, especially after Earth Count's death. She had refined the great Tao of Yaodu over the past few days, and her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. She also thought highly of herself. Although she had not obtained all of the Tao of Hades, nor had she obtained the complete body of Earth count, the benefits she had obtained in Hades were much greater than the benefits heavenly venerate fire had obtained in South Heaven. It was impossible for the South Heaven Tao fire ancestral land to be on par with Hades. After obtaining such great benefits, she could still feel the gap between herself and heavenly venerate fire. This gap was almost equivalent to the gap between the 35 and 36 heavenly palaces. Just the difference of one heavenly palace was like the difference between heaven and earth. The fire heavenly venerate's soul was not his weakness. It could only be considered a weakness. Moreover, this weakness was deliberately created by him. His Tao fire could refine his soul, and it could also refine his soul to be incomparably powerful. Since the Longhan era, he had continuously refined his soul with his Tao fire. After obtaining the Southern Heaven Tao fire ancestral land, he used the Tao fire ancestral land to refine his soul, making it unprecedentedly powerful. However, he wanted to refine his soul to a level comparable to heavenly venerate nether. The 100 refined Vajra, his physical body, vital chi, divine treasure, heavenly palace, runes, Tao patterns, Tao chains, divine abilities and domains were all refined to the extreme by the Tao fire, reaching the level of indestructible Vajra. However, his soul was still missing a crucial link, which was Yaodu's devil fire. From the beginning to the end, heavenly venerate fire knew that he had this weakness, but it could only be considered a weakness, not a weakness. One, he couldn't obtain the devil fire from heavenly venerate Yaodu, but the introverted heavenly venerate Yaodu had long seen through his true colors, so he could only obtain it from the battle to kill Earth Count or from heavenly venerate Void and Yaodu's divine son. Back then, Qin Mu had been the divine son of Yaodu, and heavenly venerate fire had tried to rope him in, hoping that he would join his camp. However, that hope was shattered, and Qin Mu became the person who opposed him the most. He had no choice but to try to rope heavenly venerate Void in. If heavenly venerate Void married him, he would be able to use heavenly venerate Void's devil fire to cultivate his soul. However, when heavenly venerate Void asked to teach heavenly teacher Meng Yunggui, his words shattered his illusions about heavenly venerate Void. One, in the battle of Yaodu, Qin Mu had made the first move and gotten rid of Earth Count before everyone else. He had allowed Qin Fengking to absorb the Tao of Yaodu and inherit Earth Count's mantle. Heavenly venerate Void had forcefully seized the Tao of Yaodu and fought with Qin Fengking, Heavenly Duke, and the rest. As for heavenly venerate Fire, he was held back by heavenly venerate Moon and Lang Bao, so he had no chance at all. He only had one chance left, and that was to have heavenly venerate Void come to kill him. How to make heavenly venerate Void come to kill him became the final problem. However, the opportunity came quietly. The reincarnation of divine Emperor Langxuan ran to the South Heaven, giving him the capital to join forces with Absolute Beginning. He decisively submitted to Absolute Beginning and fell out with Heavenly Emperor Hayashin after the coronation. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin could not tolerate his betrayal and would definitely kill him. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin needed to be wary of Absolute Beginning and Taiji. Therefore, the people that Heavenly Emperor Hayashin could use were Heavenly Venerate Su and the Ancestor God King. He had voluntarily revealed a long time ago that his cultivation technique could not cultivate the weakness of his soul. Therefore, Heavenly Venerate Su would definitely use the demonic fire to burn his soul in an attempt to kill him in one strike. He had been planning this since the era of the High Emperor until today. It had lasted for 300,000 to 400,000 years before he finally succeeded and got what he wanted. The fire Heavenly Venerate felt that the demonic fire had trained his soul, and brought about an increase in his soul. He was extremely happy. What was the point of being in a moment of glory or disgrace? What was the point of betraying his family and friends? What was the point of enslaving the humans of South Heaven and using the flesh and blood of countless humans to curry favor with the demigods? What was the point of the humans of South Heaven being enslaved and having no desire to resist? What was the point of having all their bones withered after success? As long as he, the fire heavenly venerate, became the most powerful existence in the world, the emperor of this universe, and an invincible existence, he would be able to rewrite the history books and leave behind his most glorious side in the history of the civil officials. As long as he killed all those who knew about it, he would not have any blemishes. Ever since the death of the royal heavenly venerate in the Mang cloister 1,000,000 years ago, he had understood a principle. If he wanted to live, he had to become powerful and control the strongest power. And before he became powerful, before he controlled the strongest power, he could only rely on the power, a dog that could only be powerful. People always treated dogs as the best friends of humans, but dogs never thought so. When a dog controlled a power that was more powerful than its owner, the situation would be reversed. Heavenly Venerate Hollow kept on fighting back under his palm. Her divine powers, Taoist techniques, and skills were superb. She obtained the Earth Count's Tao of Hades, which made her understanding of the devil path reach an unprecedented height. There were as many as 35 heavenly palaces. If it was a few decades ago, this level of cultivation could already be said to be the pinnacle of the 10 heavenly venerates. However, that was a few decades ago. After heavenly venerate Hu obtained her Tao fire, his magic power, divine sense, physical body, spirit, soul, runes, Tao patterns, Tao chains, domains, qi and blood, divine treasures, and heavenly palaces no longer had any weaknesses. The indestructible Vajra, the indestructible Vajra. All 12 achievements had been cultivated to the extreme. This was the first time in the entire world that someone had been able to achieve this. His palm slammed down, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Heavenly Venerate Void looked up from his palm as if he was looking up at the burning sky. Any of her attacks could only shake the fire Heavenly Venerate's 5 fingers. However, the 5 fingers of the fire Heavenly Venerate could break her divine ability. Void Heavenly Venerate attacked crazily. Her body continued to expand and expand, but space was distorted by the power of the Tao fire. No matter how much she changed, she could not escape Fire Heavenly Venerate's control. Fire Heavenly Venerate's palm struck down. The burning sky made it impossible for her to escape. Her heavenly palace was also burning. It was the most blazing fire. It was like a desire that devoured everything. Suddenly, the Qin world appeared in the sky above the southern sky. The ancestor god king controlled half of the heavenly duke's body to reach out and strike the fire Heavenly Venerate's head with his palm. Citizens of the southern sky, listen up. The fire Heavenly Venerate has rebelled and killed Celestial Master Yin and Celestial Master Azure Dragon. The ancestor god king was awe-inspiring as he shouted, "The fire Heavenly Venerate's crimes cannot be pardoned." His Majesty, Heavenly Emperor Hayashin, has already given the order to exterminate the fire bandits. All citizens of the southern sky kneel down, but those who stand up are the accomplices of the fire bandits. The entire South Heaven was in an uproar. Countless demigods and humans lived in the various heavens of South Heaven. There were also demigods and human gods who built god cities. They were the army of gods and demons that guarded South Heaven. At this moment, even the army of gods and demons of South Heaven could not help but kneel down when they heard the ancestor god king's order. No one stood up. Meanwhile, in Heavenly Venerate Fire's heavenly palace, some of Heavenly Venerate Fire's disciples were wiping the statue of Heavenly Venerate Fire while others were busy with other matters. When they heard this, Their bodies trembled as they looked at Yan Yazi in confusion. Yan Yazi was Heavenly Venerate Fire's disciple. When he heard the ancestor god king's words, his mind was thrown into chaos. He was momentarily at a loss. Eldest senior brother, what should we do? The disciples of Heavenly Lord of Fire asked one after another. Yan Yazi suppressed his chaotic state of mind and thought for a moment. He shouted, "The sage has taught us that the ruler is the subject, the father is the son, and the husband is the wife. Although Heavenly Lord of Fire is our master, he is not greater than the ruler or the father. Kneel, all of you, kneel." In Heavenly Lord of Fire's heavenly palace, many disciples hesitated. Yan Yazi had already knelt down and buried his head. When the other disciples saw this, they all knelt down. Even if some of them wanted to resist seeing this scene, they had no intention of resisting. They all knelt down. In the distance, Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon was confused. He thought to himself, "I'm clearly still alive. Why did the ancestor god king say that I was killed by fire Heavenly Venerate? Damn it, it seems like it was a wrong decision to seek refuge with Heavenly Emperor How." The ancestor god king's attack came to the head of Fire Heavenly Venerate. He laughed and said, "Fire, you never thought that you would have such a day, right? The disciples that you painstakingly taught won't help you at all. They won't be of any use. The southern sky that you painstakingly built has become the best slave that you have tamed for the heavenly court." Fire Heavenly Venerate raised his other hand to meet the Heavenly Duke's hand. He sneered and said, "Ancestor God King, you are far from ruining my Tao heart. If I win, who will write history in the future? Isn't it up to me to decide?" Boom! The ancestor God King controlled the Heavenly Duke's body. It could be said that he had the strongest dharmic powers and the strongest body. However, against an existence like Fire Heavenly Venerate who did not have any weaknesses, even he felt an incomparable impact. He did not gain any advantage from this attack. Even if all the humans in the southern sky die, even if all the humans in the myriad realms die, as long as I'm still alive, the humans will not be exterminated. Heavenly Lord of Fire's lifeblood fluctuated before he calmed down. He laughed loudly as he attacked the two. His voice reverberated incessantly. "I am a human. I am a supremacy." Heavenly Lord of Heaven Imperial did not ask for much back then. All he wanted was for the humans to be on equal footing with the other races. However, he could not even do that. Heavenly Lord Su took advantage of the moment when his chi and blood started to fluctuate. He pulled out the long horn on his head and stabbed it into Heavenly Lord Hu's palm. Kai. The long horn pierced through Heavenly Lord Hu's palm and shot out from the back of his hand towards Heavenly Lord Hu's forehead. Two streaks of fire shot out from Heavenly Lord Hu's eyes. His eyes were like torches as they shone on the long horn that was flying towards him. This long horn was a Heavenly Lord treasure refined by Heavenly Lord Su. When his eyes shone on it, it instantly melted. Heavenly Venerate Fire's fist landed on Heavenly Venerate Void's body. Heavenly Venerate Void let out a muffled groan as she spat out blood and flew backward. Her devil blood turned into flames in the starry sky as it burned fiercely. However, as long as I win, even if I'm the only one left, the human race will be the most honorable race in the world. A heavenly court appeared behind Heavenly Venerate Fire's head. His immortal soul sat in it as he stretched out his hand to grab Heavenly Duke's body. He pulled the ancestor god king along with Heavenly Duke's body in an attempt to pull him out of Mystic City. He sneered, "What Heavenly Venerate Royal can't do will be done in my hands." The ancestor god king fought him head-on. The power of the Heavenly Tao was pushed to the extreme, using Heavenly Fire to fight against the Tao Fire. Heavenly Venerate Fire used his mana. Layers of Tao Fire wheels appeared behind his head, twisting Xuandu. Even Heavenly Duke's body was twisted. His body was elongated, showing signs of turning into the wheel of fire behind his head. It was rare to see someone as powerful as him. At this moment, at the edge of South Heaven, Heavenly Emperor Hao strode through the starry sky. The great all-heaven of One Qi appeared, and the branches of the Tao trees danced. He would personally come to take revenge on Fire Heavenly Venerate. The moment he stepped into South Heaven, another great all-heaven of One Qi appeared in the void in front of him. The great all-heaven of One Qi was everywhere, and two ancient Tai Kai gods held absolute beginning, blocking his path. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1623, Chapter 1623, Chapter 1617, The Dusk of the Fire Heavenly Venerate Translator. 549,690,339. Hayar, this battle can decide the universe. Absolute beginning blocked Heavenly Emperor Hayashin with a smile and looked at Heavenly Emperor Hayashin's face. He said leisurely, "Ever since I lost in the Long Han era, I have realized that honor and disgrace are impermanent. Honor and disgrace cannot decide the winner or loser of a strong person's life. I have had a lot of misfortune since I was young. I was ignorant in the absolute beginning divine mind in the early years and did not know what was good and evil. I only knew how to refine the absolute beginning mineral vein until Heavenly Emperor Hayashin dug me out of the divine mind." One Heavenly Emperor Hao frowned and said with a faint smile, "Retired Emperor, you are indeed old. The father-son battle hasn't started yet, and you are already talking about the words that only the victor can say." Absolute beginning waved his hand. He continued, "I was weak then. I was afraid of Emperor Tai's power, so I took him as my foster father. He took away my absolute beginning Emperor sword and asked the Creator to worship me. It seemed to increase my power, but in fact, he knew that my growth potential was too great, so he used the Creator to restrict me. I endured it and plotted slowly. Finally, I fought in the Blood Rust region 1,000,000 years ago and completely defeated him. He wouldn't be able to make a comeback for 1,000,000 years." Heavenly Emperor Hayashin listened calmly and did not interrupt him. "From then on, I ascended to the throne and became the emperor. I unified the universe and became the overlord of the world. The 4 seas and 8 desolates submitted. Earth Count, Heavenly Duke, and Earth Mother were all held back by me and could not resist me. The Creator was no longer a concern. The world was peaceful and the demigod race was thriving." Absolute beginning sighed. At this time, Royal Heavenly Venerate and the other 7 Heavenly Venerates rose up. "I saw a future that would destroy my rule in the dim light. The momentum will crush me and all the ancient gods into pieces. That's why I asked you to kill Royal Heavenly Venerate and cut off this terrifying future. However, I never thought that the momentum would not come to an end. Instead, it became more and more intense. In the end, my father was still buried in the hands of you and Heavenly Venerate Yun. During these millions of years of decline, I had no choice but to hide my identity and mingle among the 10 Heavenly Venerates." The 2 Taiji Heavenly Venerates praised in unison, "After the big rise, the big fall. After the big fall, the big rise. That is the true nature of a hero." The mockery on Heavenly Emperor Hao's face became even more intense. Absolute beginning was in high spirits. He smiled and said, "Over millions of years, Hayar, you have accumulated momentum. Not long ago, the momentum was finally complete. The torrential currents forced me to find my physical body, and even if I became Dao Yiqi Great All Heaven, I had no choice but to abdicate and let you ascend to the Heavenly Emperor's throne. I even had to kneel and worship you. It is a great humiliation for a father to kneel and worship his son." The 2 Taiji Heavenly Venerates praised in unison, "It is a great honor to be able to show a hero without fear of humiliation." Tai Chu's face was flushed red. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, you are flattering me too much. Although I have suffered such great humiliation and knelt and worshipped my son, I know that, Hayar, you are still too inexperienced. Hey, are you yearned for power so much that you didn't know how to share it? For example, as long as the Earth Count, Heavenly Duke, Earth Mother, and Yuan Jun all submitted to me, I wouldn't touch their interests. But you are different. You want to take all the power in your own arms. You cut down the clan when you ascended the throne. How could the fire Heavenly Venerate not oppose you? He smiled slightly. You couldn't keep your composure and destroyed your wings. The fire Heavenly Venerate had submitted to me. I could finally crush you. The 9 Heavenly Venerates of the Longhan era are all geniuses. You underestimate the fire Heavenly Venerate too much. The 9 Heavenly Venerates of the Longhan era are all incomparable to the Ancestor God King and the Void Heavenly Venerate. As long as I block you, the fire Heavenly Venerate will cut off your wings and kill the Ancestor God King, the Void Heavenly Venerate. From now on, I have the upper hand. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin said lightly, "Retired Emperor, you've said too much. With your wisdom, you wouldn't have thought that the 3rd and 4th young masters of the Myro Palace would still support me." Absolute Beginning shook his head and said, "I'm more proficient in the way of game theory than you. You're too young. How could the 3rd and 4th young masters not know about your wild ambitions? They need to support someone who can fight with you to facilitate their plans to enter the human world. They are happy to see me fight with you. You can't borrow any power from the 3rd and 4th young masters. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Heavenly Emperor Hayashin smiled playfully, clapping his hands and praising, "Well said, well said. It's a pity that retired Emperor, you've schemed too much, but you're still old in the end," he said leisurely. "I cut down the vassals. It seems like I'm monopolizing power and killing all the meritorious officials. It's a foolish move. However, I'm doing it for the sake of the eternal stability of the country for millions of years, or even billions of years. Killing a fire Heavenly Venerate will shake the foundation of my rule." He didn't care. "It won't shake. It'll shake my foundation only after I've been conferred the titles of dukes. Do you think that the fire Heavenly Venerate will dare to rebel after his death? Even if he rebelled, I have plenty of methods to deal with him. At worst, I can just borrow a few Taoists from the Ancestral Court's Jade Capital. The Ancestral Court's Jade Capital has nothing else, but there are many Taoists in the prehistoric universe." He revealed a mocking expression. 3rd young master and 4th young master have no other choice. Only by relying on my strength will they have a chance to enter the current universe. Because they know that neither you nor Celestial Master Mu can defeat me." Absolute Beginning laughed. "Son of Heaven Yin and Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon were killed by someone else. Now that the Ancestor God King and Celestial Master Su are dead, what other forces do you have?" At this moment, Eastern Emperor Azure Dragon happened to run here. Hearing their conversation, he felt a chill in his heart. "I'm dead again. How come I don't know I'd better run?" Heavenly Emperor Hao smiled at his father and said sympathetically, "Retired Emperor, you are really old." He sighed. At the same time, an extremely violent disturbance came. Fire Heavenly Venerate fought against the Ancestor God King and Void Heavenly Venerate. The heaven and earth were torn apart. The Ancestor God King pushed the Heavenly Duke's physical body to the limit and forcefully broke open the fire wheel behind Fire Heavenly Venerate's head. However, when he broke free, Fire Heavenly Venerate struck out with his palm. He stood on the Heavenly Duke's physical body. At this moment, when the Heavenly Duke's physical body broke free from the fire wheel, there was no time to stop him. The Ancestor God King had no choice but to use the Heavenly Tao treasure he had refined to withstand the attack. Heavenly Lord of Fire's attack contained 28 levels of Tao realm, and each level of Tao fire was stronger than the last. He had reached the 28th level. All the Heavenly Tao treasures he had painstakingly refined were burned into golden liquid. "Ancestor God King, are you worthy of being on par with me?" Heavenly Lord of Fire sneered as his immortal soul pressed down from the heavenly courts, forcing Heavenly Lord of Void to retreat continuously. It was difficult for him to withstand the attack. Heavenly Venerate Fire roared. Heavenly Venerate Longhan 9. Heavenly Venerate How is the strongest, but I am not inferior at all. The Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Void were shocked. They were forced back by his attacks. After Heavenly Venerate Fire killed the Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird, his strength jumped into the top 3 of the 10 Heavenly Venerates. However, the Ancestor God King obtained the Heavenly Duke's physical body, and Heavenly Venerate Void obtained half of the Great Tao of Hades. Hence, they thought that Heavenly Venerate Fire's strength was far inferior to theirs. The two of them joining forces would definitely be able to capture him easily. However, the reality was cruel and beyond their expectations. Now, they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Heavenly Venerate Fire was the hunter. The more Heavenly Venerate Fire fought, the more he enjoyed himself. He let out a long roar and unleashed all sorts of divine abilities. He was able to use them with ease. His Tao heart had also swept away the decadence from before. Gradually, his Tao heart became clear, and he was on the verge of taking another step forward. As long as he killed the Ancestor God King and Void Heavenly Venerate, he would join forces with Absolute beginning to kill Heavenly Emperor Hao. He would definitely be placed in an important position by Absolute beginning and become a peerless and powerful minister. At that moment, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Before he could make a move, a sinkhole great abyss appeared behind his head in the flaming wheels. The moment the sinkhole great abyss appeared, it swept up the Tao flames and devoured the Tao fruits in the flaming wheels behind his head, sucking them into the great abyss. Not only that, even the heavenly court behind his head could not stabilize itself and fell into the great abyss. There was also a ring formed by the heavens behind his head that was also falling into the sinkhole. The entire heavens began to burn, and stars fell into the great abyss. The great abyss was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled no matter what. Fire Heavenly Venerate was shocked. He forcefully cut off the layers of flame wheels behind his head. He even abandoned all the living beings in the heavens and rushed forward to escape from the sinkhole great abyss. His cultivation base was greatly damaged. He suddenly turned around and saw that the sinkhole great abyss was not a divine ability, but the real sinkhole. It had been forcibly moved here by someone with great magic power. There was the Empress Dowager's palace in the sinkhole. In the palace, a woman was lying lazily on a jade couch. She was very comfortable. She was smiling at Fire Heavenly Venerate's fear. It was clearly the Empress Dowager's face. However, the mole between her brows indicated her identity. Madame Yuan Mu. Jade Langjun, what do you think of my methods? Madame Yuan Mu's sandalwood mouth opened slightly. At that moment, a man's figure appeared in the palace. His thumb and forefinger were holding a spirit pill, and he placed it gently between Madame Yuan Mu's lips. Eternal Peace Apothecary was known as Jade-Faced Medicine King. He was the #1 divine physician in the world and had refined supreme medicine path. He was famous throughout the world for curing Heavenly Venerate Moon's Tao injuries. He was extremely handsome and flirtatious, even better than Emperor Yin. Apothecary served Madame Yuan Mu to take a spirit pill and observed her for a while before smiling. Madam, after this pill, your Tao injuries will be healed. It's time for me to return. Madame Yuan Mu rolled her eyes at him. Why are you in such a hurry to return? She rebuked. People have heard that you are Heavenly Venerate Mu's elder. Do you think that Heavenly Venerate Mu still lacks motherly love? Should Langjun find him a stepmother or step-grandmother? When he saw you, he felt that Celestial Master Mu was a mess. Apothecary couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly said, Madam, you can't. His Majesty will kill my head. Celestial Master Hu is here. Madame Yuan Mu chuckled as she rose into the air and flew over his head. Apothecary raised his head and looked up. Immediately his nose was bleeding and he thought to himself, this witch is amazing. Mar has been fooling around with her for so long, yet he can still maintain his virgin body. He's really amazing. Apothecary couldn't help admiring Qin Mu. If it was me, I wouldn't be able to hold on. Madame Yuan Mu stretched out her hand and grabbed. The twin lotuses in the great abyss slowly rose up and landed in her hand. She smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Fire I Hayar have asked me to come here and send you on your way." Fire Celestial Master was shocked. He could feel that Madame Yuan Mu's combat strength was not inferior to his, or even stronger than his. Madame Yuan Mu was calm and collected. She smoothed her hair down and suddenly waved the lotus flower. The lotus flower turned into a huge hammer and smashed toward Fire Celestial Master. Boom! When the lotus flower fell, it spun and bloomed, and the terrifying path of ultimate exploded. Tomorrow would be the end of the fire god, and he would give everyone a satisfactory explanation. Monthly ticket. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1624, Chapter 1624, Chapter 1618, Southern Heaven's Fool Translator. 549,690,339. The moment Madame Yuan Mu made her move, the 36 heavenly palaces transformed into the great heavenly court and pushed the path of the ultimate to the extreme. She should be called the goddess of the ultimate, but at this moment, Madame Yuan Mu's consciousness was in control. She had fused Madame Yuan Mu's path of destruction and the Empress path of creation, fusing them together to form a perfect path of the ultimate. The power of the perfect sinkhole Tao was extremely strange. It could devour all things, devour all energy, and at the same time, transform it into one's own power. Fire Heavenly Venerates Tao fire was almost as powerful as the heat Nirvana wind, but the sinkhole was a true heat Nirvana wind. It crushed matter and turned it into pure energy. The incomparably terrifying energy accumulated together was the heat Nirvana wind. In a duel with Madame Yuan Mu, she would find that her magic power was getting lower and lower, while her strength was getting higher and higher. Boom! Fire Heavenly Venerate took this attack head-on, and immediately sensed that his Tao, magic, and Abhena were like stones sinking into the ocean, unable to cause any harm to his opponent. Meanwhile, Madame Yuan Mu's magic power suddenly increased by a thread. The lotus flower directly broke through his defense, spun, and cut open his chest. A sharp lotus petal swept past his face, and the mask on his face let out a soft crack. It split into two, revealing a ferocious and terrifying face. Fire Heavenly Venerate's face was destroyed by Qin Mu, and his facial features were hard to recognize. There were only white bones and bits of flesh and blood on his face. His face had been completely pulled out, and only his nose remained. His ears were pierced, and his eyes weren't protected by any flesh and blood. They were exposed, and his lips had disappeared, revealing his teeth. His face was like a skeleton with bits and pieces of flesh. In the world today, Qin Mu was well-deserved to be the #1 in terms of Tao skills. The Tao injury he had left on Fire Heavenly Venerate's face had lasted until now, and it couldn't be broken. Even Apothecary couldn't heal the injury on his face. When Madame Yuan Mu saw this face, she was also shocked. The two of them fought quickly, and Fire Heavenly Venerate was restrained. He only felt that all the divine arts he had attacked had lost their power. No matter how he attacked, the power would be devoured by Yuan Mu. He did not cultivate the 36 heavenly palaces, only 35. This caused him to be much weaker than Madame Yuan Mu's magic power, and he fell into the situation of being beaten. His strength was that he had no weaknesses, and his mantras and abhenas were flawless. Although his mantras and abhenas were countered by Madame Yuan Mu, his physical body was strong, and he could fight against Yuan Mu head-on. However, the more he fought, the more he was at a disadvantage. Lotus flowers flew up and down around him. Their petals were incomparably sharp, slicing through his flesh and almost ripping his skin off. Whoosh! The sinkhole great abyss suddenly appeared behind him. A violent gravitational force came over and twisted his physical body, pulling him into the great abyss. Fire Heavenly Venerate roared and charged out of the great abyss with all his might. Just as he charged out, Madame Yuan Mu swept the lotus flower at his body. Fire Heavenly Venerate spat out blood and tumbled out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pistils of the lotus flower shot out like snakes, wrapping him up and pulling him toward Madame Yuan Mu. Fire Heavenly Venerate immediately raised his hand to cut off the pistils, but Madame Yuan Mu had already arrived in front of him. Fire Heavenly Venerate's body rose up and turned into a streak of fire light as he fled at an astonishing speed. However, the great abyss of the ultimate was like a mouth that devoured all the worlds in the universe, causing space to collapse. No matter how fast he flew, he could only circle around the great abyss of the ultimate. He could not fly out of the gravitational range of the great abyss. My life is over here. Fire Heavenly Venerate felt despair in his heart. He turned around and saw that Madame Yuan Mu had already arrived behind him. She was smiling as she held the twin lotuses in her hands, ready to kill him. However, the strange thing was that Madame Yuan Mu had just raised the lotus in her hands when she stopped. She did not use her ultimate attack. Fire Heavenly Venerate was stunned. He saw Madame Yuan Mu standing there with a look of panic on her face. The panic on her face was getting stronger and stronger. Her expression did not seem to be fake. Now that she had the upper hand, there was no need for her to fake it. However, not only did Madame Yuan Mu look panicked, her body even began to tremble. At the same time, the black mole between her eyebrows gradually changed from black to red. Little BTCH. Madame Yuan Mu gritted her teeth and hissed, "Are you courting death by jumping out at this time?" Fire Heavenly Venerate did not understand and immediately attacked Madame Yuan Mu ruthlessly. Suddenly, the twin lotuses in Madame Yuan Mu's hands enlarged and closed with a swoosh, wrapping Madame Yuan Mu within. Fire Heavenly Venerate's attack hit the heavy petals, causing them to wither. However, the terrifying power still spread to the depths of the twin lotuses. A muffled groan came from within the lotus. Another voice was heard. "Little slut, how can I admit defeat just like that? I am the rightful owner of this body. Now that you have recovered, it is a good time for me to take back my body. Sister, you will only let Fire Heavenly Venerate take advantage of you if you fight with me for the body. If you don't retreat, I will perish with you and let Fire Heavenly Venerate kill both of us." Fire Heavenly Venerate struck several times in a row, breaking the two lotuses and killing his way in. Madame Yuan Mu was frozen in place, unable to move. In just an instant, he unleashed countless divine abilities on this woman. Madame Yuan Mu was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! Heavenly Venerate Fire landed and stepped on Madame Yuan Mu's chest. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "My luck is still heaven shaking. I shouldn't have died. Yuan Mu, please go on your way." At this moment, the mole on Madame Yuan Mu's forehead had completely turned red. She looked at him coldly and said in the Empress voice, "Minister Huo, how dare you trample on my body?" One of Heavenly Venerate Huo's legs was grabbed by the Empress and smashed onto the ground. Heavenly Venerate Huo was in a daze from the impact. Thankfully, the Empress was also severely injured and did not kill him directly. A fierce light flashed in Heavenly Venerate Huo's eyes as he thought, "She was severely injured by me just now. I might not lose this battle." The Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Su moved forward and saw the two lotus petals that were tied together tightly. The flower house was sometimes large and sometimes small, sometimes expanding and sometimes contracting. Terrifying divine power fluctuations came from inside. It was shocking. The ancestor god king and heavenly venerate Su were severely injured. They looked at each other in shock. The battle in the Twin Lotus ended very quickly. Suddenly, the petals split open and a beam of fire shot out. The person was covered in blood. It was heavenly venerate fire. The ancestor god king and heavenly venerate Su immediately blocked the attack. The three of them fought fast outside the flower house. Heavenly venerate Su chopped off heavenly venerate fire's left arm. Heavenly venerate fire twisted heavenly venerate Su's head from the front to the back so that she could see her butt. The ancestor god king activated heavenly duke's fleshy body and smacked heavenly Lord Su's head into his chest. Eyes grew out of heavenly Lord Su's chest as his right hand grabbed the ancestor god king who was standing on heavenly duke's face. His Tao fire was like a wheel as it twisted his body into more than a dozen wheels. His fleshy body and Yuan Shen were pulled even thinner than a fried dough twist. At that moment, the sinkhole Great Abyss erupted as the great heavenly court behind heavenly Lord Su pulled his Yuan Shen into the great ruins. Fire heavenly venerate retreated and crashed into the Empress. The Empress fell backward, and the red mole between her brows immediately turned black, turning into Madame Yuan Mu. Madame Yuan Mu laughed hysterically. After activating the reincarnation divine ability to seal the Emperor, fire heavenly venerates Yuan Shen's sword into the sky from the great abyss. It pierced through the back of Madame Yuan Mu's head with a dilapidated heavenly palace. Whoosh, the fire heavenly venerates primordial spirit flew out from between Madame Yuan Mu's brows, carrying the broken heavenly palace and heavenly court. A rumbling explosion came from Madame Yuan Mu's head, and blood spurted out from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The blood that spurted out turned into flames. The fire heavenly venerate's chest rose and fell, and his head grew out from his chest. Just as he was about to retract his primordial spirit, heavenly venerate Void's hands slammed heavily on his head, and a terrifying demonic power penetrated through his body. It destroyed his divine bridge, divine treasure. This power penetrated straight into his body and destroyed his life and death, celestial being, 7 stars, 6 directions, and 5 elements. It was about to destroy his spirit embryo divine treasure. Fire heavenly venerates primordial spirit flew over and struck Void heavenly venerates primordial spirit out of his body. Void heavenly venerates body immediately burned in the Tao fire. Fire heavenly venerates primordial spirit entered his body and turned into a fiery light that soared into the sky. Just as he flew up, the burning ancestor god king activated heavenly duke's body and pierced through the back of his head with a finger. A large hole appeared between the fire heavenly venerate's brows. The power of the finger penetrated through the heavenly courts in his brain, destroying the heavenly gate, Jade Lake, and the god-slaying platform, sweeping through Jade Capital. The terrifying power came to the Linxia Hall in a mighty manner and blew it to smithereens. The Linxia Hall exploded, and the fire heavenly venerate's primordial spirit sitting on the Emperor's throne was also pierced through by the heavenly duke's body with a finger. Beneath him, the Emperor's throne turned into a phantom and slowly dissipated. Fire heavenly venerate immediately felt his dharmic powers dissipate and drain away crazily. His cultivation realm immediately fell from the heavenly courts to the Emperor's throne, and then from the Emperor's throne to Lingzio. Following that, his cultivation realm was pushed to the Jade Capital, the god-slaying platform, the Jade Lake, the Heaven's Gate, the Divine Bridge, Life and Death, and the Deva Realm. I've cultivated 12 types of indestructible achievements. This little injury can't harm me. Fire heavenly venerate forcefully suppressed the scattered dharmic powers. He saw the ancestor god king and Void heavenly venerate dragging their heavily injured bodies as they chased after him. With a flash, Millions of fireballs instantly shot out from all directions in the starry sky. Beams of flames filled the southern sky and flew in different directions. The ancestor god King and Void Heavenly Venerate reached out and grabbed many of the flames, but they were all empty. The ancestor god King spat out large mouthfuls of blood as he forcefully circulated his dharmic powers to suppress the Tao flames on his body. It was difficult for him to continue pursuing. Void Heavenly Venerate's cultivation level was slightly inferior to his, and it was even worse. The two barely suppressed the Tao flames while the ancestor god King barely raised a thread of his dharmic powers. He said sternly, "Listen to my orders, the gods and demons of South Heaven. Fire Heavenly Venerate has betrayed us. Seal off the spirit energy mutual shift bridge and surround him. Kill him and the heavenly court will reward you handsomely. You will be conferred the title of King and Marquis." More and more flames burned in South Heaven. Millions of flames fell from every heaven, but they turned into flowing flames and dissipated after landing on the ground. Suddenly, a streak of flame crashed onto the ground, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. It transformed into Fire Heavenly Venerate's body and rolled for more than 5 kilometers before it finally stopped. Fire Heavenly Venerate struggled to get up and panted heavily. "I'm not dead yet." His body swayed and his injuries suddenly exploded. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, his hands supporting the ground. He chuckled. "As long as I survive this disaster, I still have a chance of winning. I can still make a comeback. I can join Heavenly Venerate Mu. Yes, I can join Heavenly Venerate Mu." His eyes gradually lit up as he looked at the ground. His eyes were filled with hope. "Celestial Master Yun is my lifelong good friend. He has invited me more than once to join hands with me to fight against the heavenly court. If I go to him, he will definitely not refuse. Celestial Master Mu has suffered a crushing defeat. If I go over, I will become his distinguished guest. He will have no choice but to put me in an important position. Now that founding emperor is dead, I'm the strongest existence in the human race." At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Celestial Master Fire raised his head with difficulty and saw a small mountain village in front of him. The village was filled with farmers who worked in agriculture for a living. The sound of footsteps came from an old farmer with wrinkles all over his face. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s, but his actual age should be less than 50 years old. The living conditions were too harsh and poor. Facing the yellow soil and facing the sky, it was normal for him to age quickly. The old farmer should be farming. Next to him was a dung pit. He was holding a dung rake in his hand. Just now he should have been raking dung and his body still carried the stench of feces and urine. The old farmer's eyes were blurry as he approached. He carefully sized him up and said with a trembling voice, You are Fire Heavenly Venerate." Fire Celestial Venerable nodded and said, "I am Fire Celestial Venerable, the ruler of South Heaven. Do you have any elixirs in your village? My injuries are very serious." The old farmer was surprised and happy. He raised the dung rake and swung it down hard. The 3 tips of the rake were stuck in Fire Celestial Venerable's head. The fire sparks flew everywhere and splashed feces all over his face. Fire Celestial Venerable's mind was muddled. Seeing that he wasn't stabbed to death, the old farmer picked up the dung rake again and swung it down. There was joy in his voice. "Come quickly, someone come quickly. The fire bandits who betrayed the heavenly court have landed in our village. We're rich." The Fire Celestial Master was furious, but his injuries were too severe and he couldn't struggle to get up. All the elderly, children, women, and young men in the village came out in full force. Some held kitchen knives, while others held claw hooks, shovels, hammers, forks, and shovels. All of them came out and shouted to kill. These villagers surrounded him and attacked him. They used all kinds of farm tools to attack him. But how could they hurt the Fire Celestial Master? No matter how they attacked, they could not do anything to the Fire Celestial Master. "Why did you kill me?" The Fire Celestial Master was shocked and angry. He hissed, "You ungrateful people, it's me. It's me who protected Nanshan and you lowlifes. Otherwise, you would have died long ago." He did not know where a surge of power came from, but he managed to stand up despite the beating of the villagers. He grabbed the old farmer's neck and lifted him up. The surrounding villagers looked at him in horror and did not dare to move. The old farmer struggled and was weak, but he managed to hold his breath. He shouted, "Fire dog, you still dare to be stubborn. It's a great sin for you to be disloyal to the monarch. The sage has taught that those who are disloyal to the monarch, such as beasts, should be punished by everyone. You are a beast." Fire Heavenly Venerate spat out a mouthful of blood. He was the one who compiled the sage's teachings that South Heaven taught the human race. It was also because of this sage's teachings that he was conferred the title of Lord among the Heavenly Venerates. The other villagers swarmed forward. Kitchen knives, claws, hooks, shovels, hammers, and heads were all chopped down at him. One after another, they said, "Beat this disloyal, unfilial, and unrighteous person to death. Take his head to receive the reward, and we will become celestials. The thief's body is so hard I can't kill him. Quick, kill a dog, splash his black dog's blood, and break his spell." 4,000 words dashing, asking for a monthly ticket. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1625, Chapter 1625. Chapter 1619, The Death of the Fire Heavenly Venerate Translator. 549,690,339. The villagers were still beating him up, wanting to beat him to death. The Fire Heavenly Venerate could not contain his anger. At that moment, a basin of black dog's blood splashed on his face. The Fire Heavenly Venerate stood there, his body covered in black dog's blood. Some of the black dog's blood flowed into his glabella. There was a hole where the ancestor god king had used the heavenly duke's body to pierce through. The hole was transparent, and the dog's blood flowed into his brain. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. However, a heavenly venerate was a heavenly venerate after all. A young man held a kitchen knife and slashed at his head. He shouted, "His spell has been broken by the black dog's blood. Hurry up and chop him to death. Take his head and claim the reward." Before he could say the word reward, the Fire Heavenly Venerate's fist landed on his face. The young man exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Although the Fire Heavenly Venerate's heavenly palace had collapsed and the divine treasures had disintegrated, his physical body was still that of a heavenly venerate. These villagers were just ordinary people. How could they be his match? The Fire Heavenly Venerate's face was gloomy as he started a massacre. Soon, all the women, children, and children in the village fell into a pool of blood. Not a single one was left. "You traitors! It was I who protected you and allowed you to survive in this cruel world. You could have children, but you repaid kindness with enmity." Heavenly Venerate Fire dragged his heavy footsteps as he left. He staggered forward while some blood kept flowing out of his mouth. It was unknown whether it was black dog blood or his own blood. His destination was the nearest God city, so he left South Heaven to go to eternal peace. "All of you were raised by me, but you backfired on me. Without my protection, all of you were bugs of eternal peace and had long been destroyed by the ancient gods. You deserve to die, so you can't blame me. You can't blame me." He still had one last life-saving straw, and that was Heavenly Venerate Mu. Once he reached eternal peace, he would be able to convince Qin Mu to keep him alive. If he couldn't convince Qin Mu, then he would have to convince Heavenly Venerate Yun. Furthermore, Heavenly Venerate Yue was soft-hearted. If he knelt down and kowtowed to admit his mistake, Heavenly Venerate Yue would definitely be unable to bear it and plead for mercy from Qin Mu. He also had many secrets of the Heavenly Court, which were the capital for him to survive and even advance. He didn't have any psychological burden to betray Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven and the Heavenly Court. On the contrary, he would become a hero of the human race. Heavenly Venerate Yun would give me an image of enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. He would hide in the enemy camp for 1,000,000 years and not hesitate to bear the name of selling his race and ancestors for glory. The hearts of the people are the easiest to fool. It's hard for them to distinguish right from wrong. No matter what, isn't it just based on a mouth? I will become the most dazzling hero of the human race. Even Heavenly Venerate Mu's reputation can't compare to mine. He will be sensible and give me the position of the leader of the human race. He moved forward with great difficulty and executed the profound skill of creation to heal the injuries on his body. However, his realm had fallen and he wouldn't be able to recover for a while. Heavenly Venerate Fire wasn't worried about his destroyed divine treasure at all. Heavenly Venerate Seven of Long Hand was an existence that had created a realm out of nothing. Now that his divine treasure had been destroyed, he could cultivate the results of eternal peace reform. He also had a clone lurking in eternal peace, so the results of eternal peace reform weren't hidden from him. He could completely cultivate according to eternal peace's new system, and his abilities would definitely be greater than before. Along the way, he tried his best to avoid the villages of South Heaven to avoid being discovered, but how could he not be discovered? Ancestor God King had already given the order to have everyone in South Heaven search for his whereabouts. Fire Heavenly Venerate took a deep breath and killed everyone who discovered him, leaving no survivors. Later on, he simply didn't avoid the villages along the way and walked into them with a gloomy face. A moment later, he walked out of the village. Behind him were corpses. "I will avenge you, my clansmen," Fire Heavenly Venerate said silently. "You were killed by the Ancestor God King, Void Heavenly Venerate, and Lady Qin Mu. You were killed by Heavenly Emperor Hayashin. If they hadn't forced me so hard, you wouldn't have died. I, Fire Heavenly Venerate Longhen, will definitely avenge you." 1. Finally, when night fell, he arrived at the Divine City in the heavens. The Divine City was brightly lit, and there wasn't a single guard on the city tower. The city gates were wide open, and the divine weapons and generals guarding the city were nowhere to be found. Heavenly Venerate Fire shook the blood scabs on his body, causing them to fall all over the ground. The wound between his brows had also shrunk a lot, and the profound skill of creation that he had learned from eternal peace was useful. However, the strike of the Ancestor God King was too strong, leaving him with a very heavy Tao wound that wouldn't heal in a short period of time. "Master," Heavenly Venerate Fire walked into the city, and suddenly saw Yan Yazi leading his disciples to kneel down. The area in front of them was filled with darkness. There was joy in Heavenly Venerate Fire's voice as he said hoarsely, "Yan Yazi, as expected of my most valued disciple, I know." "Master, why did you betray the Heavenly Court and His Majesty?" Yan Yazi raised his head, his eyes filled with tears. He slowly pulled out the profound fire saber and choked. "You're making things difficult for me." Heavenly Venerate Fire froze. Yan Yazi held the saber and stood up. His aura erupted and locked onto him. With tears streaming down his face, he said, "Master, I respect you the most. You taught me that a ruler, a subject, a father, and a son. As a subject, you must be loyal to the Heavenly Emperor. If you betray him, you're worse than a pig or a dog. I don't want to be a disloyal and unrighteous person." Heavenly Master Huo clenched his fists and panted heavily as he stared at Yan Yazi. Tears flowed down Yan Yazi's cheeks, however. A faint smile and excitement appeared on his face. "Master, you love me, don't you? You value me the most. You must also hope that South Heaven can flourish in my hands, right? Master, don't resist me. Let me carry your head to the Heavenly Court to claim credit." Fire Celestial Master laughed out loud, but he kept coughing up blood. Good disciple, as expected of my teaching." "Of course," Yan Yazi also laughed out loud. Master, I learned so well from you. There's no need for you to resist. Junior brothers, send Master on his way. He was so excited that his voice was a little hoarse. He dragged out his long voice and said, Let Master die faster. Don't let Master feel too much pain. Behind him, hundreds of disciples of the heavenly Master of Fire stood up one after another. They used all kinds of divine weapons and divine abilities and charged toward the heavenly Master of Fire. The heavenly Master of Fire was furious. He attacked brazenly and rushed toward those divine abilities that he had taught. He raised his hand and smashed one of the disciples into pieces. With a roar, he shook the disciples until they staggered. Yan Yazi did not make a move. Instead, he walked unhurriedly outside the battle ring. He was an Emperor Seat expert, but he was extremely cautious. The Fire Heavenly Venerate had already suffered heavy injuries. He had very little magic power left, and his Tao injuries were very serious. However, he was extremely fearful of the Fire Heavenly Venerate and did not dare to make a move rashly. After all, although the Fire Heavenly Venerate did not have much of his cultivation base left, his physical body was still that of a Heavenly Venerate. Cultivating to the peak of his physical body, which was close to becoming a Tao body, was the reason why Fire Heavenly Venerate was able to walk all the way here. Very soon, all the disciples were slaughtered by Fire Heavenly Venerate, and there were scattered corpses everywhere. Yan Yazi's pupils constricted. Fire Heavenly Venerate stood in the middle of the corpses. He said coldly, You are all taught by me. You are a group of dogs that I raised. I have a clear grasp of each of your weaknesses. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand, including you, Yan Yazi. He suddenly turned around, but was met with Yan Yazi's Tao Fire mysterious blade. Yan Yazi attacked brazenly and said with a smile, Master, there are no junior brothers and sisters fighting with me for the credit now. That's right, I was taught by you, but you are too weak now. You are no match for me just by relying on your physical body. Heavenly Venerate Fire raised his hand to block. Yan Yazi whistled and spun around him. The mysterious blade was like light and lightning as it kept slashing down. He said sternly, Master, are you dead or not? Are you dead or not? Heavenly Venerate Fire's injuries became heavier and heavier, but he was still abnormally calm. Suddenly, he saw a flaw and flicked his right hand, sending the Tao Fire black knife flying. Yan Yazi was shocked, and Heavenly Venerate Fire had already pointed at the center of his brows. The center of Yan Yazi's brows exploded, and a huge hole appeared on his skull. He hurriedly retreated like a graceful being in flames as he smiled and said, Master, you can't escape. Boom. The spirit energy mutual shift bridge in the divine city was swept away by him and collapsed with a loud bang, cutting off Heavenly Venerate Fire's thoughts of escaping into eternal peace. Heavenly Venerate Fire's heart sank, and he turned around to leave this divine city and head to another divine city. He staggered, but his chi and blood gradually returned to normal. In his body, the 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, celestial being, life and death, heavenly river and other divine treasures had been reopened by him. He even planted an innate divine bridge to build wood. He had united all the divine treasures. His cultivation and magic power had risen to heavenly river realm. If he took another step forward, he would be able to cultivate the new heavenly palace system that was passed down in eternal peace. Unknowingly, he came to a small village. The villagers were beating drums and gongs, carrying kitchen knives, hoes, and other farm tools as they rushed out of the village to kill him. After you die, I will take revenge for you. Heavenly Venerate Fire muttered softly and was about to kill them. At that moment, he saw a young man appear in the village. He had his hands behind his back and was looking up at a green tree. It was a world tree. Even though the young man under the tree didn't look old, his sideburns were full of white hair. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Heavenly Venerate Fire was both surprised and delighted. He ignored the villagers who had come to kill him and laughed out loud. Heavenly Venerate Mu, are you here to save me? You and I are indeed in sync. Qin Mu stood under the tree and didn't look at him. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed lightly. A light wheel rotated and enveloped Heavenly Venerate Fire, not allowing him to dodge at all. The light wheel rotated once and Heavenly Venerate Fire felt like he was in a dream. When he opened his eyes to look, he saw that the injuries on his body had actually completely disappeared. He hurriedly touched his face, and it had actually recovered to its original state. He was surprised and happy. At this moment, a kitchen knife slashed at his shoulder. His Heavenly Venerate body was actually slashed into his flesh by an ordinary kitchen knife. An unimaginable pain was felt, and tears flowed down Heavenly Venerate Fire's face. He suddenly realized that his magic power had also disappeared. There was no Yuan Qi in his body, nor was there any divine treasure. He was so weak that he was like this group of ignorant villagers. Kill him! The villagers' faces were filled with fanatical excitement. Their faces swayed in front of the fire Heavenly Venerate, appearing extremely distorted. Puff 3 teeth of a dung rake were inserted into the fire Heavenly Venerate's forehead and into his brain. The fire Heavenly Venerate opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but someone stabbed a hunting spear into his chest. He lost his strength and fell to the ground. The villagers around him were abnormally excited. Sticks flew in the air and kitchen knife hands rose and fell, landing on his body one after another. "Wait," he heard someone shouting. "Don't destroy his face. We still have to cut off his head to receive the reward." Heavenly Venerate Fire's vision was pitch black, and he could only feel a rough hand grabbing his hair. A knife was placed on his neck, and he was planning to cut off his head. His consciousness completely fell into darkness. At that moment, he heard the sound of snapping fingers. Under the world tree, Qin Mu snapped his fingers, and Heavenly Venerate Fire's corporeal body recovered. His soul flew back to his corporeal body and his consciousness woke up once more. Not easy divine art. Heavenly Venerate Fire was surprised and delighted. He smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you can't bear to kill me, right? You're only punishing me so I know I'm wrong." Qin Mu walked out from under the world tree, and the world tree moved with him. Heavenly Venerate Fire was also moved by a force. Not long after, he followed Qin Mu to the second village. Another group of villagers rushed out as if they hadn't seen Qin Mu and only saw Heavenly Venerate Fire. They were so excited that they cried out and rushed over with all kinds of crude weapons. Heavenly Venerate Fire fell into a pool of blood once more, and he felt someone grabbing his hair and using a knife to cut his neck. The sound of snapping fingers could be heard, and everything returned to normal. Heavenly Venerate Fire couldn't help following Qin Mu and shouting, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, I really know my mistake. With me helping you, the world can be set." I know, beside another village, he was killed again. The sound of snapping fingers could be heard, and Heavenly Venerate Fire came back to life. He followed Qin Mu to the next village. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you should have calmed down, right?" Heavenly Venerate Fire suppressed his fear and smiled. "If you and I join hands, we'll be invincible in the world. The situation is great now, and I can help you get rid of Absolute Beginning and clear Heavenly Emperor." He was once again hacked to death by a group of villagers who were filled with joy. In the end, the number of repetitions increased, and Heavenly Venerate Fire couldn't help feeling a deep fear in his heart. Qin Mu had been doing this over and over again, using the path of reincarnation to destroy all his cultivation and let him be hacked to death by the foolish people of South Heaven. Then he would resurrect him. During this process, Qin Mu didn't even look at him or say a single word to him. The fear in Heavenly Venerate Fire's heart grew bigger and bigger. "He wants to kill me. He really wants me to die. He's just toying with me." Finally, Qin Mu stopped. "I'm tired," he said with a calm expression. "I'm tired. I originally thought that watching you die time and time again would make me feel happy. It would make me feel the pleasure of avenging the human race in South Heaven. However, I discovered that after the foolish people of South Heaven killed you, they were still foolish people. You dying again and again doesn't make me feel much happiness." A glimmer of hope appeared in Heavenly Venerate Fire's heart, and he forced a smile. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, I really know my mistake. If I know my mistake, I'll change it. It's a great thing to do. I'm still useful. I can be your dog and fight for you. I only hope. If you know your mistake, you can be forgiven. What do you need the Dharma for?" Qin Mu shook his head and still didn't look at him. He spread his 5 fingers apart. Bang, bang, bang. Heavenly Venerate Fire's head, body, and limbs were torn apart, and his soul appeared. Qin Mu clenched his 5 fingers and left. Heavenly Venerate Fire's soul struggled for a moment, but in the next moment it exploded and turned into a ball of black sand. Then, the black sand collapsed and was compressed into a ball of chaotic energy. A gust of wind blew over, and the chaotic energy dissipated in the world without a trace. Another 4,000-word chapter. The otaku did not go back on his word, and the fire Heavenly Venerate died completely. Now, he should be able to ask for a monthly pass, right? Ask for a monthly pass. Thank you for reading on Novel Full. Com Chapter 1626, Chapter 1626, Chapter 1620, I'll keep translator. 549,690,339 Qin Mu returned to the golden ship and looked down at the southern sky. The heavens in the southern sky were like bright pearls hanging in the universe, shining brilliantly. Heavenly Venerate Fire of the era of Dragon and Han, who had once been a celestial being, had finally fought this battle, which made him feel a lot of melancholy. It's very difficult for a person to hold on to his true heart in the midst of power and desire. It's often easy for him to sink into oblivion and lose himself. Qin Mu thought to himself. Heavenly Venerate Fire was probably lost at the moment Heavenly Venerate Imperial Emperor died. Finally, he sank deeper and deeper. Even now, he has already completely forgotten what he was like back then. He recalled the scene when he had met Heavenly Venerate Fire at the Jade Lake Festival a million years ago. At that time, Heavenly Venerate Fire was a high-spirited youth and a kind person. He felt that Qin Mu had harmed him by praising and encouraging him for his research on the divine arts of Heavenly Venerate Ling, so he fought with Qin Mu. Even if he had been defeated by Qin Mu, he didn't hold a grudge. Fire Heavenly Venerate at that time was the real Fire Heavenly Venerate. However, after Heavenly Venerate Royal died, that Fire Heavenly Venerate also died. It's a pity that he didn't wake up from the beginning and didn't do the last good deed. He taught the people of South Heaven to be slaves, but before he died, he couldn't let them walk out of their servility. Qin Mu retracted his gaze and passed the golden ship to the origin world. On the other side, the battle between Absolute Beginning and Great Heavenly Emperor had stopped the moment Madame Yuan Mu appeared. Absolute Beginning was so experienced that he knew he had no chance of winning when he saw Yuan Mu. Not only was Heavenly Venerate Fire doomed to die, he couldn't even protect his own son, Lang Xuan, so he might as well be a retired emperor in peace. Heavenly Emperor Hao would not kill him because of his strength. Retired Emperor, tomorrow, I want to see my brother Lang Xuan's head placed in front of my desk. Heavenly Emperor Hao called out to Tai Chu, who was about to leave, and said indifferently. Tai Chu's body stiffened, and he nodded silently. Fellow Taoists, aren't you going with me? Tai Chu looked at ancient god Tai Kai and frowned slightly. He moved his feet, but the 2 ancient gods of Taiji stayed where they were and did not leave with him. Heavenly Venerate Taiyin and Heavenly Venerate Taiyang looked at each other and shook their heads together. Taoist brother Tai Chu, we have a long road to reach the Tao. We still need to temper ourselves in the mortal world and understand our Tao hearts. We cannot live in seclusion with you. Are you planning to join Heavenly Emperor Hao? As expected, as expected. Tai Chu laughed and turned around. He said to Heavenly Emperor Hayashin seriously, Hayar, if you want to sit firmly in the position of Heavenly Emperor, ancient god Taiji must not be used. You can only let them charge into the battle. You cannot give them any power. These two people have long been polluted by the power struggle. They act according to the wind and are heartless. They fall wherever the wind blows. They are selfish and selfish. The Emperor and Empress have learned from each other's mistakes. We must be aware of our mistakes. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin smiled faintly. He said leisurely, I have listened to the retired Emperor's lesson, but I may not accept it. Retired Emperor, go and get my brother's head. I have left a place for the retired Emperor to live in seclusion, which is the East Extreme Heaven. I hope that the East Extreme Heaven Azure Dragon can be dealt with by the retired Emperor. After all, he has already died in the battle in South Heaven. I don't want him to be alive. The celestial sun frowned and the celestial moon said, Taoist brother Tai Chu, you have lost. Why do you blame us? Natural selection is the natural selection and the fittest survive. You can't adapt to it and plan to retire, but we still want to seek the Tao. Fellow Taoists, you have become 10 celestial venerables just like I did in the past. Absolute Beginning sighed and let out a long laugh. I'm me, haha, I'm really me now. He became depressed and waved his hand before turning around to head to the extreme East Heaven. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven had obtained a complete victory and was full of ambition. The golden ship was sailing in the void when Qin Fengking and Absolute Beginning suddenly flew over and jumped onto the ship. Absolute Beginning shook his head. There's no chance to get rid of Heavenly Venerate Void and Ancestor God King. The two ancient gods of Taiji have already arrived. Their abilities are extremely strong, so it's difficult for Big Head and I to take the opportunity to get rid of them. Qin Mu nodded. It's normal that we can't get rid of them, he said. One of them controls Xuandu and the other controls half of Yaodu. Yin Tianzi should be dead by now, so it shouldn't be difficult for Heavenly Venerate Void to control the entire Yaodu. The threat these two pose to eternal peace and even the origin world is fatal. He frowned slightly. Heavenly Venerate Clear was even more fatal. Now that Heavenly Venerate Hao was the only one in power, and with Madame Yuan Mu's help, Absolute Beginning was no match for him. With Absolute Beginning's personality, he would definitely hand over all his power. More importantly, Absolute Beginning would definitely not submit to eternal peace. On the contrary, if Heavenly Venerate Hao made a move against eternal peace, Absolute Beginning would still come out to help. After all, their interests were still tied together. 10 Heavenly Venerates were a community of interests, so it wasn't a lie. As long as one became 10 Heavenly Venerates, it would be difficult to escape from this community of interests. Brother, Heavenly Venerate Fire still has a clone in eternal peace, so who will deal with him? Qin Fengking asked. Emperor Yangxiu should have already made the arrangements, right? There are many experts in the younger generation of eternal peace, so there's no need for us to worry. Qin Mu thought about it and said, the Emperor doesn't need to send anyone over, and Heavenly Emperor Fire's clone won't be able to escape death either. The one who wants to kill him the most isn't us, but Heavenly Emperor Vast. Qin Fengking and Tai Shi were slightly puzzled, and the two of them thought hard about it. Suddenly, Qin Fengking clapped her hands and said, I got it. The one who wanted to kill him the most was actually Heavenly Emperor Vast. Wasn't Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky the one who made a move on Heavenly Emperor Fire this time? Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky also had a clone in eternal peace, so he definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He would definitely make a move on Heavenly Emperor Fire's reincarnation. Qin Mu revealed a smile. His brother had really grown up. Eternal peace. Next to Earth Virtue Heavenly Palace's Wendao College on Star-Picking Peak. Ling Yuxiu was dressed in an emperor's robe, and there were only a few attendants by her side. She came to the front of the palace on star-picking peak. She said to the palace, "Mr. Xing, you have been living in seclusion all these years. I have ordered people to continuously send the results of Eternal Peace's reform. Mr. has obtained so many benefits. I would like to ask Mr. to do something. The Emperor has done me a favor. Feel free to tell me." A youth's voice came from the palace with a hint of childishness. Ling Yuxiu said, "I would like to ask Mr. to kill someone. This person is the reincarnation of Heavenly Venerate Fire's soul and has landed in eternal peace. His name is Du Yi. I would like to ask Mr. Xing to help." She raised her hand and a golden piece of paper flew out and landed in the palace. After a moment, a handsome youth held the golden piece of paper and walked out of the palace with a chest running behind him. The chest came to Ling Yuxiu's side and rubbed against her leg intimately before following the youth and leaving with quick steps. Ling Yuxiu went down the mountain with a few followers. One of the women asked curiously, "Your Majesty, who is Mr. Xing? There are saints coming out in 500 years. Even though it's an encouraging rumor that imperial preceptor might have spread, there are indeed people with peerless talents in the human race every 500 years. Ling Yuxiu smiled. The last 500 years was when former imperial preceptor Jiang Baigui started the reform of eternal peace. 500 years before that, it was this person. His name was Xing En, and he was an extreme person. Back then, when eternal peace divine bridge was broken, no one could live past 800 years. He was the only one who lived past 800 years. Later on, imperial preceptor submitted to him, but his temper was really strange. He wasn't used to going to Tao College and didn't interact with others. He was only willing to stay on star-picking peak. The few followers had never heard of Xing En's name and thought about it, but they still didn't have any impression of him. Ling Yuxiu said, "It's normal for all of you not to have heard of him. Ever since Eternal Peace Calamity, he has been living in seclusion and rarely appeared. But during the battle at Heavenly Saint Academy, he fought against the strongest existences in Eternal Peace. The experts of Eternal Peace were almost wiped out." The few followers were astonished and looked at each other in dismay. Heavenly Venerate Fire is one of the 9 Heavenly Venerates of Long Han, after all. Each of them has their own unique points and unparalleled skills. Heavenly Venerate Fire's reincarnation is also incomparably powerful. At the same realm, he will only be stronger than Heavenly Venerate Fire's original body. Ling Yuxiu said, "If you want to kill his reincarnation, you need a Heavenly Venerate who is on par with him. However, Su Shenghua, Lan Yushan, and the rest are all in the ancestral court, so I can only ask Xing En to help. However, his temper is too weird, so I can only use the kindness of these years to get him out of the mountain." Xing En walked in the air with the chest following behind him. The chest was enlightened by Qin Mu, so it was very clever. However, its temper was just as weird as Xing En's. He would occasionally take out 2 eyes from the chest and stick them on the wall of his chest. It looked around in all directions, and from time to time it would quicken its pace to catch up with Xing En. Xing En looked at the golden paper Ling Yuxiu had given him. There were only 2 red dots on it. One was him, and the other was the reincarnation of Heavenly Venerate of Fire, Lonesome Freak. When he opened the red dots, he could see Lonesome Freak's smiling face and voice. "This paper was refined using the path of Yaodu, and it's locked onto your soul. You only have a spirit, but you don't have a soul. This paper won't show your tracks," Xing En said to the chest. After a day or two, Xing En and Du Guyi were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, terrifying divine art ripples came from ahead. He couldn't help frowning slightly and raising his hand. The chest leaped up, and the handle fell into his palm. Xing En carried the chest and walked toward the spot where the divine art ripples came from. The divine art ripples in front became more and more intense. Even though the two people who had attacked didn't have high realms in the traditional sense, their Tao realm was extremely deep, and they had actually revealed their Tao realm cultivation of 30 heavens. With such strength, they were already the top experts of eternal peace. As long as one's aptitude and comprehension were high enough, the easiest way to quickly raise their strength wasn't through the traditional system of divine treasures and heavenly palaces, but through the system of Tao realm. Existences with extremely high comprehension could comprehend over 20 heavens of Tao realm in just a short 100 years, raising the power of a great Tao to a level comparable to Jade Capital realm. However, such a person was extremely rare in the entire universe. Xing frowned. When he rushed over, he saw the two youths crossing each other and separating. The terrifying divine ability undulations of Tao realm caused the mountains to tremble like a painting floating on the surface of water. Xing landed on the ground and the trembling mountains instantly calmed down. They didn't move at all. Plop. One of the youths collapsed and his soul was destroyed. He died an unnatural death. Xing walked forward and turned the corpse over. It was indeed Lonesome Freak. As Lonesome Freak's soul dissipated, the red dot representing Lonesome Freak on the golden paper also disappeared. "You're Lan Yushin." The other youth looked at him with astonishment. He shook his head and smiled. "You're not Lan Yushin. Your body looks like Lan Yushin, but it should be a divine weapon of creation. There's no need to look. Heavenly Venerate Fire has already been eliminated by me, so you can return to report to the Emperor of Eternal Peace." Xing stood up and looked at him. His eyes lit up. "I like your body very much." The youth couldn't help laughing. "Do you know who I am?" Xing shook his head and put down the chest. "I don't need to know, but I'll keep you." Thank you for reading on Novelful. Chapter 1627, Chapter 1627, Chapter 1621, I am the Madman of Chu Translator, 549,690,339, collect. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin's reincarnation frowned. He was not used to this person's tone. Heavenly Emperor Mu was already arrogant enough, but he was usually polite and never lost his manners. He would not be too indulgent. However, this young man who appeared out of nowhere could suffocate people with just a word. His tone was casual, but it gave people a feeling of arrogance. His appearance was the same as Heavenly Emperor Royal back then. With just one look, one could tell that he was Heavenly Emperor Royal who had created the divine weapon of creation. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Royal had just succeeded in creating the divine weapon, and there were people among the 10 Heavenly Venerates who had tried to create Heavenly Emperor Royal to descend to the world. However, most of them had died in eternal peace. It was likely that the Heavenly Emperor Royal that this person had obtained was from that batch back then. "I am Heavenly Emperor Hao." Heavenly Emperor Hao smiled faintly. Xing nodded. "You are very challenging." Heavenly Emperor Clear took a long breath and thought to himself, just one sentence from this person can make people fly into a rage. How did he survive until now? He didn't know that there were too many people who wanted to kill Xing. Even Qin Mu had wanted to kill Xing back then, but he couldn't get rid of him. From the traces left behind by the battle between you and Heavenly Emperor Fire's reincarnation, you are proficient in the other part of the path of absolute beginning, innate one Qi. Xing looked around and raised his hand gently. The corpse of Heavenly Venerate Fire's reincarnation floated up and split into pieces with a swoosh. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, tendons, skin, and musculature were all neatly split apart. Heavenly Monarch Clear Heaven felt a bizarre feeling when he saw this. Xing's move had unfolded the body structure of a god to the extreme, allowing people to clearly see the most meticulous structure of a god's body. Even the minute structure of the bone marrow was revealed. There were practically no secrets to speak of. All kinds of divine treasures and heavenly palaces in Heavenly Venerate Fire's body were spread out, and all kinds of injuries could be seen at a glance. This move made Heavenly Emperor Hao's hair stand on end. This person is too familiar with the body structure of gods and devils. Is he a pig slaughterer? From the appearance of Heavenly Venerate Fire's reincarnation, his soul is distorted, and his heavenly palaces and divine treasures are twisted into vortexes by a terrifying force, Xing'an said. The other technique you are proficient in should be based on the path of returning to ruins. He revealed a look of approval. You fused two great Tao and comprehended the Tao realm of innate one Qi to the 30th heaven. It's very rare to cultivate to such a realm. Heavenly Emperor's reincarnation was even more astonished. He couldn't help feeling pity for the talented and asked curiously, "You can tell?" Heavenly Venerate Mu is also proficient in the Tao of innate one Qi and sinkhole. Of course I can tell. Xing'an continued to look at the divine ability traces and Heavenly Venerate Fire's body. He analyzed. You have an extremely large number of heavenly palaces, and one of the great heavenly courts techniques should have reached perfection, reaching 36 heavenly palaces. Heavenly Venerate Fire is wary of this technique of yours, but your other technique focuses on the Tao of sinkhole, making it impossible for him to defend against it. His Tao fire is precisely restrained by this technique of yours, causing your divine ability to invade his body, distorting his divine treasures and heavenly palaces, and his soul to be crushed. He looked at the battle marks around him and continued, "However, the number of heavenly palaces for this technique is not complete. There should only be 35. He touched the heavenly palace marks of fire Heavenly Venerate's reincarnation and checked the types of heavenly palaces. He said, "These 35 heavenly palaces of yours and the other 36 heavenly palaces of yours are mostly duplicates. However, the order and priority are different, so the effects of the technique are different. Thinking about it, this is because of your lack of wisdom." Heavenly Emperor burst into laughter as if he had heard the most laughable thing. "My wisdom isn't enough." "It is a little lacking," Xing'an nodded. "The Heavenly Palace's order of your two great heavenly court techniques isn't the best solution, so there are flaws in both techniques. This should be because your attainments in algebra aren't good enough." He raised his palm and the chest opened. Heavenly Emperor's pupils constricted, and a chill ran down his back. The brains of gods and devils flew out of the chest, and their consciousness was still there. The brains were still operating on their own, and countless divine lights could be seen flowing on the surface of the brains. "These brains were collected by me, so you don't have to worry. They are all dead." Xing'an glanced at him. Cult Master Qin always wanted to get rid of me, but he was particular about principles. "If I killed people randomly, he would kill me at all costs," he explained. "So I chose the gods and devils who had already died in battle. Since they were dead, it was useless to keep their brains, so I took them out. When they were alive, they had all sorts of distracting thoughts, but after they died, they had no distracting thoughts and became my best calculation divine weapon. Using the brains of living beings as calculation spirit weapons is even faster than the most advanced calculation spirit weapons in eternal peace." He sighed with regret and said, "Actually, what I want the most is Cult Master Qin's brain, but it's a pity that he definitely won't give it to me. When you are thoroughly studied by me, your brain will also appear among them." His spirit jolted and he waved his sleeves. He saw countless gods and devils' brains in the sky arranged and combined, forming a huge array of living beings' brains and making extremely complicated calculations. Divine light flowed through the array of nerves. It was incomparably fast. Heavenly Emperor stared at it and muttered, "There were some very stupid people when they were alive, but you said that their brains could surpass mine when they were linked together." "Impossible," Xing'an said. "They might have been very stupid when they were alive, but it wasn't their brains that were stupid but their thoughts. This is related to their education when they were alive, their living environment, and it has nothing to do with their brains. He explained patiently. After they died, these thoughts disappeared. As long as everyone's brains remained active, they could be considered the fastest spirit weapon. As for me, I was using trash to make use of these brains to make me smarter. I could easily find different heavenly palace sequences and reach the optimal solution of the heavenly quartz cultivation method. And someone like you who isn't smart enough wouldn't be able to find the optimal solution. Heavenly Emperor looked up at the brain matrix in the sky. He praised, "You remind me of someone. That person is Qin, the palace master of heavenly quartz, father creating heavenly palace. She's also my mother, Madame Yuanmu. She also has a chest and there are strange things in it." Qin, Xing'an thought for a moment and raised his hand. A messy head flew out of the chest. "Is it this person? I found this head from the battlefield in Qin. His Tao is too low grade, and he only used the Tao of creation and the Tao of returning ruins. Compared to me, he is inferior." He thought for a moment and stretched out his hand to draw a straight line in the air. "Inferior by a line, cult master Qin's by a line." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven looked at the head with a full beard. It was Qin. He should have been chopped down by someone during the battle in Qin, but in the end he was picked up by this person. However, what made his hair stand on end was that Qin's head had already been opened, and the brain inside had disappeared without a trace. He raised his head to look at the brain array in the sky. There should be Qin's brain inside. He then looked at Xing'an's chest. Just what kind of terrifying thing was hidden in that chest? "You are so evil that even I cannot help but shudder. Heavenly Emperor Mu actually dared to use you. How audacious." Heavenly Emperor couldn't help praising. "If you submit to me, I can make you palace master of Father Creator. I admire your talent." Xing'an raised his hand and retracted the brain matrix in the sky. "Cult Master Qin doesn't dare to use me. He's afraid that I'll do something out of line, and that the one who dares to use me is the Emperor of Eternal Peace. Her magnanimity is much bigger than a petty existence like Cult Master Qin. I'll go to Heavenly Court. The collection there will definitely be very rich." He closed the box and said, "I've already calculated the flaws in your technique. You can become my collection." Heavenly Emperor's pupils constricted. Xing'an had shown him the brain matrix and talked to him so much, but his goal was actually to borrow the brain matrix from the various traces of divine arts and the various injuries in Heavenly Venerate Fire's body. He could deduce the flaws in his technique. Now, Xing'an should have already deduced some flaws, so his plan was exposed. Even though Heavenly Emperor thought highly of himself, after coming into contact with Eternal Peace Reform, he realized that there were many people with all sorts of talents in this world. This Xing'an might be one of them. At that moment, Xing'an made his move. Heavenly Emperor let out a low shout, and a heavenly palace burst out from the back of his head, forming two great heavenly courts. The two great heavenly courts stood up and turned into two heavenly wheels, one positive and one negative, one dark and one light. It was the perfect combination of the innate one Qi and the great Tao of Sinkhole. This reincarnation of his was just a reincarnation of a soul. His cultivation realm was still at Heavenly Sea Realm, between Jade Lake and God Execution Platform. However, just based on his techniques, he could compete with Ling Xiao, who was at the traditional realm. With his cultivation at the Tao realm of 30 heavens, he could compete with an existence at the Emperor Throne's realm. Of course, he was slightly inferior to the existences of Emperor Thrones in Eternal Peace. Even though there weren't many Emperor Thrones in Eternal Peace, there were still a few who had extremely solid foundations. Eternal Peace's reform had a history of 130 years. Over the past 130 years, The ever-changing changes in techniques and divine abilities had become more and more intense, creating a large batch of elites. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven had intervened relatively late, but as a heavenly venerate who had created a realm 1,000,000 years ago, his reputation wasn't undeserved. In just a few short decades, he was already one of the strongest existences in eternal peace. He could kill heavenly venerate fire's reincarnation unscathed, so he naturally had the confidence and foundation to do so. However, just as his technique was pushed to the limit, Xing'an flew over. The two of them clashed at close range, and the instant Heavenly Emperor executed the technique, Xing'an pointed at the center of his 10,000 heavenly wheels. At that moment, Heavenly Emperor felt that there was a flaw in the circulation of the technique, and it became slightly sluggish. The 10,000 heavenly wheels that were perfectly combined instantly clashed with each other, and the two different forces collided. The heavenly palaces collided with each other, and there was a faint sign of destruction. Before he could find out where the flaw was, Xing'an had already slashed at the heart of his brows. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's divine art of Tao realm burst forth. Boom, boom, boom. 300 layers of heavenly wheels borrowed the other's strength and burst forth in layers. This strike had once made Qin Mu unable to dodge in time on the River of Chaos in the ancestral court of Jade Capital City. He had been forced to the River of Chaos in one move. However, with a light push from Xing'an, the heavenly wheel divine art that borrowed the other's strength instantly became two opposing forces, colliding with each other and annihilating each other. Heavenly Emperor was astonished. Xing'an's magic power was much more vigorous than his reincarnation, and his technique and divine art were even more bizarre and unpredictable. Xing'an should have only found a flaw in his technique, but that flaw was already fatal. In his fluster, Xing'an's palm had already cut the center of his brows. His primordial spirit trembled violently and fell out of his body. Shua, 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 steel needles pierced into his corporeal body, blocking his primordial spirit outside. Xing'an stretched out his hand to grab his primordial spirit in an attempt to capture it. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven sneered, and his primordial spirit flew into the sky. I am Heavenly Emperor, and my soul is also something you can touch. Xing'an flicked his fingers, and Heavenly Emperor's primordial spirit and soul were instantly separated from each other. He couldn't help being alarmed. Eternal peace freak. He hurriedly retrieved his soul, and the other souls and spirits were taken away by Xing'an's sleeve. I will find the flaws in my technique and tear you into pieces. Heavenly Emperor's voice came from the sky. Xing'an turned a deaf ear and kept the other souls and spirit embryos of Heavenly Emperor's reincarnation into a chest. By then, I should have already found more flaws in your technique. His vital chi was like a blade, slicing open Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven's reincarnation in detail. Excitement shone in his eyes. The chest bounced around as though it was urging him. Xing'an raised his head and rolled up Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven's reincarnation that had already been unfolded layer by layer before placing it in the chest. You're right, he said. I can't be too shocking. Cult Master Qin is petty and petty. If he knew that I did such a thing in broad daylight, he would definitely give me a hard time. Let's go back. By the way, can you give me a piece of Cult Master Qin's brain? It can be regenerated anyway. What do you think? I don't think so either. He's very petty. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Chapter 1628, Chapter 1628. Chapter 1622, Celestial Master Mu's Marriage Translator. 549,690,339. The heavenly court floated quietly in the sky above the ancestral court. The news that the Fire Celestial Master had rebelled and killed the newly promoted Celestial Master Yin, and Celestial Master Azure Dragon caused a sensation in the heavenly court. However, news soon came that the Fire Celestial Master had committed a grave crime. He had already been executed, which made everyone feel relieved. Even if there were any noise and rumors in the heavenly court, they could not cause much trouble. Yan Yazi had personally ascended the heavenly court and apologized to the heavenly emperor, saying that he was willing to bear the sins committed by his master, the Fire Celestial Master. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin was grateful for his filial piety and loyalty, so he showed mercy and pardoned his mistakes, allowing him to bury the Fire Celestial Master. He was also grateful for the contribution that the Fire Celestial Master had made to the world and the heavenly court. Even though he was stripped of the title of equal to Heaven Supreme, he still retained the title of Celestial Master and buried him as a Celestial Master. However, the Fire Celestial Master died without a complete corpse. Yan Yazi randomly found a person who looked similar to the Fire Celestial Master, killed him, and placed him in a coffin, which was filled with treasures. Yan Yazi also built a large number of buildings, built a mausoleum, and buried this fake fire heavenly venerate. Several times, he cried until he fainted in front of the mausoleum. He even committed suicide to accompany the fire heavenly venerate in the mausoleum to prevent his master from being lonely. The civil and military officials watching the ceremony in the heavenly court sighed repeatedly. They all said that the fire heavenly venerate had taken in a good disciple. He was so loyal that he did not lose to the fire heavenly venerate in the past. The crowd quickly went forward to block him so that they would not do anything stupid. The heavenly court was in mourning. They buried the Fire Celestial Master, the Yin Celestial Master, and the Azure Dragon Celestial Master. The Yin Celestial Master died in a complete corpse, so it was a cenotaph. The Azure Dragon Celestial Master was only left with a head. The Heavenly Emperor pitied his loyalty and ordered someone to use divine gold to build the body of the Azure Dragon Celestial Master and sew it together with the head. On the day of the burial, the Heavenly Emperor came in person and also shed tears. He held the coffin and cried loudly. The civil and military officials also shed tears. Later, the 7 most senior officials of the heavenly court came forward and advised the Heavenly Emperor to take care of his health for the sake of all living beings in the world. Only then did the Heavenly Emperor stop his grief. After the funeral, Emperor Hayashin rewarded Qi Xianyu, the Red Emperor, as the heavenly venerate of South Heaven, assisted by Yan Yazi, the Western Emperor as the heavenly venerate of West Heaven, the Eastern Emperor as the heavenly venerate of East Heaven, and the Eastern Heaven as the retirement place of the Supreme Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin rewarded the new Northern Emperor and promoted the heavenly venerate of the extreme Yin to the heavenly venerate of the North Heaven, and the heavenly venerate of the extreme Yang to the heavenly venerate of the Yuan world. For a time, there was an uproar in the heavenly court. Some people were happy and some were sad. After Heavenly Emperor Hayashin rewarded Qi Xianyu, he returned to the palace. Someone handed him a jade box. Heavenly Emperor Hayashin waved his hand and asked the golden-armored guards to leave. He opened the jade box and saw the head of Yu Kanki, the reincarnation of Emperor Langxuan, in the jade box. Emperor Hayashin smiled and said, "Brother Langxuan, how have you been?" In the jade box, the head of the reincarnation of Langxuan opened its eyes and said, "The winner takes all. Why do you need to say so much, Your Majesty? Just send me on my way." Emperor Hayashin laughed out loud. "The retired emperor knows that I am suspicious. He actually kept your soul sealed in your head to dispel my doubts. Brother, do you hate the retired emperor for doing this?" Lang Xuan said, "The imperial family is originally heartless, so how can there be any resentment?" Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven nodded and crushed his bones into ashes. His soul was sent into great abyss of returning ruins to be obliterated, and he smiled. I can rest easy now. At that moment, a soul flew over from his clone in eternal peace and fused with his primordial spirit. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was furious. A barbarian fool from the lower realm has actually humiliated me like this. He retrieved his soul, and his cultivation increased by quite a bit. He stood up and was about to personally kill Xing En. He suddenly burst into laughter. He's also a talent. If we can recruit Heavenly Court, we can appoint him as Heavenly Venerate of Father creating Heavenly Palace. He can sense the flaws in our cultivation method and can use it to perfect our cultivation method. Let Heavenly Venerate Mu handle this matter. He drew Xing En's portrait and called Qin Wu Wei over. Go down to see Celestial Master Mu and have him find this person and send him to Heavenly Court. I have an important role to play. The few Qin Wu Wei agreed and immediately went down to the world. The spirit energy mutual shift bridge wasn't closed yet, and the few Qin Wu Wei took 1 or 2 days to arrive at Eternal Peace Capital. They saw lanterns and streamers being hung on the upper and lower capital, making it extremely lively. The few Qin Wu guards asked around. Someone said, Emperor Yangxiu abdicated his throne, and the previous retired Emperor Yanfeng was released after his punishment and ascended the throne again. Imperial Preceptor Qin also declined the position of Imperial Preceptor and gave it to former Imperial Preceptor Jiang. Imperial Preceptor Jiang was also released after his punishment. One of the Qin Wu guards smiled. What's there to be hung with lanterns and streamers for? It's just a change of the previous Emperor and Imperial Preceptor. There's something you don't know, people told them. Imperial Preceptor Qin and Emperor Yangxiu have an agreement. Once he abdicates in the future, they will get married. There had been chaos before, and Emperor Yangxiu had always sat on the throne for the sake of this promise. The ministers in the court repeatedly advised him to open his harem and select talents to fill his harem. He would then choose the imperial consort and empress and give birth to a son and a half daughter so that Eternal Peace Empire's fortunes could continue. However, they were all beaten back by the emperor. The reason why the emperor abdicated is to marry Imperial Preceptor Qin. Qin Wu Wei looked at each other and probed. Could this Imperial Preceptor Qin, who is married to the emperor, be Heavenly Venerate Mu? Isn't that so? Imperial Preceptor can't marry the emperor. After the emperor abdicates, he will be Princess Xiu, and after Imperial Preceptor abdicates, he will be Heavenly Venerate Mu, so he can marry the princess. Someone told them. Heavenly Venerate said that after marrying Princess Xiu, he will have to return to Surging River and become a herdsman, no longer paying attention to the disturbances of the world. The Qin Wu guards secretly discussed for a while before saying, Heavenly Venerate Mu is going to retire. Right now, the one in power in Eternal Peace isn't him, but Emperor Yanfeng and Imperial Preceptor. How are we going to explain this to His Majesty? Who else can capture the person in the painting? Heavenly Venerate Mu retiring after his marriage is of great importance. One of you should go back first and report this matter to His Majesty. We'll go see Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor and ask them to capture this person. Thus, a Qin Wu guard left in a hurry. Heavenly Emperor was diligent in his political affairs and was reading the memorials when the Qin Wu guard rushed over and knelt down to say something. Heavenly Emperor put down the memorials. Heavenly Emperor Mu is going to retire after getting married, he asked in astonishment. Did I strike this fellow too hard? I'm still waiting for him to go to heaven and kowtow to me, flatter me and curry favor with me. It's a little too early to retire now. The Qin Wu guard said, Your Majesty, Eternal Peace is going to the capital city, and the capital city is bustling with activity. Heavenly Emperor Mu's wedding is most likely in the next 2 days. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled. Heavenly Venerate Mu has great talent and strategy. I have always admired him, so it's good that he retires. It's best if he can't recover from his setback. I don't wish for him to become the second Heavenly Venerate of Fire. His threat is much greater than Heavenly Venerate of Fire. Open the treasury and give me a batch of congratulatory gifts to send to Eternal Peace to celebrate Heavenly Venerate Mu's wedding. He stood up and smiled. Heavenly Venerate Mu's wedding must be lively, a grand funeral a grand wedding. He sighed, however. His face was full of smiles. The era that belonged to Heavenly Venerate Mu has passed just like that, making this emperor sigh endlessly. When you return to Eternal Peace, tell Heavenly Venerate Mu that this emperor is busy with official affairs and has no time to go and congratulate him personally. When he returns to Surging River, this emperor will go and pay him a visit in plain clothes, drinking and chatting happily with him. That Qin Mu guard left in a hurry. On the other side, the few Qin Mu guards that were left in Eternal Peace went to see Emperor Yanfeng and Imperial Preceptor Jiang Baigui. Emperor Yanfeng hurriedly received the ambassador, and the few Qin Mu guards handed over the painting of Heavenly Emperor. Emperor Yanfeng respectfully received it and placed it in front of the table to burn incense and offer sacrifices. Only then did he open the painting of Heavenly Emperor. After looking at it carefully, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor Jiang Baigui went forward and sized up the painting as well. The two of them were in deep thought. The few Qin Mu guards said, "Two of you, His Majesty didn't want to kill this person but to make him the palace master of Father Creation. Father Creation Heavenly Venerate is his fortune. Is there a need for you to act like this?" Three high envoys. Emperor Yanfeng said in a troubled manner, "His Majesty's painting is marvelous and is a heavenly book. The reason why we are in deep thought is because we don't really understand it." The three Qin Mu guards sneered and went forward to take a look. They were also pondering over it. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's painting was too artistic, and the person in the painting was crooked, so no one could see his appearance. Beside his feet was a dog without a long tail, and it also looked like a box. The only thing that could be recognized was Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's words, which said, "I don't know his name, but his appearance is similar to Divine Weapon Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven, the form of a youth." Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor muttered to himself, "Similar to Divine Weapon Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky, where can we find such a person? High Ambassador, please return to your Majesty and tell him that Eternal Peace will definitely search for this person with all their strength. As for whether we can find him," he had a difficult expression. The three Qin Mu guards understood. Just based on the painting of Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, even Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky didn't know the name of that person, making it even more difficult to find him. Qin Wu Wei bade farewell. Emperor Yanfeng immediately said, "Little King's princess will be getting married to Heavenly Emperor Mu in the next few days, so there's no need to rush back. Let's have the wedding banquet first. Little King also has to prepare some gifts, so I'll have to prepare them for a day or two to show my respect to you." The three of them looked at each other and nodded slowly. Heavenly Emperor Mu is a heavenly emperor who imparted the art of longevity, so his merits are boundless. Since he's getting married, it's only right for us to stay and watch the ceremony. The three of them stayed while Emperor Yanfeng served them with good wine and meat. He ordered people to prepare all sorts of rare treasures and deliver them to the residents. Emperor Yanfeng then ordered people to bring the three Qin Wu guards to Eternal Peace's largest manufacturing factory, and let them choose the divine weapons produced by the manufacturing factory. The three of them were very happy and thought to themselves, "This Emperor Yanfeng is a tactful person." Emperor Yanfeng said to Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, "The wedding of Heavenly Venerate Mu can be delayed for a period of time, and it can also let Heavenly Emperor Hao lower his guard. During this period of time, Heavenly Emperor won't use troops against Eternal Peace, and the negotiations between Heavenly Emperor and Eternal Peace can also be delayed for a few more years. Your Majesty can't be too optimistic. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor said. Yu Chenzi brought along Eternal Peace's eloquent people who are good at stirring up trouble. According to the original plan, the negotiations with Heavenly Emperor can be delayed for a few more years. But now that Heavenly Emperor Hao had gotten rid of Heavenly Emperor Fire, Absolute Beginning didn't dare to show his face and fight with him for benefits. There was no need to mention Ancestral God King, Heavenly Venerate Void, and Ancient God Taiji. And there was only one force in Heavenly Court today, and that was Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven. I'm afraid that Yu Chenzi's delaying tactics won't work anymore. Emperor Yanfeng frowned and said, That's why Heavenly Venerate Mu and Yuxiu will abdicate and get married. They want us to walk up to the stage and hope that we can delay for a few years. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor nodded and said, They retired after getting married because of the pressure Eternal Peace was under. It's been hard on Princess Xiu. Emperor Yanfeng had a strange expression. I actually think she's very happy. These days, she has relaxed all of a sudden and is very pleased with herself when she sees everyone. A grown woman can't be kept in her home. I'll solemnly tell everyone that little Mu is getting married. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1629, Chapter 1629. Chapter 1623, Heavenly Venerate Mu's Wedding Translator. 549,690,339 in the past few days. Eternal Peace, Upper Capital and Lower Capital were all bustling with people coming and going. Green Bull told Chancellor Ba Shan, Old Master, Big Sister is drunk in the tavern. There are wine jars placed in the corner of the table. Chancellor Ba Shan instantly became nervous and said, Look after her and don't let her cause trouble. I'll go tell Granny C. Qin Mu hurriedly ran to the wine shop and saw a cute little girl who was about 10 years old. She was sitting at the wine table and shouting loudly, asking the shop owner to serve the wine. The 9 fox tails behind her butt were already exposed, and she almost revealed her true form. However, the wine in the wine shop had already been finished by her. The shop owner had no choice. He recognized this drunkard and didn't dare to chase her away. He could only stand by the side and listen to her scolding. I have also paid my respects to the court. Although I am not a concubine, I am still a concubine. Hu Ling was drunk. She crawled to the wine table and stood on one leg in the wine jar while the other was outside. She rolled up her sleeves and the smell of alcohol filled the air. Even her white fur was stained with the smell of alcohol. She complained to the shopkeeper. We should at least give her a title this time, right? Don't you think? Qin Mu hurriedly went forward. The right servant is drunk. Quick, quick, send the right servant back to the manor. I'm not drunk, I know you. You're the third, it's the fourth no. Long Pai has sworn allegiance to Tian Shu and Qi Jiuyi. You should be the 6th or the 7th. Hu Ling was still babbling nonsense. Qin Mu quickly invited her down and escorted her to the minister's province, the servant shooting manor. Hu Ling came to the minister's province and glanced at the left servant. She sneered. There's a fellow sufferer here. See Yunxiang, you're the second son, so you can be the judge. Back then, old Master Blind made the decision and married all 3 of us. See Yunxiang and she were both minister's province, one on the left and one on the right. They were in charge of Eternal Peace's finances, but these years of experience were much more stable than hers. She smiled and said, Little sister is drunk, go back and rest first. Hu Ling said casually, Old 9, there's no need for you to help me, I can walk. After saying that, she pushed the green bull away and walked forward unsteadily. With a gulp, she fell into the flower bed. Only her tail was exposed, shaking twice and not moving at all. The green bull didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did I become old 9 again? When Granny C received Ba Shan's report, she immediately became alert and said, Ba Shan, find some people for me and keep an eye on some dangerous people. At this moment nothing must happen. Ba Shan saw how serious she was and hurriedly said, Granny, don't worry. I will definitely handle this matter properly. He hesitated for a moment and said, May I know which dangerous people to monitor? Little Fox is the first, and that last Si Yunxiang. Granny C quickly said, especially Si Yunxiang. Little Fox is very straightforward, but this lass is very crafty. We must not let our guard down. Other than that, there are also some important targets to monitor. For example, the wild maidens of West Earth. They even have the custom of going on a wedding, so be careful not to seduce the groom into their room on their wedding night. Also, even primordial Lord Earth Virtue has to be careful. Ba Shan memorized carefully and couldn't help feeling troubled when he heard that. Primordial Lord Earth Virtue's current cultivation and attainments are already top-notch existences in eternal peace. Apart from existences like Old Cult Master Wei and Prince Humane, who can stop her? Granny C glared at him and said, Even if we can't stop her, we have to. Ba Shan shrunk his head. Granny C continued, Apart from them, you still need to be careful of Lang Ba Shan shuddered. He hurriedly walked out. Granny, you'd better find someone else. Forget about Earth Virtue Primordial Lord. Lang is a god king and an existence at the level of a heavenly venerate. In the entire universe, apart from a few people, who is her match? Granny C hurriedly said. Don't worry, Lang is a person who forgets emotions and puts the interests of the Creator above all else. She won't act rashly. I'm just worried that if she wants to have a small creator with the groom, she will cause trouble in the future. You don't need to keep a close eye on him, you just need to keep a close eye on Mar. If he can control the belt, there won't be any problems. Chancellor Ba Shan complained incessantly. If junior brother can't control the belt, can I control it for him? Granny C smiled. It doesn't matter if you can't control it. At most, you can hug a few more cubs. As for Heavenly Venerate Ling, he doesn't have any feelings towards Mar. Only Heavenly Venerate Yue, I'm not too sure. Ba Shan's face was ashen and his legs were trembling. Granny C continued, but it's not to the extent of snatching the bride. If she wants to snatch the bride, she has to consider her own face, right? She doesn't have to consider it. She thought about it and made a list of the people who might cause trouble. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. Chancellor Ba Shan looked up at the starry sky and saw the stars twinkling. He smiled and said, This day is also strange. It's clearly the 15th day. It's a sunny day and there's not even a moon. Granny C immediately came to her senses. Oh no, I've forgotten about her. The moon has disappeared. She must have come. Quickly go and find your junior brother. If you're any later, she'll take him away. Chancellor Ba Shan also came to a realization and cried out, You're talking about the one on the moon. This is indeed a big matter. I'll go look for junior brother now. He left in a hurry and went straight to Qin Mu's manor. Before he reached his residence, he saw the moonlight rippling and illuminating the entire manor. Clearly, the moon in eternal peace had slipped down from the sky and landed in Qin Mu's manor. Ba Shan braced himself and barged in, thinking to himself, No matter what, I can't let High Emperor Sword God ruin this marriage. He barged into the manor and saw the moon hanging in the sky above Qin Mu's manor. It was about 30 yards tall and had been refined into a treasure. It could be big or small, but it was only about a foot square. Ba Shan entered in a hurry. There weren't many servants in Qin Mu's manor, so he didn't have time to stop him before he barged through. In front of the hall, Qin Mu and Bai Quer sat on the stone steps below. One had white hair on her temples while the other still looked like a young girl. No one knew what the two of them were talking about. When Ba Shan barged in, he saw the two of them dressed neatly and relaxed. He bowed and said, Ba Shan greets High Emperor Sword God. Junior brother, you are about to get married, so it's not suitable for you to be in the same room with other women." Qin Mu smiled warmly. "That's why Quer and I were talking outside the hall and didn't enter the room." Bai Quer got up and waved her hand. The moon drooped down and became bigger and bigger. When it was about 10 yards away from the ground, it stopped. The woman walked into the moon palace and didn't look at Ba Shan. Ba Shan relaxed. As long as nothing happens at this stall. Bai Quer stood in the moon palace and a belt floated down. She stretched out her delicate hand and revealed an expectant expression. Qin Mu stood up and raised his right hand and their fingertips touched. Ba Shan's scalp went numb and he coughed heavily. Qin Mu's fingers trembled and he pulled them back. Bai Quer's expression was gloomy, but she didn't pull her hand back. The moon gradually rose and the belt fluttered around it. The moon rose higher and higher, faster and faster. Gradually, the moonlight filled the sky and it was so high that it couldn't be touched. Qin Mu raised his head to look up. After a long while, he retracted his gaze and said, "Senior brother Ba Shan, don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing and I won't act rashly." Chancellor Ba Shan let out a sigh of relief and said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to control your emotions. Old brother has been through this before, so you are in the most dangerous moment right now." Qin Mu revealed a smile. "Senior brother, you're too kind. My marriage is to delay the heavenly court's liquidation of eternal peace, and also to make heavenly venerate Hayashin rest assured of me. I definitely won't make a mistake at this crucial moment. Furthermore, Princess Xiu and I have been childhood sweethearts since we were young and have long been engaged privately. The reason why the marriage has been delayed until now is because of the times." Ba Shan looked at him carefully and said, "With junior brother's words, I can be at ease. These few days, I will stay in your manor and you will entertain me with good wine and meat." Qin Mu laughed loudly and patted his shoulder. His gaze went past Ba Shan and landed on Ling Yuxiu. It was unknown when Ling Yuxiu had arrived here, but she must have noticed the moon descending into the mortal world and sinking into Qin Mu's manor. However, she didn't come over immediately. She only rushed over when Ba Shan came. Ba Shan left sensibly. Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu walked side by side in the garden. Ling Yuxiu raised her hand to break a flower branch, but when she broke half of it, she let it go and the flower branch bounced back. "You have something on your mind," Qin Mu said. Ling Yuxiu smiled. "Aren't you the same?" Qin Mu smiled. "I understand what's on your mind. You are worried that our marriage is actually to delay the celestial heavens and that our marriage is to dispel heavenly venerate vast heaven's suspicion of me. You don't have to be like this. You understand my intentions. Even without these, I still want to marry you." Ling Yuxiu looked at the flowers in the garden under the moonlight. There were a few flower buds that had yet to bloom. She touched them lightly with her fingertips and the flower buds bloomed faintly under the moonlight. "I always want to go back to the time when we first met in Surging River. Back then, the two of us were innocent, and our relationship was the most innocent and ignorant. At that time, it would be great if we got married." Qin Mu picked at the flowers. He smiled and said, "People have to grow up eventually. You and I have already grown up. After experiencing so many dangers, we can still walk together in the end. This is life. After experiencing so many tests, we will still support each other in the future and continue to walk." Ling Yuxiu looked at him and said faintly, "I'm always worried that you have some grudges in your heart and are reluctant to part with me." "Not at all." Qin Mu hugged her into his embrace and sniffed the fragrance in her hair. He muttered, "Not at all." He looked at the bright moon in the sky and his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. The moon descending to Earth was just a small interlude in heavenly venerate Mu's wedding, and no one noticed it. On this day, the envoys from all over came one after another. The rulers of the myriad worlds also sent their envoys to congratulate them. Lan Yushin, Su Shenghua, and the rest rushed back from the ancestral court to participate in the wedding. West Emperor White Tiger, North Emperor Black Tortoise, and South Emperor Vermilion Bird also sent their envoys to present their gifts. The newly promoted Heavenly Venerate Long Xiao also ordered his foster son Long Pai to rush over from the beast world. Long Pai brought his children to see Qin Mu personally, and he sighed in his heart. He sobbed as he said, "Cult Master finally doesn't need me to worry." Qin Hanjin and his wife from Carefree Village also rushed over, sighing with emotion in their hearts. Absolute Beginning also sent people over to offer gifts, and there was a dragon scale in the gift box. On this day, guests gathered in eternal peace to go to the capital. It was extremely lively, and the 8 elders of disabled elderly village sat on their parents' seats. There was even an empty seat beside them. One Emperor Yan Feng and Empress, Qin Hanjin and his wife also sat in the hall. They knelt down with the 8 elders and they smiled at each other. However, they secretly turned their heads to wipe away their tears. On the day of the wedding ceremony, Hu Ling woke up from her hangover and didn't make it to the wedding. When they reached the bridal chamber, Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu heard voices coming from outside. "You guys are still kissing. How shameless." "Shame, shame," Blind's voice came. "Mar, don't panic, I'll chase Ling away." Ling Yuxiu took off her shoes and threw them out. She said angrily, "Grandpa Blind, you're also here to listen to the corner." An Aya sound came from outside the window. It was unknown which woman had been hit by the shoes, but from the sound, it seemed to be Si Yunxiang. Qin Mu laughed and spread out the paper. Ling Yuxiu helped him grind the ink while Qin Mu raised his brush to draw. In just a moment, the picture of the mountains and rivers was on the paper. The two of them walked into the painting hand in hand. It was night and the birds were singing in the painting. The spring tide was surging either high or low. It was melodious and graceful, indescribable. The otaku pig really didn't know that today was 520. The otaku pig was already married, so if he didn't care about this, it was definitely not intentional. Definitely not intentional. I was already married, yes, that's it, la la la. Thank you for reading on Novelful. Com Chapter 1630 Chapter 1630 Chapter 1624 Concealed Killing Intent Translator 549,690,339. The next day, Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu woke up early and washed up. Ling Yuxiu tied up the woman's hair, and Qin Mu put a hairpin in it for her. After the husband and wife finished their breakfast, there were already servants in the manor arranging all kinds of congratulatory gifts and compiling them into a book to give to Qin Mu. One Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu sipped their tea while flipping through the book together and reading them one by one. Other than treasures, there were many strange things that the guests had sent over. For example, Lan Yushin had given them the insights he had comprehended under the world tree all these years. Su Shenghua had given them a pot of tea leaves and a pot of fragrant orchids. Ji Huali had given them the 100 Suns jade scenery that he had carved with his knife. Tao Master Lin Xuan had copied a copy of the algebra equations that he had researched all these years and sent it over. Zhan Kong Rulai had given them a rosary bead, and Wang Murin had given them a letter of challenge, inviting Qin Mu to go to Little Jade Capital to fight on the same realm. Emperor Yanfeng gave them a thick stack of pamphlets with Qin Mu's name written on it. Below it were lines of Zheng characters. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor Jiang Baigui sent over a branch which contained his sword path. It was unknown if he was challenging Qin Mu or hoping that he could comprehend his sword path from it and take another step forward. Saint Woodcutter gave a pamphlet composed of 360 postnatal Great Tao, which indicated that his mantle was given to Qin Mu, and Yan Yunxi gave him a carrot that had been bitten. Lu Zheng, the donkey, must have bitten it when he came to give the present. Di Yiyu had given Ling Yuxiu a hairpin, so it should still be useful. Tian Shu had given her a jar of wine that she had treasured for so many years and couldn't bear to drink. Di Shishan and Li Yoren had personally copied a copy of the record of heavenly craftsmanship that they had comprehended. Old farmers Yu Cha had given them a load of rice that they had personally grown, and Niu Sanduo had also given them a load of rice. Fisherman Celestial Master Han Tang had given them 2 little red kun. They were still young, so they should have been born from his red fish. Ling Yuxiu immediately took them out from the pile of gifts and saw 2 little red fish swimming around in the small fish tank with a pacifier in their mouths. "Don't touch them." Qin Mu immediately stopped her and said, "These are kun. They can eat people." The 2 little red kun wrapped their pacifiers and looked at them innocently. The 2 of them continued to look, and Ling Yuxiu said with a smile, "Heavenly Venerate Ling gave you a knot that can be tied forever, so what Heavenly Venerate gave you is indeed different from the rest." Qin Mu took out the knot that Heavenly Venerate Ling gave him, and he saw that it was a knot that was tied with a red knot. There were all sorts of exquisite Tao markings of Miluo Palace in it, and he was unconsciously engrossed in it. Heavenly Venerate Yue gave you a concentric lantern. Ling Yuxiu took out a lantern with 2 hearts embroidered on it. She said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "What Heavenly Venerate gave us is truly unique. He gave it to the 2 of us to wish us to be together forever." Qin Mu remained expressionless. "This lantern is very powerful when used for traveling." Ling Yuxiu took out God King Lang Er's gift again and said, "What big sister Lang gave you was a flower." Qin Mu looked over and his heart skipped a beat. This flower was the one he had fought with Lang when he was in the space on the other shore. When Lang had given him pointers, Qin Mu didn't fight back at the last strike. Instead, he visualized a fresh flower and gave it to Lang Lang had planted the flower in the pond of primordial chaos, and this flower had actually survived until now. Qin Mu laughed out loud. "The gift Lang gave me is also very unique. Yes, very unique." Ling Yuxiu said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Poison Master Mu Yingsu has sent the geographical map of her home." Qin Mu immediately said, "Be careful of being poisoned. It's better to burn it quickly. Formation Master He Yi has sent the white horse map. You are riding on the same horse with her and your drawing is very good, as expected of someone who learned from Grandpa deaf for 2 years. There's a killing formation hidden inside, burn it." High Emperor White Sword God gave you a set of dolls. Ling Yuxiu rummaged through it and saw that the doll was a chest with 4 legs. When she opened the chest, there were 2 little people with their backs against each other. She was about to take out the dolls to examine them when Qin Mu suddenly said in pleasant surprise, "Grandpa Apothecary gave us a dual cultivation technique, madam. Come quickly." Ling Yuxiu closed the chest and moved closer to take a look. She spat and said with a red face, "Grandpa Apothecary is a hooligan, an old pervert. Absolute Beginning gave me a dragon scale." Qin Mu found the dragon scale and looked at it for a moment. He smiled and said, "East Emperor Azure Dragon, how have you been?" Absolute Beginning must have told him that I owed the Azure Dragon a favor when I refined Calamity Sword. The gift of this dragon scale is interesting. His eyes flickered as he said, "Absolute Beginning suspected that I didn't really retire, so he used this dragon scale to test me. If I resurrect East Emperor Azure Dragon, I won't really retire and I'll still have ambition. He's still careful of me." He put away the dragon scale and did not resurrect East Emperor Azure Dragon. He said, 10 heavenly venerates are 10 heavenly venerates, and Absolute Beginning and Heavenly Venerate Hayashin are just birds of a feather. Resurrecting Azure Dragon, we'll talk about it in the future. Heavenly Emperor Vast has also given us quite a number of treasures." Ling Yuxiu clicked her tongue in astonishment and said, "He's really generous. Heavenly Duke has also given me a gift. It's given in the name of Earth Count and Heavenly Duke. He's urging me to resurrect Earth Count Ah Chu." Qin Mu quietly put away the chest doll that Bai Quer had given him and visualized himself and Ling Yuxiu's doll on the spot. It's not good for him to rush me directly, so he borrowed the gift to remind me. Fatty Dragon sent a set of human rearing scriptures. Ling Yuxiu burst into laughter. And it's a new version. Fatty Dragon is really thoughtful, so this must be for me. After saying that, she shot a glance at Qin Mu. Qin Mu laughed and turned his head away with a gloomy expression. Tai, she also sent a gift. It's a small piece of eggshell. Ling Yuxiu asked in bewilderment. Why did he send the eggshell? Senior brother Wei sent a bunch of geographical maps. Do you want to see them? The husband and wife tidied up and finally inspected the gifts of the guests. Those that should be left behind were left behind, and those that shouldn't were directly sent to Eternal Peace Empire's treasury or sold. It was already late in the morning, and the husband and wife went to pay their respects to their parents and the 8 elders of disabled elderly village. Granny C had prepared a few cows for Qin Mu. Qin Mu's heart tightened, and he secretly looked at the few cows and only felt relieved when he realized they were really cows. Mar, let's return to the village, Blind said with a smile. Surging River, disabled elderly village. The hen dragons had long occupied this place and became the tyrant of the surroundings. Everyone planned to tidy it up and chase the hen dragons away. Qin Mu smiled. There's no need. I'm a reclusive heavenly venerate, and I'm also reluctant to stay in power. How can I stay in the small mountain village from before? He visualized it with his divine consciousness, and after a moment, a golden and resplendent heavenly palace appeared in the sky above disabled elderly village. It was beautiful, fragrant, and majestic. He walked into the heavenly palace hand in hand with Ling Yuxiu. The heavenly palace floated above the clouds, and below it were countless hen dragons looking up at the heavenly palace with envy. The heavenly river flowed through the sky, and Qin Mu used his great magic power to move a piece of land to the side of the heavenly river. He raised the cows on the bank of the river. The green mountains and the green water and the white clouds floated in the air. It was very poetic and picturesque. Ling Yuxiu placed the 2 little red kun that fisherman Cold Pond had sent into the heavenly river. The 2 little red kun wrapped their pacifiers and swam around the bank, unwilling to leave. Ling Yuxiu had just left when she heard 2 loud cracking sounds from the heavenly river. 2 huge red kun that were hundreds of feet long leaped out of the water and opened their mouths to eat the 2 cows that were grazing on the shore. The remaining 2 cows hurriedly ran away. Ling Yuxiu was dumbfounded. She saw the 2 red kun move their bodies and slowly retreat into the heavenly river. They turned into 2 little red fish that swam around with their pacifiers in their mouths. Husband doesn't know about this yet. I'll buy 2 more oxen to make up for it. He can't tell. Ling Yuxiu left hurriedly and bought 2 oxen to mix in with the herd of oxen to fill up the numbers. She planted the flowers that Lang had sent over by the heavenly river and also planted the misty radish. When the radish landed on the ground, it suddenly grew after being chewed by Lu Zheng. It quickly returned to its original state and turned into a naked baby that jumped out of the ground. It jumped into the river to bathe. Be careful of the kun in the river. Just as Ling Yuxiu said this, she heard a catch-a sound and 2 red kun jumped out of the water. The naked baby clenched his fists and gave the 2 red kun a painful beating. Only then did Ling Yuxiu relax. Qin Mu studied the ancient records in the gifts and flipped through them one by one. Ling Yuxiu had also brought the results of all sorts of transformations in eternal peace, which was very beneficial to him. It made him marvel at the development of the divine arts, paths, and skills in eternal peace over the years. He flipped through the 360 great Tao records that Saint Woodcutter had given him and compared them, frowning slightly. Teacher Woodcutter has drafted 360 great Tao, which is also the embryonic form of Heavenly Saint Cult's 360 halls. However, after more than 100 years of reform in eternal peace, how many more than 360 great Tao of postnatal realm? Qin Mu covered the scroll and stood up. Eternal Peace's reform had continuously given birth to new industries, and each new industry represented the birth of a new postnatal Great Tao. The path was endless, and it wasn't about the path of seeking the path being endless, but the postnatal Great Tao being endless and never being able to be fully explored. He absorbed the results of eternal peace reform while being happily married to Ling Yuxiu. He also walked around with the elders of disabled elderly village, and time flew by quickly. It was rare for him to calm his heart down. During these days, he had been meditating quietly and organizing his techniques and divine arts. His Tao heart had become more and more unfathomable, and the things that Lan Yunqian had given him had been very enlightening. Eternal Peace Reform and Saint Woodcutter's 360 acquired Great Tao had also given him deep comprehension. Emperor Yan Feng and Imperial Preceptor Jiang Baigui handled Eternal Peace's administrative affairs, while Yu Chenzi was in charge of negotiating with the Heavenly Court. These trivial matters didn't disturb his Tao heart. Gradually, he felt that his paths, skills, and divine arts were at a bottleneck, on the verge of a huge breakthrough. He felt that he was about to attain a whole new realm, but he was completely ignorant of the path ahead. Qin Mu walked back and forth and unknowingly came to the side of the heavenly river. He saw a group of hen dragons flying into the sky and looking for bugs in the forest. Beside them were a few cows, lying under the shade of the trees while wagging their tails and ruminating leisurely. Qin Mu sat on the grass and fell into deep thought. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard a voice. Back then, Heavenly Venerate Mu was herding cowherds, but now, you let me sigh endlessly with emotion. Qin Mu turned his head and saw Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven dressed in uniform. It was unknown when he had arrived. Qin Mu stood up and forced a smile. Your Majesty has mocked me. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven came to his side and looked around. Back then, when I heard that Heavenly Venerate Mu had lost his Tao heart, I didn't dare to believe it. Now that I see you in such a dispirited state, I believe it, but a trace of sorrow welled up in my heart. He looked up at the sky and muttered, without an opponent like Celestial Master Mu, what's the use of my martial strength? 2 streams of tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Thank you for reading on Novelful, Calm.